Hey, what's going on, guys? Xbox All In channel, host Sega Forever, Wrecking Crew podcast today. I put out the back signal to the guys to see who shows up, and ladies, they as well. And we'll see who shows up. And I'm doing this a little bit early. Wanted to do something with Hebot the other day. We couldn't connect, but look forward to that video, man. I kind of want to do a one-on-one with him, talking about all the drama that's going on in the gaming community and other things as well. But yeah, just give me a little bit of time, guys. We just let me ramble a little bit, see if anybody shows up. As you guys can tell by the title, um, something I've been kind of hyper focused on the channel, and it's not going away, unfortunately. And I knew it wouldn't. And again, I'm talking about Avowed. And if you guys have been enjoying your Thanksgiving and didn't know what was going on, even though you might bleed green or be hardcore Xbox, but I'm pretty sure most of you do. Um, this thing is snowballing out of control, and it's getting bad enough that I think Microsoft needs to kind of step in and do something. Now, there's a lot of suggestions about what Microsoft could do. I'm not going to go that far to tell them what to do, but I know that they got to get ahead of this bad boy for various reasons. And I kind of wanted to bring the guys on here to talk about it because I've given my opinion. On the issue at hand, even though there are some things that are coming out. Um, Look, at the end of the day, man, there's people that are tuned into this stuff like me. You guys know that I've changed the format of my channel, making it more politically charged. Again, if you don't like that, I understand. And look, dude, I said this on the channel before. I don't like pop culture being politically charged at all. Right? I don't like the fact that politics is down. Pop culture is downstream, or politics is downstream of pop culture. I don't believe in that, dude. I believe that, at the end of the day, I would like to keep these things separate, me personally, right? Because when I do things in life, whether I'm working, spending time with my family, in fact, I want to do a video about Thanksgiving that was with my family, especially after a politically charged election. So I got some stories. It was really cool. Um, but I mean, I don't like this kind of stuff in these spaces I occupy because we all have real world issues. We all have a real life that we have to live. Again, I've told you guys this a thousand times when it comes to pop culture, whether it's comic books, the music I listen to, movies I watch, TV shows I like, the books I've read, all of that stuff, dude. Um, it's always been a form of escapism for me. Hey, what's up, Tool Man, brother? Yeah, just another Wrecking Crew podcast. Hopefully, the guys can join in, man, because I really want to hear their thoughts on the Avowed situation because it's kind of getting out of control, man. It's again, like I just said a couple minutes ago, man. It's something. It's getting so bad. I think Microsoft's gonna need to get ahead of it. They really do. And the reason I say that, man, is just because what's happening is that the way that I'm plugged in and the way I keep track of all this stuff, there's the gaming community of all which we're a part of. There's the Xbox community. There's the console war stuff, right? There's the gaming media that we deal with. There's all of these things within the the echo chamber of gaming itself, where this stuff is going on, right? And very rarely does it ever go outside of that circle. In fact, everybody, for the most part, and I actually love this. Right. But for the most part, everybody thinks this stuff is ridiculous. They think it's childish, right? They don't think it's as important. And it's been like that for decades. I was growing up in this stuff, man. We were ostracized. And I'm not gonna lie, looking back, yeah, maybe didn't feel good, you know. Uh, but now that I'm older and I look back on it, I mean, I didn't realize how good we have it because people didn't care about what we did or what we were doing. The only time you'd hear a comment from people who cared about the things that we liked, it was kind of an off comment, grow up, it's a waste of money, the whole thing. If you're a nerd growing up, like I'm old guy, so if I come from those days when this stuff was not cool, this stuff was not acceptable, you were a social pariah, right? And people had no problem sharing their comments with you when it came to pop culture. Again, video games, comic books, collecting cards, all of this stuff, right? Um, and even within that ecosystem, what people call nerdum or geekdom, when you live this lifestyle, right? There were even hierarchies in it, right? But at the end of the day, what solidified you as a nerd or a geek, what solidified you the most was that you were in this, you were one and the same, and it was you against everybody else. It was like the world against you, and that's what solidified and kept everything for us cohesive, even though we might disagree on stuff, right? But that's not the case anymore because this stuff's gone mainstream. Hey, what's up, brother? Can you hear me? Kiba. Oh, we lost him. Yeah, good, man. I'm glad you're here, dude. I wanted to give you some time because I had this thing up and running since 6 a.m. in the morning. And again, this is probably be the time I'll be doing it, guys, on the channel, just because it's easier for me, man. Because when the day starts moving up, man, I gotta start going out and doing stuff. I got a lot of stuff to do. Hey, what's up, brother? Can you hear me?
Hey, can you hear me?
Ah, loud and clear. You're coming in perfect.
Cool. Hey,
Yeah,
how are you, man? How are you,
yeah.
my
By the
brother?
time I saw your message, man, I was already moving out with my daughter because I was playing COD. So I was charging my phone, but I was
Give me the
playing.
pineapple. Oh, cool. Yeah. No, I have woke up at 4:20 because I had a bad, I just didn't have a good night's sleep. Even
Oh,
today, like I just keep getting interrupted as soon as I go to sleep.
right. Ah, sorry to hear that, bro. I
You know
know how.
how I feel. You know when you sleep and you keep getting up,
Yeah,
you go to sleep, you keep getting up, it keeps interrupting you, whether it's the phone, the door. You know what I'm trying to say? That's not fun and healthy sleep. That's just annoying. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Really
yeah,
shit.
yeah.
And so yeah. Listen, there's a big difference because I was listening to what you were saying.
Yeah.
There's a big difference. Were you being creative?
Mm-hmm.
Are you adding your lifestyle and ideologies into something and then trying to act like, oh, it's part of creativity? Ricky Martin, absolutely a faggot, complete gay. Ricky Martin doesn't bestow his lifestyle. Judas Priest was a complete fag, gay.
Yeah.
Always implemented his talent, never implemented his lifestyle. Elton John, another queer, gay as can be after marrying a woman and having kids. Never implemented his faggotry, maybe with the way he dressed on stage, but that's he
Yeah.
did
Back
because
then,
that's
people just thought he was. Back then, people just thought he was flamboyant.
just flamboyantism,
Yeah.
right? Because that's fine. But when you listen to his music and the talent that he created,
Hmm.
he has never implemented his lifestyle and ideologies in his creativity. That's why these people are actually talented. Same thing with my man from Queens, the main singer, Freddie Mercury,
Mm-hmm.
completely gay. Had 5 boyfriends. Never implemented in his talent. Unprecedented, absolutely incredibly talented. Never once did he implement those things that he does in his lifestyle. My brother Clive Barker, creator of Hellraiser, never once did he implement his sexual gayness or lifestyle in his creativity. Yeah, he has sexual innuendos in the story because these are demons from hell, and sexuality has something to do with evil and demons from hell. Always, as far as scripture and description of it for many years, right? But
Yeah.
the point is, he never.
Yeah.
You
It's a
would never
perversion.
know.
Yeah. It's a perversion of the natural order. That's all.
Right, the perversion of the natural order. But you would never know that he was actually a queer or gay or a faggot because those are all the same thing. Whether they're proper names or not, I really don't care because I'm not sensitive. We've been using these words since the beginning of time and they're there for a reason. Just like when you call a person disabled or mentally dysfunctioned or retarded, that all means the same thing. Okay. Um, it's not supposed to be offensive. It's not supposed to be to be insensitive. No, they're just words. They have meaning. Okay. So my point, because I'm hearing you when you're saying
Yeah.
there's no longer that creativity from any of these people from that are gay or carry themselves like homosexuals or that are faggots. It just isn't. Now their attitude is, I'm in a position of power. I'm doing this and I'm creating this, so I'm going to implement whatever I want. If you like it, and if you don't, too fucking bad. And that's their attitude. Okay? When these are the people that have been playing and part of this, culture since the beginning of time, since the beginning of many of these people working there now weren't even born. Because a lot of these guys are younger, right? And so they think a different way. They're in the industry, have the talent, or were able to get into it. And a lot of them, they're not even, with the exception of a few, there's some of them that are older that just happen to come out of the closet, find no party. The main director, creator of Gears of War, he turned transvestite or whatever, or transsexual. He identifies now as a woman, right?
Oh, really? Who's that?
The main guy, I forget his name. You'll know who it is though, because you go back and look at the featurettes when they first did it. He looked like a straight dude, and now he looks like a fucking girl. But he didn't implement that in Gears of War 4 or 5.
Yeah.
Do you see what I'm trying to say? Because Gears of War has nothing to do with being gay, being a transsexual, being a faggot, being queer, being a homosexual, being a pansexual, whatever pronoun and word saying and wordplay that they want to use to identify themselves. That has nothing. The game has nothing to do with that. The beginning of time, when Pac-Man was created and Pong and things like that, it was about video games, a creative idea, interactivity to have fun. And on top of having fun, as the technology got stronger and more predominant and more capable, you started to be able to create different fantastical and world full of fantasy with different interpretations of characters and stories, whether they were alien, fictitious, like Cool Spot, whether it was a female character, a male character, a little boy, like Kid Chameleon, right? Or Ninja Kid. All this was about having a good time to escape in fantastic, unrealistic worlds through characters that look cool, with cool little fantasy stories and cool little intimate stories at some point, based off reality, but with that fantasy element as well. It's another thing that we've gotten away from. Now it's no longer about the creative worlds and the fantasies and creative characters. No. Now is, let me make sure that because I'm gay, that I have to prioritize about this character wanting dick, wanting twat, even though she's a woman, or whatever. And yes, I'm excuse me for being vulgar. It's just I'm already sick to my stomach and annoyed with this dumb gender politics and the fact that people try to act like, oh, it's got to be there. Oh, we have to be inclusive. Inclusivity has nothing to do with video games. Nothing to do with it. Because video games were not created with the idea of, oh, you have to have all types of people in it. No, you just create something that's supposed to be fake, fictional, fantasy, where you're going to have a good time and that you could interact with it and have fun, because the gameplay element is the most important part of a video game. It's not how you can change their hair color, make them look more woman, more man, not to put titties or asses that look like of a woman on a dude. That's never been part of what a video game is. The most important part of a video game is fun factor. Fun factor. Great gameplay. Physics. You know what I'm trying to say? And so this is gone. This is all gone. It's no longer there. And then when we do have it, sporadically here and there, where you do see that, yay, listen, this is this is what a game's supposed to be about. When you play something like Lost and Random, or you play something like It Takes Two, right? When you play something like even Astrobot, for Christ's sakes, right? That's what video game is. That's the essence of video game. It's not how realistic it looks. Yes, you can have beautiful realistic graphics, but you could also have them and implement them in a fantasy world, in a world that's not real, with creatures and certain vehicles and technologies that are not that we know are not realistic, that are impossible to be created in real life, right? Based off physics, based off engineering that you can't do, right? Whatever the case may be. Point is, yes, there is creativity still out there, but it's so far and few between that is so, like Warhammer, like fucking Solstice, like what Evil West, because these people just want you to care that, hey, look, I'm part of this team, but I am so gay, and I want you to know this. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? If you can't push religion on people, which is a good thing, it's not a bad thing. It's actually a very beautiful thing. And if you can't push politics because people don't know how to talk politics without acting like children and yet want to consider themselves an adult, listen, there's no adult, right? That should stop talking to another adult because they don't believe in the same politics or because they don't trust the same politics. Because everybody has different political views for different reasons. It's not just one set thing. It's different reasons in why people lean into different ideologies or thoughts based on politics. We know this, right? But if you're 50 years old and you're saying, I ain't talking to you no more because you like this person, even though the other 50-year-old told you, listen, this is why, and gives you a completely coherent and responsible response with facts and showing you why, then that's where it should be left at that point. That's it.
Well, that's
We don't have
like back in the day, we actually lived by you can agree to disagree, but we
yeah.
also were taught that there's three things you don't talk about, which is politics, money, and religion. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And society nowadays isn't like that. That's what I was talking about earlier. That's what drives me nuts about
Mm-hmm.
the space that we occupy now, dude. That's why I was saying, dude. I actually miss the days when we were ostracized, where people didn't care about this stuff
Oh yeah, yes. I know what you mean. Yeah,
because you can't
the
escape.
days when where nobody cared about video games because you were either a devil worshiper, antisocial, or something was wrong with you.
Yeah, I actually miss that now. I
Right,
really
right,
do. Because
right.
they would come by, they would see you, they make their off comment and carry on. But now what's happening is people are getting into it. But the problem is where how we grew up, right? It was pure escapism. So we occupied this space for various reasons, of none of which had anything. Most of it never had anything to do with our real lives, right?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely
That's
not.
not the case anymore, right? Then now you have people coming in, and I know it's a generational thing because for some reason, right? And I know various reasons why, right? Technology, the way people react, come into contact with each other. Like again, we talk about all this time. We talk about this all the time. About we have to watch what we said because we'd have to talk to each other face to face. So if somebody was
Mm-hmm.
your friend, or you didn't want to offend somebody, or if you didn't want to get punched in the face, right? You have to kind of actually watch how you talk to people, and
Mm-hmm.
and that's different over the last 20 years. That's changed, and then it even morphed to people like getting some kind of, worth for putting themselves out there. People like to see themselves now, right? A lot of
Right.
times, yeah, and
Mm-hmm.
that's
Mm-hmm.
to me that's one of the biggest problems because that's not getting checked at the door. Like I didn't like look, dude. If you had a hard day at work, or if your dad like just like you did something stupid and you got beaten, you got cracks, you got disciplined, whatever. Um,
Mm-hmm.
you would escape into your own. Now, this is for people who are nerds and geeks, right? You'd escape that by going into your own realities, and that's where I love video games the most because you could do some fantastical things as well, right? Stuff that would get your imagination. Of course, both of us we grew up in the church. I know you're Catholic, I'm Protestant. Um, mainly because that's how our families were, right?
Mm-hmm.
And for me personally, the church is just strong, not just in my family, but just in my life. But you would go to church, right? And you would study. You study your Bible. Your parents would tell you all of these things and how to live your life and stuff like that. But sometimes, man, it would be great to just escape a lot of the realities of the world, right? And you could do that by playing a video game or reading a comic book, right? It was a place for me to let my imagination just soar, right? And this is how you
Mm-hmm.
find some of the greatest writers, some of the greatest
Mm-hmm.
artists, some of the greatest creators of our time, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we were coming in as for comic books, we're in the Bronze Age. but even for a lot of the written stuff was already done prior to us, right? And what happened was people that enjoyed it, they carried this mantle, right? They took that mantle and they added to it, and people after them added to it, so they finally got to where we were and we could enjoy it, and then our generation added to it. You know?
Yeah, yeah.
Like
But
I don't
all
want to. Oh, go ahead.
like no. To add to what you just said, there was a reason though why even like all those people that I mentioned,
Yeah,
those are legends now in our culture, in our history.
yeah,
And the reason why they got that status quo, it wasn't because they were implementing their beliefs, it's because they prioritized their actual creativity. And
yeah.
then when people found out, hey, listen, I'm gay, no one cared.
Yeah.
They didn't care.
Oh, you know what
It's
I
like,
missed too,
yeah,
though.
it's
I'll
fine.
be honest.
Everybody was like, oh, that's fine. We don't care. We
Well,
love
I'll
you.
say this. I'll
You
say
see what
this.
I'm saying?
Our society, and I'll put myself out there. I think our generation too, we're very naive on that kind of stuff, right? Because, like you said, to your point, nobody actually put it out there the way we do now. So there's a naivete in society that I enjoy. Now, there were people that knew
Mm-hmm.
definitely, but
Mm-hmm.
because it wasn't something that was pronounced, and then of course, if you talk to some people, they, that's something that you didn't do. It wasn't a social. It wasn't a societal norm, and if you look at and I think that's a good thing. I know people call me like a bigot, but I don't care. I think it's a good thing because now if you look at how our society is, it's because it's become the norm, right?
Right. Because it's gotten too much importance and too much attention when other things are more important and other things deserve more attention.
And another thing I want to put out there, right? A lot of the people that are getting into this pop culture of then now that are born now when we lived it, just to let you guys know, a lot of these guys were not popular. I'm
No.
just gonna put that out to you, right? Like a lot of these guys, the reason why their music is stand the test of time or they become these icons is because they bucked the trend, they broke the mold, they're very original. In a
Well,
time
that's what
when
I'm
that
trying to say, brother. That's what I meant real quick. That's what I was trying to say that.
wasn't,
These guys, right, like the Ricky Martins, the Clive Barkers, the Judas Priest, the Freddie Mercurys, right? The Elton Johns of the world, right?
yeah,
They were first looked at as something, right? And then when they came out of the closet and said, "Oh no, we're actually gay or homosexual or bisexual, whatever the case may be," what happened? No one cared because they were so loved. They said, "We still love you." What? That doesn't matter because they earned the respect of the people by their creativity, not by their fucking nuances or trying to shove their ideologies down people's throats. Do you get what I'm trying to say? What I'm trying to correlate here together?
yeah, exactly.
They earned the love and respect of the people, and when they found out, and the people found out that they were something else that was not of the norm, people did not care because they loved them. It's like we love you. Don't care because you are this and mean this to our lives. We don't care if you're gay or what lifestyle you live in your personal time. That's your business. What we care is about what you gave us, the gifts that you brought us through your talent and through your entertainment. You get what I'm trying to say, my brother?
Well, I'll say like I know they were there at that moment at that point in time, people were ostracized. I will say that.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
But the thing about it was, because they didn't wear their stuff on their sleeve, and they had to look, dude. And
But
whether you agree with
they
this,
weren't ostracized to the point where they walk out across the street and they got beat up. You
no,
only saw that dumb shit in ignorant neighborhoods. You didn't see that. That wasn't. Somebody was gay. Oh, they're gonna get killed. That did not happen. No.
well, and then there's also the point of these guys were famous, right? Or they were people who look at like the way you look at certain professional careers, right? But these people
Right.
had a star status, and back then you treated your celebrities a little bit differently, right? So, but what I'm trying to say is that I'm not saying that what it did was it made people think, right? Because if you do appreciate the career or if you want to be successful in something, right, that should be your focus. And for a lot of those guys, man, they have to check themselves. Right? And now I know some people will hear that and you'd be like, well, you should be able to say whatever you need to be saying. Well, no, obviously you can't, right? I mean, I know in a perfect world where there is no perfect world, right? But what I'm trying to say to everybody is like, dude, sometimes you might feel that way, but that's not the reality, and what you got to deal with. And
Right.
again, that's why we're gonna. I know. I'll let you. we'll focus back on Evolve later, man. But yeah, go ahead, man. Speak your mind. Just I like what you're
No,
saying.
no, you make a great point. I'm just trying to correlate the fact that if if developers today or anybody in general, a musician,
Yeah,
uh, a movie star, whatever, it doesn't matter. If they just concentrate on their talent, right? Whenever they bring out their identity about what they do or how they live their lifestyle, people are not going to care because they're going to win them over by their talent. You don't have to shove down your ideologies or your lifestyle to think that you gotta that's the only way. It's almost like they do it because they think that's the only way they feel they're gonna actually get any respect from other people that are not gay. Does that make sense to you?
well, the irony of that is that the people that are gay, right, that live that lifestyle, they're like, well, you're drawing too much attention to this, right? This is one of the things that, especially during this political cycle, right, the entire run up to the election. If you look at a lot of the different people that Trump went across and actually reached out to and actually came on board, it's a gamut
Mm-hmm.
of different types of people, right? And one of the reasons why he reached out into certain communities is because those communities are like, look, dude, I'm not associated with that type of mindset or that type of mentality. It's a step too far, and we're not like that,
Mm-hmm.
right? And so at the end of the day, when I look at stuff like that, I just think they're being selfish, right?
Mm-hmm.
I just if I'm just putting my
Well,
social media cap on.
how do you say I'm deliberately doing something when you want something to be successful? Because I want to piss and get angry at other people that don't live their life that way or that don't believe in these things. But then at the same time, you're trying to push the narrative of it's about love and joy, and we should be equal and accept each and every one of each of us, right? With
Right.
our own style, lifestyle, beliefs. You can't have that's a double-edged sword. You can't live that type of hypocrisy because your whole narrative is accept me for who I am and don't judge me. But at the same time, you're trying to say, fuck you, fuck your God. I don't believe in the Lord Christ, for example. Fuck you, fuck your family values, fuck you and your kids. I don't believe in that. You get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, dude.
You
It's
cannot say you preaching love, and togetherness and acceptance if you're basically trying to say fuck the normality of everybody else in the world or fuck everybody else's belief. Only your belief counts. You see what I'm trying to say?
yeah, that's what I mean.
When,
They're selfish. They can only see them. It's all about them. It's like me, 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 me. You know what I'm saying?
right, especially in a world. Listen, Xbox doesn't exist to cater to your lifestyle. The Xbox exists as a business to cater to the electronic world, the computer world, the gaming world, the software world, the technology world. They're not there to promote whose dick you're sucking or whose twat you want to eat, even though you got one of your own. You get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah,
That's not what they're there for.
yeah, but we know,
They're
man.
there to make money as a business. And the fact that this man said, I'm prioritizing only those who are black or people of color or anybody that is from another nationality. Not because we need to get rid of all these raggedy ass old white men in this industry, including myself. I need to find a replacement for the future for myself because he's white. He's talking about himself in a third value world, as a third person. The reason why this whole industry has been dominated by white males is because they were the only ones that were interested at the time.
Yeah,
It was through time that other people, like black men, right, or other people that may be from another nationality, like women, or race, or obviously nationality and gender, started getting interested through time. When we were growing up, let's keep it 1,000%. If there was 5 girls that you saw that like video games, that was like a million people. That just wasn't real. That did not exist. The only time when girls started getting involved into video games is when they introduced characters like Mario because they thought it was cute and they wanted to play with their brothers and with their boyfriends because they thought it was cute. Before then, you barely saw any girls interested in video games. The same way when you would go to the arcade, you would never see girls in the arcade unless it was a sister with their brother waiting because the brother was watching over the sister and he took them with her to the arcade. Okay? Those are just the facts and reality. Same thing goes with comic books. They had no interest. Same thing is with any type of superhero movie like we have today. That was not of their interest. In fact, they would consider that yucky. Oh, that's stupid. You're not cool. They only cared about the football players or the guys that had nice cars or that used to dress with the expensive clothes or sneakers or used to dress or used to have money at an early age because their parents had money or whatever the case may be. That's what girls were interested at that point. Okay? And that's just a fact. Girls were shallow as fuck, stereotype as fuck. They only like a certain criterion with boys. They didn't care about it. Now, because they can go on a live stream, unzipper their fucking shirts, have all their cleavage out, their butt cheeks showing, tight ass clothes, whatever the case may be, and then they make millions because they get millions of subscribers in like less than a month or two. While we've been here for fucking 13 years and I barely hit 1,000 subscribers, right? Because they have the advantages of using their bodies, and that's what they do, or pretty faces. That is why they like video games now, because they can make money out of it. That's it. Maybe 5% of the girl community that play video games, maybe 10, maybe, and that's stretching it. Play video games because they actually like video games. No, the rest of them play video games because they're making money out of it. It's camaraderie and it's a business for them, and it works in their advantage. They don't give two fucks about video games. You know what I'm saying, Dave?
Yeah, dude. And to be fair, there was a generational shift, but I agree with you. Right? It was never because in and of itself, man, video games has always been very niche, right? And it's for a certain consumer. It's for a certain type of person that likes these type of games. This is why, these guys keep on hitting their heads in the wall, wondering why they create games that nobody buys. The politics, economy, all this stuff aside, at the end of the day, dude, you have to take a part of your, you have to take time out of your day and invest yourself in a game, right? And in order, especially if you want to bring these people on as reoccurring consumers, but more importantly, for the one-to-one needs to be authentic, right? For that person to actually become a gamer, right? It's something that I've seen for a lot of years, man. Because when you talk to certain people, you can tell that they don't have that one-on-one experience when it comes to game. And I'm not saying you need to, right? Because gaming is totally different from when we're growing up. But if you're gonna come at me and preach to me about video gaming and that you're hardcore and that you love gaming and all this kind of stuff, dude, I need to see it, and importantly need to see and feel it, because you can tell, right? And I'm not saying you guys have to be that way, right? But there's just attitude of people that are thinking because you play Pokemon or you play maybe one or two games, you play Madden, right? But you're not, again, like we talk about on this channel, you're not in the culture of gaming, and that's what's kind of missing. When it comes to gaming, it's grown as a business, it's grown as the audience has grown. But at the end of the day, dude, it's like Marvel, right? It's like Marvel movies, man. There's more people that are Marvel fans, quote unquote. There's more people that watch know Marvel through the movies and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, as a comic book guy who followed Marvel my whole life, I can't have conversations with these people, right? And again, I'm not saying that's bad. I'm just putting it out there because that's something to me that's been really bad. I know we lost Hebot. I'm pretty sure he'll be back, guys. Again, remember, we're on two very polar opposite sides of the country. He's all the way on the East Coast. I'm in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. So yeah, Hebot, my brother, just pop back in, and then I'll put you back on blast. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you because I know you're cooking. But again, going back to my original point when I started off the podcast, that's one of the things that I see when I look at all of this, right? When it comes to pop culture, everybody just basically, people that are in pop culture now, they just kind of dabble in it, right? So when you watch a lot of the influencers on YouTube, and I'm not saying they're bad, but I am saying they'll touch on points when it comes to gaming or when it comes to movies or anime or pop culture. I do that myself, right? For me, I'm not the most hardcore in a certain type in certain subcategories of pop culture. For example, I used to watch anime a long time ago. It wasn't as varied as it is now. The only reason I started watching it again is because I had two young kids and they wanted to watch it. And when I was younger, man, I remember having these experiences with anime that were like I didn't want my kids to have. I don't want to spell it out for you guys, but you know that there's anime out there that's not good. So anyway, so when it came to my kids, I ended up watching it because of them. But I ended up enjoying it more than they did actually. In fact, my daughter still watches anime. My son's moved on, but I still watch it, dude. It's like in my weekly schedule of things that I like to watch. And in fact, I watch it just about as much. Well, no, I still watch K dramas more. But hey, sorry about that. I guess I lost you, brother. Are you there? Hello, Hiba.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm sorry. I accidentally got out of the room. So what were you saying, brother? I missed it. I'm so sorry.
Oh no. So I actually jumped back. I just jumping all over the place. So I was talking about, um, trying to make my point about the way the culture is in gaming. Like we talk about all the time on the channel, right? It's just there's a culture to gaming. There's a culture to this stuff that a lot of people are not a part of. You know what I mean?
They don't even understand. They don't even get it. They're just jumping in and acting like, oh yeah, it's this when it's not.
Right.
Again, like when I was having the conversation with those guys the other day that I pointed out that are Dark Souls fans, that they literally think they didn't know what patterns are, they didn't know what weapon selection is, and what skill based versus grinding, or what's the difference. Like if you don't know that, you automatically letting me know, like I told you, you're letting me know that you just came into video games a very short time ago, and you haven't been here since the beginning or for the early days of adoption, right? You have no idea what you're saying. There's no fucking way that you're gonna tell me I'm a gamer and that you don't fucking know.
Hiba. Hey, brother, you're muted.
I'm fighting fucking World War VI over my fucking phone. Keep falling, tossing.
Yeah, I'm losing you.
Are you?
Okay, I can hear you. Oh, go ahead.
I'm gonna say I'm fighting World War VI over here with the fucking phone. Oh God. So again, there's no fucking way you're gonna sit there and argue, and that's the problem, that they'll have these arguments with you. Like they know more than you, or like they can say something when they have no clue what they're saying.
Right.
It's the ego, man. It's an ego. Listen, it's like when you're talking to somebody trying to teach them something in today's society, and their ego it overcomes them, and they don't know how to take an advice or listen to something to help them out because you're trying, or to take it as educational. No, everything is, they're taking it offensive. When it comes to gamers, is you it's an ego trip, right? And then with these people creating stuff is, oh, you're just trying to be insensitive to my situation. When that's not even the point of gaming. Your lifestyle has zero to do with gaming or the creativity of creating games. It has nothing to do with it. Nothing. And that's the problem. Those are the crossroads. They keep intertwining two different things that don't belong together, and they don't mess up with each other, and they either misinterpret you, take things in the wrong way, think that you're trying to tell them what to do, or think that you're better than them, or that you know more than them. And then you look at it from a creative perspective, is, oh, they're just homophobic, they're scared, they don't have no respect, they don't know how to, be in part of equality, or whatever stupid saying there is. And it comes from those both spectrums, from people that are playing games that are new gen and you're trying to teach them something, or from the creative standpoint of how they don't understand the messaging from the gamers telling them, yo, stop doing that. We don't care about that in your game. We want to play a game that you created, not with your habits. Do you see what I was trying to say? How I'm trying to correlate the two different sides of the spectrum? And
Yeah, the funny thing about that though is It's hard enough just to make a regular game on
Oh
top
yeah, yeah. That's like,
of
oh
stuff.
my God, that is a fantastic point. Yes, absolutely, 1,000%. See, this is why I like fucking talking with you about this,
Yeah.
brother, because you always bring up shit that I didn't even think about, and that shit is 100% right. It's hard enough to do a game, just period,
Yeah. And then you gotta
period.
add other stuff. Yeah.
I mean, because if it wasn't, then you everybody would be a fucking game developer, right?
Right, you
Um,
know, the only reason I say that because I was arguing with this one guy, and so he was trying to corner me on the political and you know the all that other stuff, and I just looked at it,
yeah,
I basically said,
mhm,
like, look, dude, at the end of the day, though, your story's trash, your world is uninteresting, right?
mhm, right. Hmm.
Your
Hmm.
plots are all over the place,
And
and you
it's
never
the same thing
wrap
with
anything up.
movies.
Yeah,
It's the same thing with movies. It's the same thing with a book. If you
yeah,
write a book, right, and you just create and write a book just to talk about how about your lifestyle or your preferences or your ideologies, it's going to be only catering to a certain type of demographic, and you're not going to reach a wider or broader audience. So that's why you can't write a book like that unless you know it's a biography about yourself and people know you as a like a famous person, and you know what I mean, or and you want to tell the story and people are interested to know more intimate stuff about your life. That's different, right?
right.
But to write a book like Tolkien, J.R. Tolkien, right, that he wrote about, you know, which was all about a fantasy world with different types of creatures and habitats and monsters and different race, right, in these worlds, magic powers, sword fighting. You know what I'm trying to say? He wasn't going to be able to make it interesting. He was talking about how many times Strider wanted to fuck Legolas in the ass. You get what I'm trying to
Stupid.
say? It wasn't going to work. You get what I'm trying to say? Oh, again. Or how Frodo and Samwise Gamgee secretly were lovers. No one is going to give two fucks. They just don't. Because that's the escape. The escape is that you're doing something that interests you because it's different. It's not the norm. So once you try to make it more normal to the real world, it no longer is interesting. No one cares. You lose the attention of the audience. It's that simple. And I don't know what's so hard on people. No one wants to know why your main character likes bending over and getting up the butthole. No one cares about that. No one. It's like, well, I don't understand why everyone even put that in the Mortal Kombat with the characters trying to say that that one character with that's blind that he's gay. Okay, and then what did that change for the game? What did that change? Do we care? No, because the game is about fighting in
Right.
these in that world, that other side world with these crazy characters and creatures in the outworld. No one cares about him being gay. No one.
I
No
remember I was
one.
listening to I forgot whose podcast you were on. Might have been this one. I'm sorry. You know, I'm up in age too, but I
Yeah.
remember what you said, because it was so how I felt when I watched you know the Voltron on Netflix.
Oh my God, please don't bring me back into those memories of heartache. Please don't.
Man, that show was so awesome, and it was doing so
Started
good.
off amazing.
Yeah, I mean, all the way up until the end, we were in it, and then my kids were younger at the time, right? And this is something I do not believe in, so this is something I teach my kids, right? And I teach them why. And so, but then, man, it came to that when and they took what's his name, dude. And at first, I was kind of watching, and I was like,
When they took Lance and the other dude, the actual driver of the black
yeah,
lion, and they made them into lovers. I'm like, what in the fuck is
yeah.
that?
And then the way they did it too, like it was just out of left field, and that's what a lot of people were critiquing them on. They were like, okay, but the whole time you never like. So this is what I'm talking about when
They
you try
never
to build
they
something,
never alluded to any of that at
right?
any point.
In
It was
any
just like,
type of
fuck
romance or love
you. You
story,
enjoyed the show, but we wanted to fuck you over in some way at some point to hurt your feelings. Fuck you to all the real fans.
well,
But
but the
that's why
thing is, like I remember listening to somebody review this, and this is the way I was thinking. I was like, And then one person was like being totally honest about this, right? Critiquing the show. It was I forgot the name of the website it was, but he's like, but there was no like he wasn't against it, but he's like, there was no back and forth, right? Even in any regular romance, you would see something to kind of bring us along where we wanted to see this and how it developed. Like you basically gave us the punchline to the joke, but you didn't build it up. And then the person was, and you wonder why people are mad about this.
My brother,
Yeah.
in the original Voltron, everybody knew that Lance and what was the girl, the princess? What was her name? Alora, right?
Yeah.
That she drove the Blue Lion. Everybody knew with the little subtleties that the main driver from the Black Lion, Keith, was in love with her.
Yeah.
He never had anything. They never did anything because no one cared. It wasn't the heart.
But sometimes that's even better, right? When you have the unrequited love, right? When you have that unknown,
Right, the unknown. Right. It's more mysterious and makes it more interesting. Right. I know what you're going to say.
And more importantly, it allows the audience to come to their own conclusion. This is something that Korean dramas do.
Very well said. Absolutely.
It's something that we used to do all the time with our writing and the shows we used to produce. Right? You don't have to give everybody everything. It's one of the biggest problems with Lost. You remember that show Lost?
Yes, Lost was fucking incredible. Then it turned into dog doodle at the end. I got.
Well, it did because and the guy Lindelof, he talked about this. He's like, and I thought it was amazing that he said this. Is like, yeah, we don't know any of this stuff. We just made it, and there's so much shades of gray around it. But what ended up happening was the writing was great, the story was great, but they allowed the audience to kind of make up what they thought it was. And what happened was the audience started making up this awesome stuff. That's what dragged me into it.
Right.
Like if I remember I was in this one forum and there's a lot of people who are Catholic and they're like, oh, this is definitely purgatory, and they were talking about purgatory, right? I'm a Protestant, so we don't study talk about purgatory, right? But I was seeing what they were writing. I was, oh, that's amazing. And then there was other people doing other stuff, science fiction, fantasy. And so I remember Lindelof was getting interviewed. This is how I knew they were going to have a hard time ending it. Because he was in an interview once and he just was honest. And then he basically said, what did he say? He was like, oh, yeah. So him and the other writer, they were like, oh, yeah, we were reading some of this stuff. And they're like, that'd be a great idea to put into the show. And that's how some of the stuff got into the show. Not from them. But
the reality of the show, when JJ created it, it was to just bring all this mystery and mystique with the island that they were actually lost in.
Yeah.
So in my mind, as watching it as a viewer for all the seasons that it was out, I was saying they're already dead. This is happening because they're stuck in some type of purgatory in this island.
Yeah.
That's how I saw it, right? That's how I interpreted it as a viewer. But when they tried to give it an actual, like they try to create an actual reasoning, I guess is the best word I can use, for what was going on and what it was, and the mystery and the mystique vanished.
Well, because now they had to actually come up with an ending, which they honestly admitted they didn't have. And I think what they wanted to do was just kind of, do the Shane thing and just float off into the sunset. But then
but they should have done what I said. They should have done it where they were already dead. They were always dead. They were just stuck in a purgatory world, which was that island. So it treated their souls like they were still alive and they never knew it. That's it. Which would have been perfect. I think people would have accepted it more. But then again, I'm not a fucking.
That fan base was rabid.
Yeah, I know.
That's what I was looking at, and the storylines they were running, which I thought were pretty good. It was all multiverse, alternate universe stuff, or alternate dimension thing. Right? That's what they were running with. Either one, dude. I thought they were all awesome.
But that's when you know there's a good show, because you see so many people come up with so many ideas. That means it's intriguing. It caught people's attention. People love what they're seeing, and they can come up with their own type of conclusions because the show was that in depth and interesting. That's when you know something is good. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Hey, what's up, Unlimited, brother?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, Unlimited. In today's society, how are you, brother? How
Oh,
are you,
I'm
brother?
good.
Good?
I'm good. Yeah, I just woke up a few months ago. So
Yeah, you sound like you did, but that's a good thing, brother. You need sleep.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I was,
Don't be like us old guys, man. Sleep 4 or 5 hours.
well, I mean, in today's society, what I was trying to say before I lose my train of thought, because old man syndrome over here. The fact is that most of the things you see today, most, I'm not saying all, like 90%, maybe 85, because there's still creativity. It's about 15%, right? And you get that good, unique stuff. It's rare. It's few and far between, like I was saying earlier. Most of the stuff today is just rinse, wash, repeat from other stuff, and then with the politics of whatever people want to put in, whether it's religion or whether it's in this case mostly is their form of lifestyle, sexual preferences, how they live, how many people they sleep with. You know what I'm saying? Or even whatever else things they can conjure up. And what I always say is, how does a person in a video game, right, or a character, you identifying them as something, right, that is not the norm, adds to the experience and story? Because even being a straight character, it doesn't add anything. That's why you don't play Ninja Gaiden to see how many women you can sleep with. Do you see what I'm trying to say? You don't play with Marcus and Cole to see if they're going to end up sleeping with each other. You don't play with Laura Croft to see how many women she's going to have affairs with. It doesn't add nothing to the game. So why does it have to be there if it doesn't add nothing? When they can tell me what does it add to a game other than making you self-consciously be like, oh my God, I'm so great to see a character that's gay like me, right? For your own self-personal preferences or feelings, right? Then that's just you. You are one person. But for gamers, that's not adding anything. For the whole cultural scene and society of gaming, no one is going to get an experience or something out of you saying, oh, this girl in the game, such and such, the main character, is gay. Okay. And what does that mean? I don't care. That doesn't matter. I don't care. Why is it so important to put it if it's not going to change the experience of the game? Or definitely not give you any gameplay experience, because that's interactive. You can't interpret gameplay or physics on a controller with sexual preferences. You can't do that. So again, what is that going to do for the game? Like again, the most important thing in the game is gameplay, fun factor, interactivity, and ingenuity with the mechanics. That is the concentration important thing. So what is that going to do for us as gamers on a controller when you're saying that the character that's main character or whatever, or this character or side character or whatever is gay, or they're trans or they're bi? What does that do? Nothing. So why is it important for it to put it, and why should that be the most important talking point nowadays when you're creating? That shouldn't even matter, really. It shouldn't. Because we were playing with characters like Cool Spot, which is the little red dot from a soda can back in the day, right? That's what we were doing. We were playing with things that weren't real, that were just fun, that created a fantasy world with these fun things. They weren't based off anything else. It was based off creativity and imagination and just creating something fun. And that's gone. And the only time you really see that again is in the indie scene. Like when you see things like Lost and Random, I'll say it again, or something like Ravenlock, right? Something like It Takes Two, or something like, I don't know, Redeemer, whatever. You guys get what I mean. That space is the only. That's why I play so many indie, because that's the only space where you see the creativity, right? With the exception of maybe like something like Wanted Dead or Solstice or Evil West, or especially Warhammer. Those are things concentrating on the fantasy creativity world, and adding some world elements like like war, right? That's a real element of life, like war, right? Or congregated societies based on race, because the creatures you fight they're a race and they have their own ideologies and they're brought up with some creatures that are their leaders, and that's why they want to kill the humans. You know what I'm trying to say? And those little elements, which are okay, that's just to add some context, but that's not the main concentration of the game. You don't worry about why they're doing it and the politics of the Warhammers versus the aliens and that you fight. No, that's just there for context. It's not the main sauce of the game or the main element. The main element is fucking shit up, killing them because they're evil and they're a threat to humanity, and you just fucking shit up with the gameplay. That's it. You see what I'm trying to say? Like, I don't understand. When you can tell me what it does and how it can change, I mean, maybe one of you two gentlemen that are much smarter and wiser than I am can please let me know. Then I will be like, you know what, that makes sense. Now I understand 100%. You can tell me why that would bring what experience that brings to a video game. Then I can completely take an L and say, yep, you're right, because I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't understand. I just don't get it.
Yeah.
Unlimited, did you want to speak on it?
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure what I'm speaking on, but based on what Hebot's saying, I think y'all know me. I'm not an extremist in the sense that I have my views. I believe in them strongly.
Yeah.
But I tend to try to see all sides of arguments. And so when it comes to stuff like that, that's why stuff like that don't bother me to the extent it bothers other people. Because I've always said, what's the one thing I always said? If a game is fun, everything else just kind of falls in line for me, right?
Right.
So my perspective that when it comes to stuff like that, and also I also read a lot of statistics and background information and stuff. And so what I'm about to say might be a little long. Hopefully, I'm not too long-winded.
No, take your time. Just speak your mind.
No, go
Yeah.
for it.
But
Just gotta go for it.
This podcast is 10 hours long sometimes. So
yeah,
don't worry about
that's
time.
right. That's right. I forgot about that. I forgot which podcast this is.
Yeah, you know which podcast.
This is the
Yeah.
Marathon podcast.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, but yeah. It's one of them things where if it wasn't done in such an extreme way, I'd be behind it 100%, because I like black characters. If you see my gameplay, if there's a character creator, my character is black. You know what I'm saying? I think the only game I didn't make a black character was Cyberpunk 2077. I want that character to be Latina, because when I create character, I don't create myself. I'm not one of the people who needs to see myself in games. I actually do the opposite. I have a character in mind, what I want to do with them going into the game. It just so happens because since I'm black, that's kind of how I see my characters, right?
Right.
So from that aspect, that's where I get it. But it's just that if they weren't so extreme with it, then I think it would work more. Because it feels off-putting to those who who aren't gay. You're not going to care about, like, if you're not gay, you don't give a fuck about a gay character. You don't. You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, I'm a straight dude. I want to see bad women, and if there's a romance office, my character's going after the girls. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
My character is going after the likes of like Ashley in Mass Effect, or Miranda in Mass Effect, or hell, playing Dragon Age. I was romancing Balara, whose voice, she got Asian-like features, but she's a
dog.
yeah,
dog.
yeah. You know what I'm saying. So I don't give a fuck about the gay characters, but since I understand the sense that, look, if I'm making all my characters black, I understand why a gay person want their character to be able to romance a dude if they're a dude and that shit. It's just that we're fall short for people who's on the writing side. For example, Dragon Age of Velgard. If y'all seen my channel, I've been posting a lot of fucking gameplay of the game. I love the game. But most of the story is great. I'm trying to stop 2 elven gods from destroying the south of Thetis. Very good stuff. And I like all the characters, but there's this one character, Tash, right? And this is the one that everybody hyper focus on because she does the whole non-binary stuff. And the writing is about as bad. And as I'm playing it, I'm thinking, man, there's a really good story here, because it starts out as a generational thing. It's her and her mother having clashes over who she is. And as I'm playing it, I was thinking, okay, I get why the cartoons I grew up use metaphors instead of being direct. You know, like X-Men. The X-Men
But
cartoon
let me
was
ask you a question real quick,
yeah.
because now that because you hit like a really good point in what you just said right now. You're saying it has a really great story under there, right?
Yeah.
The focus that they did in those characters, has it completely changed anything to give you a better experience in the game?
If the story focused on the generational stuff
Hey, Dad.
between her and her mom, it would have.
Hello.
Hey,
No,
what's
no,
up,
I'm
Dave?
saying if that part being there, has it give you a better experience in the game? I'm pretty sure it probably haven't. That's what I'm
Yeah,
asking.
no, yeah, no.
You're still
And that's
enjoying the main focus of the character and
yeah,
the actual story of the world.
yeah, man.
That, you
Because
see what I'm trying
everybody
to say?
else,
That's my point. That's why I
yeah,
was trying to.
because everybody else's characters they're one, I had to save her brother, for example. That was, what
Right.
I'm saying. Another guy, um, he's blighted and with the Gray Wardens and stuff like that, and we had to save his crew and things like that. The mission that I was stopped at last night, I was about to stop this guy, he's terrified of death, right? And so he wanted to find a way to be immortal, and I've tried to talk him out of making that decision to just accept life as
And
it
the
is.
gameplay looks fun.
Those are good things. You know what I'm saying? So if Todd's story was just her and her mother and a generational thing, that would have worked a little more than then if the writing, and so her writing was bad. It's kind of weird because the rest of the story I'm enjoying, and then with her specifically, that was like, this is goofy. You know what I'm
It just
saying?
feels like it's unnecessary. It feels
Yeah,
like forced in there
it
for no
would be
reason.
like it would be like again, as someone who makes all my characters black in RPGs, it would be like if I came around the black character and he's like, "Yo, did you know I'm black? Hey man, I'm black, right?" Right? I'd be like, "Yo, what are you doing, dude? I know what you are. You don't need to
Like
keep
we
reminding
can't
me."
see that you're black. Exactly. I know.
Yeah. You don't need to keep reminding me. You know what I'm saying? So
Or it's
yeah,
like, if you were playing with the character, right?
man.
And you had to have whenever you eat energy, like how you eat food for energy. Oh man, the food has to be either mac and cheese or grits or
Yeah.
fried chicken. You get what I'm
Well,
trying to say?
yeah.
Like
No, yeah.
stupid. Just because
Well,
the character black don't mean that's what you eat only. You know what I mean?
yeah.
No.
Which, I, yeah, man. Yeah. But yeah. Other than that, I love the game, but it was, and then the thing is, and then and then here's the kicker with stuff like that. When you're not focusing on her story, she's actually a really cool character. She's straightforward and she just tells it like it is. I'm like, cool, I like this character. And then you do her side quest, and then it's like, it just doesn't hit home. I don't know if it hits home for trans, so someone who's trans, whatever the fuck she is, non-binary. And that's another thing. That stuff statistically, those people are such a tiny percent of the overall population that it just and it's just I don't this probably sounds bad to say, but they're just not that important. Let me
And
give
not only that,
perspective.
say it like it is. Those people won't even know what that is, and that's in there in the game. Because
Yeah,
most of that don't even play video games, like you said.
dude, most look here, statistically, only 5 to 7% at most of the U.S. population is gay. At most, so that means 93% of the rest of the population aren't. So that's already sub 10% that you'll be targeting. If you throw in the other stuff, the trans stuff and the non-binary, that's less than 1%. I don't think people realize how small of a percentage that is. Even if a country of 350 Americans, give or take, 1% is minute. You know what I'm saying? Let's even break down the statistics even more because I'm a numbers guy. I love reading this stuff. The highest percentage of trans people in the world is in Thailand at a whopping 1% of their population. That's the world. So nowhere in the world are they even that big of a group to get this much energy, to get this much catering to. You know what I'm saying? If black folks are only
100%.
13% of the US population. And
100.
sometimes, you know what I'm saying? And sometimes, some of the shit targeted towards black people, like, what is this? You know what I'm saying? And it's not that heavy. You know what I'm saying? So Yeah, but
I understand what you're saying, dude. I'm Hawaiian.
yeah. You get
We're like
exactly.
0.0001%.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly,
Yeah.
man.
Well, it's
Like
like
it's
the
stuff.
race thing. I don't give
Okay,
a
but
fuck.
man,
The
man, I
race.
interject? Can you guys fill me in on what's going on? Because I'm kind of confused.
Oh
Okay.
yeah, no, I was just piggybacking off what Hebot saying. I don't
Oh,
exactly know.
oh, deal with that.
Yeah, I don't know everything going
We're
on.
supposed to be
either,
talking
so,
about Avowed, but we're talking about a whole. You know how this podcast is, there.
yeah.
So this podcast. we
Yeah, I
talk-
was just lost. I was kind of just listening because I'm like, I have no idea what they're talking about.
Yeah. You know, even then, you know, and even then, you know, diverse crew of characters. Look, I used to like X-Men cartoons
I
as a
love
kid,
that
and yeah,
cartoons,
and that was one of the things that made it cool is that they touted this whole hey, we got a Russian in Colossus and a German in Nightcrawler and an African in Storm, all you know, all hanging out with a Canadian in Wolverine and American in Cyclops. You know what I'm
I'm
saying?
still,
accent.
I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting to see a Puerto Rican main character because when you're Hispanic, everybody associates a Mexican because
Yeah, they
Garcia Hofford, he's
Mhm.
Mexican. The dude from
Oh.
Just Cause, he's
Yeah,
Mexican.
yeah.
There's
It-
no
it-
Puerto Rican characters in video game, not
They
one.
need to
Oh
stop
no,
doing
you're wrong. You're wrong. It's Miles Morales. Even though they.
Oh yeah, that's right. Miles Morales. Yeah.
Well,
What-
the
what-
thing is that he's Puerto Rican, but in the game they'll associate him more like he's just black, especially
Yeah.
in the movie.
No,
the movie
yeah, and they put the
they,
wrong
they
flag
made
in
it seem
the
like he
game.
was just
They
black. I'm
put
like,
the-
dude, like what the fuck?
I think they put the Dominican Republic
Yeah,
flag
they
instead
did,
of Puerto
yeah.
Rican.
That was
You know,
so
oh,
insane.
that's another thing.
They
That's
messed
another
that
thing.
up.
That's another thing, guys. The people, the people who are making this stuff. It's not the black people who are doing this. It's not the Hispanic. It's like these liberal white folks are the ones
Yes.
making these decisions, and they don't know what they're doing. They
Absolutely.
don't know what they're doing. So that comes off even worse because it reminds me. And Sega Forever might know what I'm talking about. A couple years ago, Marvel had this comic where they turned Miles Morales into Thor temporarily, and
that was
Black Thor basically was talking in 70s jive, and you knew a black person didn't write that
Yeah,
shit
didn't
because
talk
ain't
that way,
no black person at the time. I think it was like 2021 and 2022 that's running around like, hey, what's up, my brother? You know what I'm saying? Like he's in a 1970s blaxploitation film.
Yeah.
And it was so funny. It was hilarious. But that's also the issue. The people who are making these decisions, it's like it's kind of like they get the brownie points of saying we're diverse, of Hebot, without actually putting the people in power or that position in their position basically that know what to do.
I actually know
So
the
so
truth.
that so that even comes off worse when it's
for the
done
culture
that way.
itself, for the culture.
Because they think that they get the and that's the stuff that drives people away, right?
But they call that it begins with an A. Oh yeah, appropriation.
I want to say this that
Appropriation.
I want to say this. The difference with X-Men back in the day with the cartoon is that these people didn't represent a race. They represented different locations in the world. So like if you was from Africa or Egypt or China or something like that, that's what you represented. Now to some degree because they had Americans, quote unquote, in there. Of course, there was a lot of different diverse Americans. Like Jubilee was Chinese American, right? So you had variances in there, especially when you focus on the US, right? But I think they were supposed to represent different regions. Like Nightcrawler was German. He was German. He was a Christian priest or something like that.
You want me to tell you? You want when you're done? I'll tell you the dirty little secret behind all that.
What?
So X-Men was about to be canceled. In fact, there was a run of comic books where they were just being reprinted.
Yep.
Because it was pretty vanilla. They already had like Fantastic Four, so X-Men never really performed the original X-Men team.
Okay.
So the guys who took over, right? It's typical Marvel fashion, man. Nothing to lose. What can we do? Well, they wanted to broaden the sales, and they came across with the idea. Well, why don't we go international?
Oh,
right?
Okay.
And so they wanted to sell more comic books because they're going to cancel the title. So what they came up with? What can we do? It's like, well, why don't we appeal to a broader audience? Right? This is the way that when you hear people talk about video games, this is what they say, but it doesn't end up being this way, right? But and so what they wanted to do was they're like, okay, well, and like you said, we'll have a German mutant, we'll have a Russian mutant, we'll have a goddess from Africa, and the genius of all of that is it blew up because Stanley talked about why he created mutants. The reason it was a soapbox for them right, for people who are disenfranchised. But at the end of the day, he basically said, "Look, dude, at the end of the day, only so many chemicals can splash on you and you become a
Yeah,
superhero.
that's true. Yeah, yeah, he
Only
did
so
say
many
that.
times you can crash land on the planet, right, and an
Yeah,
alien." And
yeah.
so, but so what he said was, and basically what it was is like, well, what if they're just born with their powers? So it made it a lot easier. But I don't think what he understood was when he did that, it just blew everything open, right? And so
Hmm.
by them going international, they took mutants to the whole new level, and that's how
Right,
mutants became more encompassing when it came to
right.
the Marvel universe.
Exactly,
Because the
exactly.
Marvel universe is very vanilla. If you look at, because I love John Byrne and Kirby, I love all the old school
Right,
writers and artists and stuff like that. But if you
right.
look at their body of work, and probably because it's classical why I like it. But man, when the '60s rolled around up right up into the '70s, that crap like blew all the wide open, and I
Mhm.
was reading like Luke Cage, and I was reading Spider Woman,
Right.
Master of Kung Fu. I was reading like all these different types of characters, and that all came into play because of that. They went into that diversity, right?
Hmm.
And when you use the word diversity nowadays, right, it's kind of like
It's because of how it's been misused, and
yeah,
not the word.
Yeah.
I can't stand the forced diversity. I can't stand it. It's not,
yeah,
as a person who enjoys writing and reading good stories, it feels forced. It's never good storytelling. It doesn't help anything, and this is what's been destroying movies, games, everything. You think of it, anything in entertainment. Me and you talk about this, Sega Forever. It's
yeah,
destroyed it because the people who would just want to write a normal story, they just want, like, if they writing a fantasy story, they want you to feel like you've been sucked up into a fantasy story. They're being told, oh, you got to include these type of people. They got to be disabled. They got to be this,
Consultants.
yeah.
yeah, they got it. They're told what to make. They're not allowed to make anything. And then they may not have a problem with putting different people in there, but they may not want that to be the focus. They may want to say, look, this is James, and he happens to be a warrior, and I want to write him as a warrior. I don't care about his race. I just want him to be a warrior, right? But they won't let you stay write a character like that as a warrior. He's got to somehow reflect every aspect of black culture and everything. And this is stupid because you can't use different characters like that in different settings and stuff because of these mandates. And this is where all the creativity is leaving. And I would say this, that there's a correction that's happening that's solely needed, because I am sick of these people who have no creative bone in their body telling other people how to make a game or how to make a movie, or how to write a novel. They don't know what the heck they're talking about. All they're there for is to tell people to check these boxes, and then it ruins the story because that's not the intent of the story. The story's direction is not meant for that. So it used to be a time when characters, when it was harder, that they were written in naturally, and these characters became memorable. Like look at old TV shows, right? Old TV shows where you had all black cast, like, I don't know, you could take like a Cosby Show, or a Good Times or something like that. These characters was written excellently. They were written well, and that's why anybody could watch it. And then secondary was that they were black, right? You just got so swept up in their story and their life and their drama. Family Matters, that's a good one, Zobi.
Yeah, welcome, Zoe.
These was
Welcome,
excellent.
Vontae. Welcome, Vontae, as well.
Oh, Vontae. Oh, hi, Vontae, and Faded and Tool Man.
Yeah, welcome,
Yeah.
guys.
And so what I'm trying to say is that I want us to get back to that. I'm sick of this stuff. And then now for myself, I will say this, because I noticed that your title, I just realized it says Avowed is in trouble. I believe it is. And I'm gonna tell you why it's in trouble.
Yeah, we can
Because,
shift to that. So go ahead, dude.
oh, you haven't talked about that yet?
No, because me and
You
Heba.
guys
So I
kidding
started
me.
talking about stuff. I was waiting for everybody. Then Heba came in and we went all in. Heba just like you could tell Heba
You're
just wanted to
kidding
talk
me.
about it.
Okay, all right.
And then
Hopefully
Unlimited
Hebot
was nice
comes
enough to
back.
join. So yeah,
I thought you guys talked about it. I'm sorry, because I'm like looking at you. You an hour and 14 minutes in.
come on, man. This
I
isn't the
must have
unlimited.
missed it.
This isn't the unlimited truth. This is the
Yeah.
wrecked truth. It
Okay.
takes us 10 hours to get to the point of the conversation, which is fine. I don't mind. I don't mind. But yeah, but
Okay,
if you
I
want
just
to kick
wanted
it
to
off,
say this short point about the Avowed thing. I
yeah,
think Microsoft needs to get their studios in such in order, in such a way that, I know they're a little woke. Me and you done talked about that,
yeah,
but there's a consequence to that. because some people have had enough of it, because it's not just in games, and they're not just picking on Microsoft. They've been going after any and everything woke because they sick of it. It's in every aspect of your life. You being told you have to accept it. And here's the ironic part about it. Microsoft doesn't demand the Middle East accepts it. Like if they don't like something, they capitulate to them, or they give them a choice or something like that. Why can't
Yeah.
people in the West get that same option? So that would eliminate all your problems. Give people a choice. If they want to, like if they want to make a gay character or something like that, and they want the world to reflect that, then give them a choice or something like that. It's not just about being gay. It's just that's not the average straight person's worldview. It just isn't. That's not what they deal with every day. They're not concerned about who's sleeping with who. That's just not your everyday life. I know I don't live my life
Yeah,
like that,
yeah,
and I
yeah,
don't
yeah.
really care who's sleeping
Look,
with who. I'm sorry.
hey,
Go ahead.
that's why I said a few minutes ago. If you're not gay, you do not give a shit about them gay
You don't
characters.
care.
You're not even a little, man.
No.
Especially if you're asking for $70.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's not the least bit important.
And here's the thing where it becomes important though. I'm a Christian. I don't hide that fact. I'm not ashamed of that fact. I was screaming to the rooftop because that's who I am fundamentally as a person. That's how my worldview is. If I had a kid and I was looking at it, I don't know if Avowed is like that, and I'm learning now because I've been so busy. Our house has been under construction and
Yeah,
everything.
Mhm.
So
I'll drop some. I'll drop some stuff about Valve, and then you guys can.
okay. I'm gonna just say I'm assuming because it's blown up because it got to the point where I'm in the construction zone and I can't. It got to me, so that's bad. Okay, so I just say that uh this, if it's as bad as I say, and that you see the trend, a lot of these companies have been backing away from this stuff, force feeding it down everybody's throat. Instead, again, I'm not saying you do away with it altogether, but I think you need to be transparent of what's in your games or movies or novels or whatever it is you're doing, because it's in all areas of creativity, and you have to and I say that because not all audiences will accept that. They
Yeah,
just don't, and they know that because they allow opt out for countries like the Middle East. And if you can do that, because Microsoft never advertised Pride Day to the Middle East. They never do that. They won't even let the little flag and stuff show up over there.
yeah. And
They
China
don't
too.
do it.
They don't do it in China. There's a lot of
China
countries
is
that do
another
it.
one. Yeah, they don't allow that. So I'm like, you would solve your problems if you give people a choice. So that for the people who's okay with it, they can see it all day long. They can put the flags in there and all this stuff. They can do whatever. But for the people who don't, they get to opt out for whether it's their religious beliefs, whether it's their, if they're just a conservative, country or whatever, and that's just not like Africa is very strong against that. People don't know that, but Africa is very strong traditional family, and they don't really have that over there. So if Microsoft really want to extend into Africa, guess what? You're gonna have to capitulate to that, because that's just how those people are, and they'll respectfully tell you it's fine for you for where you live at, but that's not what we do over here. And I've seen leaders and stuff over there from different countries say that. So getting back to Avowed, I just think that Microsoft got to understand internally. First off, you need to respect your developers. Not all of your developers is going to have that same outlook either. Like if I was working for Microsoft, I wouldn't want Microsoft to ram down my throat their woke ideology. I understand that they're woke. Okay, I get it, but I don't want to have to adopt everything like that. Personally, I'm just there as a worker. I'll do I'll do the work as long as it's not conflicting with my belief system. Then if it is, I need to leave the job, right? But as long as it's not doing that, I'll come in, do the job and everything. But I want an atmosphere where it respects everybody, not just one tiny percent of the population.
Yeah.
So
Stuff like that is why companies, and my company does this.
uh-huh.
They don't allow, they don't allow talking about a lot of stuff, and they
Yeah.
just kind of keep
Yep.
stuff in,
Yep.
keep stuff there in business hours because
Just business and
Yeah,
yeah,
that's
yeah,
and
yeah,
that's
that's
yeah.
the
You
right.
don't,
way.
yeah, yeah.
That's the
You
way.
don't, you don't need to open that can of worms with your employees.
Exactly. And that way you respect everybody, them and those, whether they're gay or trans and then or they're not, it respects everybody equally.
Look,
So
I'm
you
old school. Yeah, I'm old school. I remember when I was in the Navy and I became lead petty officer, right?
uh-huh.
I ranked, and then I got lead petty officer. Then you kind of find out who your friends are really,
Right.
right? And then I'll sit there and they're like, we had some drama, and I'm looking at that. And so my mentality is like this. I'll be sitting there, goes, well, obviously you got time to do stuff.
Right.
If you have time,
Yeah.
if you have
Yeah.
time to be having drama, obviously it
Right.
is because when you're at work, you're supposed to be working,
Right.
right?
Right.
And but to your point with what's happening, right? Is that, and especially with Microsoft, dude. I know. Look, and I'm not saying I'm just that they're really good people at Microsoft.
They are good people, and I see
Yeah,
that. Yeah,
yeah. And
absolutely.
they believe what they believe, fine, right?
Yeah,
But at the end of the
and I
day,
respect that.
but at the end of the day, dude, it's in the little things, like how you said you're a Christian, right?
Right.
And if you worked at Microsoft, it's
Yeah.
not in the fact that you can't be a Christian or that you can't work there because of your faith or skin color or whatever that
Mhm.
may be,
Right.
right? But we all know how this works out because it can go either way, right? It can go on either side, right?
That's
It's
true.
because when you're working
Absolutely.
there,
Yeah.
it's in the little things that are not being said. It's the way you get ostracized, right? It's maybe some off comments and stuff like that, right? Because and that's the thing with this dude that made this comment.
I heard it's very racist from what I understand.
Well, and there's articles now coming out where they're interviewing people that used to work there,
Oh no, that's
right?
not
And
good.
now that's coming out because this dude said one thing on Twitter. This is why when I saw it, I'm like, we all know the road that this could go down. And
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
looking at and I'm sitting there going, no, please, let's not do this, dude. Number one, you're Microsoft already. Number two, you're Xbox. Number
Yeah.
three, everybody hates you.
Yeah.
Gaming circles, right? We fight in this console war which we don't want to fight, but
Right.
we have no
Right.
choice, right? We
Exactly.
don't need anything else from the outside coming in and
Exactly.
making this stuff hard,
Exactly.
right? And so there's some stuff that this dude put out. I can't pull it up. I tried to get it. I tried to pull it from other
I've
people. I
seen
couldn't
I've
find it.
seen it's not good. I'm gonna just and I'm gonna
Yeah,
say this. I may be a black woman. I have never condoned racism against whites, and I never will. I don't like racism of any type.
yeah.
And when I saw that, I'm like, Microsoft got to get rid of that guy. That he has. If it was me, and if somebody said something against blacks, and making it seem like you would never even hire a black, I would want them gone. So I'm I'm equal and fair in that. And if this guy is, if it's true, I'm allegedly. I want to say allegedly. Okay.
Well, yeah. I'll
Um.
tell you something afterwards that is true. Yeah,
Okay. It's true.
yeah, because he wrote it.
Oh my God. Yeah, it's bad.
The
They got to
first
get
thing
rid of him.
Microsoft, yeah. So but this
You
is
know,
all.
I know I'm usually the one who's in tune with this stuff. You guys got to fill me in. You gotta understand. I've been on vacation since November 15th.
Oh, I'm
I
jealous.
haven't been on
What?
social media like that. The level of disconnect that I've had, and it's been beautiful, by the way. Being
Oh,
disconnected
but
from this stupid nonsense.
I
So,
know.
so you
unlimited.
got to fill me in on what he said, man.
Unlimited. I'll tell you this much. Like Data just said, she in construction. I was at my dad's house for Thanksgiving, listening to him rant about Donald
Yeah.
Trump and how much he hate him.
Uh,
And my whole family
yeah,
was talking about because they don't like Trump at all, right? So
yeah.
that's where my space has been. And even then, dude. And I'm just saying, like, I just check in, right? You just look at your social media, and this thing has been blowing up.
Yeah,
Again,
it's
I understand
it's bad if
algorithms.
it got to me. Yeah,
Yeah. So
absolutely.
I've been out of the loop too. I've been and the only time I play games is COD. That's all I've been doing, right? It's double XP weekend,
Mhm.
right?
Hmm.
I figured out how to get the ray gun
Oh,
and
okay,
zombies.
cool.
So that's been occupied. So what I'm
Hmm.
trying to say unlimited is this thing is because what had happened is in our space we know about it if we're connected. But
Right.
what's
Right.
happening, it's outside now. It's
It's
like
outside. Yeah,
Yeah, but
it is.
what guys? What did he say?
so basically, right? Some comments like what Dale was saying, like he's saying like, look, if you're a black artist, right? I think that's his background, artist.
Hmm.
But if you want
Yeah.
to work for the company, let him know. He'll do what he can, which I don't think is bad that he said this part, right?
No,
Yeah.
that part is fine. Yeah,
And then but then he goes, because I'm tired of these old crusty white dudes.
white people.
No.
Yeah.
Now,
We have too many old crusty white dudes in this industry.
here's what's bad about that.
Yeah.
Now there are former Obsidian workers coming out speaking
Yeah.
against this guy. He
Yeah.
said you can count the white people that actually work in Obsidian today on one hand.
Yeah.
And this guy is talking about he's sick of crusty white people. He said the guy said that Obsidian used to have a really good environment until Microsoft bought them. And he went through details about how they was pushing I guess DEI on them and how it became unbearable because they said that Obsidian used to just focus on the creativity of stuff. It wasn't really all about that. And he went through, and I mean, it's a long article. He goes over line by line what how Obsidian was before the acquisition.
That's how you
What
know he worked there before.
Yes, he worked there because
He
he
knows a
even,
lot of stuff. Yeah.
yeah, this guy was there and he left because it became stifling. He said the creativity in Obsidian has become stifling. That's not a good sign for that studio. And I like Obsidian's games, but that's not a good sign. And if Microsoft does not clean that up, because again, their wokeism can destroy their studios because it's been happening.
Well,
It
so
can happen.
the rumor even before this was that's what happened. That's what's happening at
Yeah.
the guys who make South of Midnight. Um,
Yep. Yep.
and so what I mean, so what I'm talking about earlier when it comes to like Zobi says right here. I'll say this after. I'll say this first, then I'll switch to Zobi's comment.
Okay.
So Microsoft is this place that they want to be inclusive, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes when you're inclusive, right? Like I'll say that here, dude. When I was growing up in Hawaii, dude, if you're a white person, sorry for you. You know, if you white and you was growing up here in the '70s when I was born and I was growing up, man, like we had a day here in Hawaii. If you was white and you came to school, they would call it kill holiday. So if you was white and you showed up at school, you get beat up. Doesn't matter who you are, who your friends are, none of that, right? Flash forward, I actually my Hawaiian butt moves to Florida with a bunch of rednecks. So God showed me something, right? Right? God showed me, hey, it's just because you're the majority, that's not the right thing to do. And not that I did it, right? I was young, and my grandma
Right.
killed me if I ever thought, if anything. My
Mhm.
grandma was a very, she's a strong woman of God.
Right.
And so what it was, though, what I'm trying to say is that sometimes when you feel comfortable, right? And I don't think that's bad, right? That Microsoft tries to make it open and inclusive for everybody. But
That's
sometimes
not
when you do
that's
that,
not it's just the toxic nature that it's become today.
yeah.
That's
Because
made it
sometimes
bad.
people feel like, okay, we run this stuff. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to say. I'm just saying, dude. That's because everything that's coming out about this kind of stuff, right? It's a toxic environment which Microsoft
Yeah.
is trying to fight, but it becomes a toxic environment because basically you're promoting it by you're basically allowing one side to kind of get away with stuff that they shouldn't be getting away with.
Well, now Microsoft is being known for being racist now against whites, and then this guy, this former Obsidian guy, who's going over a lot of detail. That article is not short, and it's showing that the environment that's there is really bad. It's really bad. It's
Like
not good.
at first, I thought it was just being juvenile when he started
Yeah.
this, right? Trying to be fair to him,
Yeah.
right? That he's being juvenile,
Now he
and
really
so
loved Obsidian. It seemed like he really loved working there. I think.
well, yeah,
Um.
if you watch that deep dive, I know Dale, we wanted to. I was trying to reach out to you, but then I just went
Uh-huh.
ahead and watched it because I
Oh,
was like,
did
I
you?
guess there's
Okay, I'm
something.
sorry. Yeah, with everything that was going on, I just haven't
Yeah,
had
yeah.
time. I'm sorry about that.
So when they're in their space talking about their creativity and stuff like that, it's awesome. I loved it. I love the deep
Hmm.
dive. Looking forward to the game.
Yeah, I was all excited. Now you got a lot of people that say they will not support it,
Well,
and they're spreading that everywhere. It's not, like I said, it's not looking good for Avowed.
what he did, the worst thing that he could have done, unlimited, just to fill you in a little bit more.
Mhm.
So he made his comments and stuff like that. I just took it as pedantic, right? He's just being a bit juvenile.
Hmm.
And then, so two things. The first thing he did was, I guess he has a thing against Elon Musk. And as Zobi said, why are the Avowed creators focusing on pissing off Elon Musk? That's so weird. So what he ended up doing was he was talking about Elon, because Elon Musk made a comment
Mhm.
about pronouns
Yeah, it
and
was
stuff.
something about like, yeah, he just to clarify, because some people get this wrong.
Yeah.
Elon Musk is I don't think he hate people who are transgender, but what happened was he explained this story and I was really shocked by it. His child
Yeah, his
was
son.
going to school, he was young, and he said that this was before all of this stuff blew up and everything. And what he did not know was that the school was indoctrinating his child. He had no
Yeah.
clue. Now Elon is rich, so he probably was putting his kid in a good school, right? All he cared about is he learning the academics. Well, he ended up receiving a paper that he thought, oh, it's probably for some summer trip or something like that. Some, like how you do that. They're going to some trip or something like that, and they need the parental permission. So he does that, and I think that set his child on a path of transgendering. Like changing the sex of the child, which he does not agree with. He did not agree with that, and he said his child became to speed it all up, because he goes through all the details, but his child became transgender. Of course, he considers that they've sterilized his son. He still considers him his son, because he never gave permission for that, and he never got a chance to talk to his son and stuff about that. He never got a chance to do anything. It was robbed from him, from his perspective. Okay. And ever since then, he said, I am now at war against the woke mind virus. That's what he calls it. He is personal to Elon, whether people agree with it or not. It's personal. They ticked off the wrong person who's very wealthy and has a big voice, and now Elon Musk, he goes anywhere he can, he tries to destroy it because of how it hurt him, and how in his mind it took his son from him.
It actually changes politics too.
It did. That if they want to know why his politics changed, it was that. That was it. They messed with his kid.
And they did.
And,
They did
that
other
was-
stuff to piss him off because they actually liked him at first.
They did. They loved him. They loved him. You know,
Which is ironic because he does have a bit of an ego, and so
he
people-
does. All rich.
Yeah.
So does Trump. So does a lot of rich people, or
Well,
gifted
yeah.
people. Gifted people do. You know, so like if they're good in a particular thing, they all do.
Yeah,
Even
so
if
he
they're not
basically-
rich, I've seen it. You know.
Well, so what he said was about pronouns in video games is horrible. And so the guy saw this, that dude, Matt Hansen, I think is his name. So he saw that and then he took it personal. And so he tweeted, sorry, I'm going to just get up to speed. He tweeted.
No, yeah, I'm listening because I don't know any of this stuff. You
Yeah.
know?
Yeah.
I've been in this one. I understand that phrase, ignorant is bliss, because it's
Yeah.
a happy life when you're not, when
Yeah.
you don't keep up with any of this stupid shit. Because all of it is stupid as fuck. Excuse my language there.
Mhm.
All of it is stupid as hell. Because you know what annoys me about this situation, and even having this discussion, like Daya said, it's easily solvable.
Yeah.
You know, and
Yeah.
to me, issues with easy solutions is always going to be stupid to me, because the solution is right there, and nobody in power with the position that could change it is seeming to make the decision that I'll
Right.
just end this all, get it fixed,
Right.
and we get back because but I mean sometimes I'll be in different groups, right? You know, for example, if they're, since Avowed's coming out soon, you'll be in the Avowed group and talking about, hey, what's this game coming out? Now I haven't, I kind of disconnect myself from all that stuff
Right.
in last few months, because video game discourse as a whole is just unbearable to me right now.
Okay.
Yeah, all over.
Yeah. Look, listen, I'm one of them people. I can only talk about this shit for so long before, like, all right, guys, you have at it. You know what I'm saying? Whatever
Right.
as some, and that's just me personally. I'm not fighting for video games to that extent. Whatever happens. There's still plenty of games I love. Hell, there are games that listen. Listen, guys. I've been accused, of being both extremes. I'm somehow a racist and a woke asshole. You know what I'm saying?
How can you be both for a living? That's
It's simple because I play Dragon Age the Veilguard, and I tell people, oh, I'm having a great time, and they think that I like every single. They think, oh, so you like that? Well, like, no, guys, I'm talking about the rest of the game.
You're talking about,
You know what I'm
right,
saying?
not that.
But but the
aspect
problem
of
is, these days when people get their mindset on something,
Mhm.
they double down so hard they don't understand that I could like both Dragon Age and Space Marines too. Oh,
Mhm.
you know.
Space
yeah.
Marines 2 is too masculine. and
Yeah,
all that.
exactly.
Yeah,
Like,
Space Marines too.
Yeah,
Space Marines
and
too
so
is a
this is-
right-wing religious.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah,
I
yeah,
read
so
about
this
that.
yeah, so exactly. So that's why I just that's why I haven't been doing as much podcasts lately. Because
Right.
I'm kind of going that E-Rock route of being so disconnected from this stuff and just enjoying the games on their own and make my own decision.
Right.
Because this stuff
That's
is
what you have to
it's
do.
annoying. Yeah, it's annoying, man. It's annoying to be talking to people and somehow I'm everything. I'll
Yep.
be, I'm a sexist when I like Lollipop Chainsaw, but then I'm
Wow.
woke. Yeah, but I'm woke when I say, hey, you know what? I played Life is Strange for the first time. It's actually not as bad as I thought. And I don't
Right.
usually like them games. Oh, you like that? You like playing as a woman? I'm like, oh my god, you can't win with nobody these days. You
Yeah,
know
you
what I'm
can't.
saying?
Well, but the problem with that, though, and just to the point of this guy and what he did, right? He made it personal.
He
Mhm.
did.
And so he actually tweeted at Elon Musk,
Yeah.
and then he made that. Then the people, of course, when you do this, dude, this is why social media is bad for companies. They should
Yeah.
get their people off of it, especially if you're trying to sell products. right? Look, dude, Square Enix finally came around. They realized, hey, if we want to make money, we should put our stuff on Xbox, right? Corporate structure, corporate thinking is changing because when your bottom line is being affected, that's what should
That's
happen.
Yeah,
exactly,
yeah,
exactly.
yeah,
But
yeah.
this guy made it
That's
personal.
what bringing about the changes we're going to see the next few years too.
But of all the
Yes.
things to do, this is probably the worst. Again,
Hmm.
maybe people don't keep up with politics and stuff like this, but everything's supercharged, right? We just went
It
through an
is.
election.
Yeah. We
Half
just
the
got through
country's
election. Exactly. Yeah.
half the country's sad, half the country's well, I think it's less than half the country personally. Me, you might want to be a
Yeah.
little more
Yeah.
radical. But there's people that aren't happy and there's people that are happy.
That
Right.
happy.
So
Right.
if I'm trying to sell a product, one of the things I would not do is say something to somebody that would
Yeah.
piss them off either
Oh,
side.
oh yeah, 1,000,000%.
Right.
That's why you listen, and that's where I'm holding Phil Spencer foot to the fire.
Yeah.
Phil, Matt Booty, Sarah Bond, and all them,
I
because they're
agree
the
with
top
you.
of the food chain,
Yep.
and they've got this where you go to your cruise, and I get it. So not every boss is the authoritarian type, because listen. I work with a boss who's not the authoritarian type. He's actually a lot more laid back. They're like, hey,
Oh, that's
as
nice.
long, yeah, he has the mentality. As long as you get your work done, we're
Yeah,
adults.
he's okay.
You know what I'm
Okay,
saying? But
that's
but we
nice.
got a responsible crew that's proven. And by the
Yeah.
way, but I've had coworkers who didn't pull their part. You know what he did? He got rid of them. So
Right.
he made the hard
Exactly.
decision
Exactly.
when he needed to.
Exactly.
And this is where I'm holding the fire to Phil. So yeah, Zobi, I'm blaming Phil Spencer because he's the top of the food chain, number
I
one
agree.
guy there.
I
This
agree.
is where you go. This is where you say a mandate to every studio, stay off social media, basically.
Yep.
And it'll be some type of
Does that
mandate like
surprise you?
that. Huh?
But it doesn't surprise you though, right? With Phil.
Oh no. Cause it's pretty clear what type of guy he is. It's pretty clear what type of guy he is. The Phil Spencer stuff. Look, I've been clued into it years ago. That's why I've been the one who never really fought against Phil needs to do this. When I realized, okay, I get what Phil's type is.
Yeah,
but
if you can
still,
understand his
yeah,
way of
but
thinking,
still,
right.
when you're in that position, you still gotta make the hard decisions. And by the way, at the end of the day, everything reflects back on you when you're the leader. I'm
Yes, it
learning this
does.
now. Listen,
Yeah.
I'm not to get too personal, but this year I started to manage a small crew. I got a
Yep.
crew of 3.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's a
and so
manager. Yeah.
so when something happens, if something happens, if they no call no show, who are they calling to? Hey, Unlimited, why isn't he here today? And I'm kind of
Yeah.
learning this stuff. Like, okay, there's times there's times I could be me and like, hey, let's get the work done, guys. Let's have a good day at work. And there's times I could be, look, man, you gotta come. You can't be calling no show. I'm writing you up if it happens. You know what I'm saying? You
Right.
got to do that.
Exactly.
yeah, man.
gotta
See,
do that.
just like
And-
Mass
and-
Effect, they're limited. Just like Mass Effect, there's choices.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so that's where Phil needs to be like, look, guys, going forward, you don't do this, don't do that, and deal. People resign over it. There are people you could hire to replace them. So I wouldn't worry about that aspect. But yeah,
Yep.
you got to put this. You got to put your foot down so that these because Avowed and here's the thing, Avowed don't have romance options to avoid this kind of nonsense. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
Right. It's just game play.
Yeah, so that you could just play the RPG and they
Right.
didn't want you to deal with all this, anything
Right.
like, oh man, so you made this character trans and I gotta romance them. You know what I'm saying? And
Right.
that's why when and when I used to interact with other gamers, they'd be like, oh, you got I want romance option. No, this is fine,
That's fine.
yeah,
Exactly.
because these days, as soon as you have a gay romance option, people gonna hyper jump on that. Or if you got the wrong, if you put things the wrong way, people gonna hyper focus on it, and all context goes out the window, right? All
Right.
context goes out the window, and then you can't. And unfortunately, we're not at the point anymore where you could just discuss it, get a solution, move on, which is ideal, because that's how I personally function in my life.
Right.
Look, I tell people all the time, I'm cool with people who like Trump and who voted Kamala Harris. You know what I'm saying? And I'm cool with both. And you know why? Because I don't sit here and be like, oh man, if you voted for Democrats, you must hate men and you must support. No, people are a lot more nuanced than that. But you can't right now. in the social media era, there's just no room for it right now. And so as soon as Elon tweeted whatever he did, and then the guy from
something
Obsidian,
about making a game with AI or something like that. I forget what. He
no,
said.
oh yeah. I think I saw
I'll
that
tell you,
headline.
I'll tell you, dude.
But no. But I'm talking about him respond to Avowed, and the guy who worked at Obsidian responded. That's where Phil needs to immediately put a stop to that. No more of that. Let things blow over so we could just promote the game and let people like me who are going to enjoy it. So that I could play the game and don't have to deal with the nonsense. Because that's been Xbox in general the last 11 years there, where you can't. Now it's not as bad as it was back in 2013. You literally couldn't enjoy nothing.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
I'm still holding out hope for today that shit. I could just play a game and people will shut the fuck up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that I don't gotta be like, oh guys, please. I don't feel like debating this with y'all, man. I just like the game. Can't we just leave it at that? But yeah. That's kind of my thoughts on stuff like that. This at the end of the day, it's on Phil. And I'm with Zelby on that. It's on Phil, Sarah, and Matt Booty on them because they're the top of the top. They're the leadership. They're the ones who it's going to reflect on them at the end of the day.
Yeah.
You could say, oh, but they're not, and yeah, and to expect that you're not responsible for what somebody, but that's not the point. The leadership, leadership, as they say, is where you take all the blame and give all the credit.
That's true.
That's leadership at the end of the day.
True.
Yeah.
So I'll say this. Let me just throw this out there so you guys know.
Yeah, go ahead.
So the thing came out about how that. So basically, what happened is he made the comment about the crusty old guy.
Oh, hold on. Nah, man, I ain't zesty, man. You see, Zobi. I know Zobi's trolling when you say shit like that.
Is it?
Yeah, but that's literally the reaction you get when you like stuff. That people
Zobi, is there anything wrong with being zesty? It is 2024.
I don't roll. I just be playing games and just be enjoying them. And I listen, Zobi, I get that shit all the time, man. Trust me. I'm both racist, sexist, and woke and gay and all that.
all of the above. All the boxes.
Yeah. It just matters what game I'm playing at a particular time is what they choose. And I don't know how they do it either. It's like do people just follow you and wait until you play a game they don't like to be vocal? I don't know, but I get that.
No, but that's what will draw a person to your channel, man. As soon as you put it out there, like so that they can see. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, I hate to say it, but that's just the way. That's the way people.
Yeah. But sorry about that, man. I just saw that comment. I'm like, yeah, see, that's exactly what I be dealing with, man. I hear that shit all the time, man. It's always hilarious to me.
Well, but just to give you guys perspective, so he made the woke white guy comment, or no, the crusty old white guy.
Yeah, the white guy.
He tags Elon Musk, right? Because what he wants to do, and then he made a tweet about, oh, if he doesn't like pronouns, just wait until he finds out. So basically, there's something going on where you select a character that you can't change. They don't give you the option. You're just gonna get pronoun, right? And so he tags Elon Musk in this, right, with the thing, and then Elon being Elon sees that, and what Elon does, and this is where you're talking about Phil, Sarah, and Matt. So Elon turns around, takes his comment, and is like, this doesn't sound like this sounds illegal. What do you think? And he sends it to Satya Nadella.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no!
He tags Satya in that. He says, "Is this illegal?" and tags it to Satya.
Wow!
And that was last week. And so, to your point, Unlimited, I don't think they have a choice, right? Because Satya probably got this, and then he sees it, and he's
Satya's
like,
probably ticked off though.
Yeah, because
that's not the type of image that Microsoft wants at all.
Especially when you have a gaming service, when you have a subscription service. Please, guys, learn from Disney.
Yeah.
This is coming from one of the biggest Disney fans. I've been a Disney fan my whole life, and everything they did with their all their properties that they own and they bought, and everything they did with their streaming service. If Microsoft needs to look at what not to do, it's Disney, right? And you just don't, you don't do that. You just don't do that. Whether you think it's fair, whether you think you're being shackled, whether you feel a certain way, like you want to be you and have your voice. Look, in reality, in real life, a lot of us don't get to do that. So when you're looking for sympathy from a general public, they look at you like, "What's your problem, dude? I don't get to do that."
Yeah.
You know?
Right.
Like this whole thing, like where I work, dude, people are like, where I work, dude, they made everybody come back to the building. They're like, "Hey, look, dude, everybody come back to work. And there was people like, well, when I go back to work, and they were like, oh, okay, contractor gone,
Wow. Okay.
right? And then they
Wow.
said, and then they looked around like anybody else, and then everybody else, guess what they did? They showed up on Monday morning.
Right. Exactly.
People don't have time to act a fool anymore with this kind of stuff, dude. Especially again, man, I tell you guys all this time on my channel, dude. People care about eggs and milk. And then I got an electric bill staring me in the face, dude, that says
Yeah.
urgent, open immediately. And this
Yeah.
ticks me off because I was like, dude, I know I saw my bill. You guys cashed my thing. So I opened it up, and then the new one came today or yesterday, and the new one was normal. Right? Even these corporate, like the electric company, man. Like, I don't know if you guys know about this, but Maui, Lahaina town burned down on Maui.
Mhm.
Right? And then they're going to have a $4 billion settlement. A lot of it's going to fall on the Hawaiian Electric Company, right?
Wow.
Because they didn't take care of the land that's around that area.
Right.
Oh no.
Right? So they're getting sued. Right. And so now they nickel and dime every single thing. Dude, I be getting letters like this all the time. Do you a day late, they send you a letter.
Oh,
Because they know
wow.
what time it is, and then the rates are going to go up. So Microsoft, dude, spent all this money, right?
Yeah.
Buying
On
all
that.
these studios
Yeah. Yeah.
to have one dude with a vendetta, right? And again, you cannot like Elon. You don't like the election results. You don't. This is not your politics. At the end of the day, dude, it's just business,
Yeah.
right? And that's why I'm doing the podcast. That's why I said, is Avowed in trouble? Question mark, right?
I
Because
think that should say Microsoft because this is reflecting bad on Microsoft. Now people think
Yeah.
they're racist. company.
well, the
No,
reason
no,
I said,
I think Microsoft is so big. I don't know. It'll take a lot to hurt them as a whole.
but that's why I put like the Avowed thing in there, because the problem with it is already, dude. You can just go type in on YouTube, and you don't want you type in Xbox news. What like 85% of it's going to be negative.
Yeah.
There's people that look, dude. I don't agree with the stuff this guy says, but there's people talking about Avowed, right? And then they don't even play the game yet.
Yeah.
And I'm seeing them like, okay, well, and
Or
follow.
or another thing that happens is that they never had interest in the game, but
Yeah.
stuff like this travels so hard that it still rallies people against it.
Well, it was fine. It was like in our little circle where people don't care about us, right? It was fine in that
Yeah.
circle, and this jackass went in and
Yeah, he made it. Honestly, he made it worse, and that's why.
Yes.
Look, this is what Microsoft needs to do. They need to come out there and clarify because all people have is that man's word of what
Yeah.
he said, and that's it. It's being circulated everywhere. Microsoft got to get on top of that. Whether they send Phil or whoever, send all three. Send Phil, Matt, and Sarah. Send them all, but. They need to get out on that, just like they would on any other time when they're dealing with some rumors and stuff like that. And
Yeah.
then on top of that, they need to make it clear that that guy ain't staying, because I think if he stays on and they think that the environment in Obsidian after hearing what that former Obsidian dev said, how things changed after the acquisition, they're going to assume that Microsoft was putting in these policies. They're going to assume that.
I think they. I'm saying they're enforcing it like they don't enforce. But there's a culture at Microsoft that's like that.
Yeah, it's a culture.
So
And I
in
think
order
that's
to
what
do
he was
this,
trying to say, but
in order to, the only way I can see this, because look, dude. As soon as Fox News and CNN and all these people start carrying this crap,
I know
they're in deep kimchi. So what they need to
deep trouble.
they need Satya to come out and say something. I hate to
They
say
have
that.
to. They have to. Because this can ruin companies and stuff. This will most likely hurt Avowed. Avowed is not going to get scared. It's going to be the sacrificial lamb. But you don't want that cancer spread into other things, and that's the problem. But I wish Avowed would just be treated as a game on the surface, and it was getting good momentum up until when that guy spoke.
Yeah.
It was getting a lot of good buzz.
Everybody
until he
sounded like
opened
you.
his mouth.
Unlimited. These guys got the Unlimited. These guys got that early copy, played it, and they sounded
Yeah,
like
they was
Oh,
praising
yeah.
it. They was praising it.
Oh man, the previews were awesome.
Awesome. It
I
was
still
good.
I still rewatch some of them previews.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was good buzz building up to Avowed. It was great. It was a good start. And then this guy shows up out of nowhere, out of Obsidian, and does this. And it hurt the game, the very game that Microsoft has tried to push. And now, it's making the whole company look bad. So he has to go. It's not an if and a but. He has to go.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know if I'll make that call.
If he doesn't, then you know what? He has to accept the consequences.
Well, I guess we just kind of fall back. Like Unlimited, I agree with you. We just got to fall back on the fact they have a lot of money.
Yeah.
Won't hurt them.
Oh yeah, and by the way, I'm letting you guys know now. When this happens to South of Midnight, and it will happen to South of Midnight, do not include me in this conversation because this is enough for me. I can't do this with every Xbox game, man.
Well, at least with
I think if Fable comes out next year, God, the discourse about these Xbox games this year about to be awful, unbearable. We're just seeing the start of it.
I can understand the South of Midnight. I can totally understand because it's a creative thing.
Yeah.
Right. When I watched
that don't stop them.
Yeah, that won't stop.
Yeah, that won't stop.
Oh well, now with Avowed, it won't stop them at all.
Yeah,
I mean that's what's so bad about this, right? It'll metastasize, dude. Again, this could get even bigger and be so bad that I would even wish for just the days where Pony just hated us all the time.
Yeah.
I would want to go back to those days, like Ponies, we suck, but they're gonna sell us off, they're gonna do all this stuff. Right, and then Zolby comes in here and throws his little comments. I would miss those days because again, guys. I mean, look, dude, Microsoft is a big corporation. Everything's shifting. All of a sudden, I know, look, guys. I know people don't want to talk about politics, but it's just the reality of it, dude. There's whole countries shifting their economy because of what happened with the election. That's the reality of it. You got people calling the new president up or president-elect up on day one, trying to get in line. Right,
even Microsoft is gearing for acquisition and everything because the environment is more favorable to them. We know that Satya met with Trump, so it's it's not all bad. Some of it is good and stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's depends on where you fall at. It's good for Microsoft on that end, but it's not really bad. But it can also go against you because that sentiment that was prevailing before, it's just not being tolerated anymore. And the companies have to be aware of that. Go ahead.
Well, sorry, but when the previews, like unlimited, like you said, the previews are so positive. Then after it drops, then a reviewer comes up. Somebody who got a copy said, "Well, they did tell us not to record the first 6 minutes of of the opening."
Mm-hmm.
That's normal. That is normal. That's done for spoiler reasons.
But let me finish. Yeah. Okay, but let me finish, right? Okay. And so that's how we think as gamers, because I don't want to know. I don't want to be spoiled of this stuff too.
Exactly.
Sometimes it doesn't bother me, but I want to experience this like everybody else on the first day. Mm-hmm. But what it lends itself to is the narrative of the whole thing, like with whether fair or not, Veilguard, right? And so then that gets said. Then other people start chiming in, and then other people start chiming in. And with these guys, there's a level of credibility just for the simple fact that they had the game, that they had the preview, and they just didn't say anything. But it's one of those things like, well, now that you mentioned that, and I'm not saying I agree with that or that is true, but what I'm saying is, as social media is, right? It just, and then it starts to snowball, and then I start seeing that stuff. But then when I start seeing the guys that I follow for Disney News,
right,
a lot of the stuff on Disney, how I hate Marvel and how I hate Disney. So I understand where I'm coming, why I watch these
Star Wars people, everything, you name it. They starting to cover this. You like, okay, what's going on here? Because Microsoft makes news.
Well, and it puts me in a certain way because then I find myself kind of disagreeing with them and commenting on their stuff.
Right.
Because I know these guys aren't Xbox guys.
Right.
But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter because it hits the pop culture and then boom, it starts blowing up.
Yeah, it starts spreading. Yeah.
Right. But then I'm in their comment section and was like, well, how do you know? Did you play the game? Do you own an Xbox? Do you have Game Pass? Look, in our circles, that's all legitimate. These guys don't really care on that level.
Right.
And like you said, unlimited. Then you got the bandwagon jumpers, then the grifters, dude. And then already we have the ponies. They like them hyenas and Lion King.
Yeah.
Right. They're waiting for. They over there just sitting there licking their chops, man, because they know how it is. Already people be making videos. Right, and these people that are making these videos on the Sony side, they're incompetent when it comes to video games. They don't know a damn thing about politics. but is that going to stop them?
No, they're gonna capitalize on it.
Yeah, is it going to stop the Sony Defense Force? No. Is this going to stop all the pony bots that used to be over here, but now they're on that side?
No, them pony bots. Oh gosh, yeah, no, they're gonna be. I told you so. I knew this was going to happen, or whatever.
That's right. Yep. No, 100%. You're right. I didn't doubt you. But I didn't say I won't say I won't roll my eyes when I was in.
I knew something was wrong with Avowed. I knew something was wrong with it. They be just coming up with this crap. Like, get out of here.
I was just sitting there like, come on, Dale.
Yeah. That's the stuff that I end up pushing back on. Is when it reaches the approach that people don't know what they're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
That's. Yeah. That's the old me used to get in like I'm embarrassed to even admit this. I used to get in too many internet arguments over the people who didn't know what they're talking about,
Right.
and then we end up in circles. I'm like, what am I doing? And
Yeah.
then I realized, oh, I got to stop this because we would have been here all day arguing over something they don't know what they're talking
Oh,
about.
yeah.
And I'm like, why am I debating this stuff, man? That's the thing, And it's been long enough where people's got to know this, where right now, I think Sega Fair, maybe it was you said it a few minutes ago, on how intense things are, where when people get riled up, they get riled up. And I know, and listen, I know most people are not like me. I stay level headed 99% of the time, and then every once in a blue moon, so even something will get to me. But that's not how people operate. Even if you just and even in today's climate, especially in today's climate, I shouldn't say especially because I was talking to my grandma the other day, and she kind of told me some of the stuff that went on during the '60s. So it kind of feels like things kind of circled back.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so I don't want to say in today's climate like it's the first time it ever happened, but
History repeats itself, bro.
yeah, exactly. But it's just like things are intense now, man, and if you run my things, if you run a company, you play it smart, and look, when I was younger, it used to annoy me when I heard corporate speak. And and corporations wouldn't, take a hard stance or say something intense. But now I get it. Now that I'm older, and when I see how if you say things the wrong way, it could be misconstrued and taken, especially Microsoft and Xbox, where
Right.
everything they do is taken, even when they are careful, is taken out of context somehow.
Exactly.
I would, that would be my advice to them. Just play it as safe as possible. Tell your employees, don't say anything on social media. If somebody from a political party riles you up, or somebody who has a big following riles you up, ignore it. You know what I'm saying? Or don't hit send. At least, just don't hit send, even if you do type something. For the love of God, do not hit send. Right? Don't do anything that makes our product, our company, or any of our subsidiaries look bad in any form of way. That'll draw any other negative content, and let us handle it. Let the marketing department handle it or something. However it works over at Microsoft. Because this is man. Because it sucks that because I was going to do a podcast this week talking about the Avowed previews, but you can't anymore because I already know if I do, it's just gonna turn into nonsense, and then that's not a fun conversation to have, especially huh.
Just do it because there's people out there that just they don't want
they
don't want the fluff. They don't want the drama. They want
exactly. And I don't want the drama either, so I get it. So that might motivate me to just talk about the previews.
Please do it. Don't ever not do it. Not everybody's plugged in like that, and I'm sure there's people out there just looking to watch a video.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's how I try to do it. Even being. And even though I've been disconnected since I've been on my little break from work, and it's been beautiful. I mean, even I'm aware of stuff that goes on when even though I'm loving Dragon Age, I was aware of the controversies, and that's why I purposely didn't talk about it because I'm like, why? If everybody else is doing it, why would I add to the conversation? And then if you have a dissenting opinion from the majority of them, they're going to accuse you. And if I felt like I got to find a way to talk about stuff, that's why. And this where behind the scenes, Day has been wonderful with this, giving me ideas to kind of keep my show personally focused. Yeah. So that we could have a more structured show, and we could keep the topics on the topic. Because it could easily devolve into this, and that, and people in our crew have different political views, and I don't want that to come out live on air during the podcast, because to me that doesn't make for a good gaming podcast when that's not the structure of it. It would be like the rest of the crew.
I agree. It's like this is different because this show addresses all different topics, right?
Yeah.
But your show is strictly on gaming and our connection with gaming, and that's what it should be. And bringing all types of gamers together, whether you're a PC or even people who play, if they're nice and they're a PlayStation person and they might be interested in Xbox or they're a Nintendo person, they might be interested. They might have bought an S as a secondary console or something.
Yeah.
That's what the show is supposed to be for.
Yeah, exactly. That's why some of my favorite content is the collection and unboxing videos because those comments always, oh man,
Yeah,
I'm very
really good
excited for this
comments.
game. What do you think about
Yeah,
this game? Oh, your collection is great. Stuff
yeah,
like that,
yeah.
and then you could build off a conversation on that. Hell, on my collection videos, I always get comments like, "Hey man, how did you build collection?" I'm telling them, "Oh, you can find games cheap this way and stuff like that." You know what I'm saying? And then
Hmm.
boom, you got a subscriber who's also tells me, "Oh man, I'm making a collection video soon. I'll check the channel out."
Yeah,
You
even
know?
the negative stuff, dude. I love it to go to gaming. Like I was playing COD Zombies
Mhm.
yesterday, and so I have my power up, right? So this power up, if when it's activated, if you wherever you are on the map, and if you go down, I can just activate the power up and it'll pick you up. I don't need to be right there.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
So I don't have to revive them. That's the power up I pick because I like to play as a healer a lot of times, like combat
Right.
medic and stuff like that. So here I am running around, dude, and I've been using my thing, and I know it's been on this one dude, right? And so one time he was like, I thought he was in trouble. Right? I was like, oh man, he's on the rooftop. He's getting down. I'll come over there, try and help him because I had this weapon, man, that was powered up, man. It's a powerful weapon. So I came over there and I started shooting. So what he would do, he was running around being chased by him, and I just followed behind I was just shooting him from the back, attacking him
Mm.
in the head, right?
Oh, wow. Okay.
And so then I was like, oh, so I'm like, okay, well, dude, I'll help you out, man. I don't want you to go down. Or if you go down, I can just pick you up because I don't have the power up.
Yeah.
It takes a while. You just don't get it, right? Like might get it randomly on a perk. But anyway, I didn't have it, so I was trying to help him. And then he goes, and then he's on his head. So he has headsets on, and he goes, what the F are you doing? Why are you here? Why the F are you on this rooftop? Like that. And I was like, I was kind of taken back. So I'm like, what? And then he's like, and then he kept on talking trash. Like, yeah, get the F out of here. You're making it harder for me. And if I had headsets, I was like, well, brother, I've revived you like 5 times.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
He didn't
So
even
I
know
just,
it. Wow.
yeah. So you know what I did? So he was on the rooftop. I was there, and then I was like, all right, and then I just ended the game. I got out of the game because the other two dudes that was there, they're doing their own little thing, right? Because
Mhm.
the way that it works, man, I got what they call a wonder weapon, right? So and they're random, right, and can be rare. So I got the wonder weapon, I powered it up, so I was pretty much just blasting these things away. So I was helping everybody basically. But after that, I was like, all right, God, I'm out. So that's the toxicity I want to go back to, though, right? Because
Yeah.
it's still
You said you want to go back.
yeah,
Hey man, that stuff at least it's game related
yeah, it's
toxic.
game
Yeah,
related.
yeah, yeah.
Like COD, if you guys didn't know, COD isn't as bad as it was back in the day, but it's still got some stuff in there. And the first day
Yeah.
I played Black Ops, man, I knew a lot of people came back, old school
Yeah.
guys and stuff like that. And
Yeah.
and without fail, I'm in a lobby, people had headphones, and you know how it went, right? Everybody just went in on each other.
Oh,
Mhm.
wow.
I'm just sitting over there, right? Because I have my thing on. This is back when I was playing with a Google, right? And I started laughing. And he goes, "Oh, what's so funny, Sega?" And I was like, "Oh man, I missed this." And then everybody in the lobby just started cracking up
Yeah.
laughing. What? I said, "This is awesome. I missed this so much." Everybody. And so what had happened was everybody in the lobby just stopped and then we all started just talking.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. Okay.
Yeah.
It was like an icebreaker.
Well,
You
I mean,
know,
I meant it, dude. I mean, like for all the, yeah. So I know probably not the best of things for a lot of people, but I mean, in our space that we occupy, we know this stuff.
Right,
Right?
right.
Somebody calls me like a pineapple or something like that, whatever. I'm not gonna give we'll go back and forth and we'll banter, but I'm not trying to do it, but I'm trying to take you out in the game. You know what I'm saying? Old school, like how it used to be, where you challenge each other. Right? Like that's how and sometimes that's how you became friends with people online. That's how I got some of my friends. Just by talking trash to them. And then eventually they're like, hey man, that was actually a good play. If I play, especially like Unlimited, this playing sports games online.
Mhm.
That's the worst, dude.
Yeah.
Like, they brutal. The amount of back and forth I have with Ravens fans because I hate Baltimore and they hate my Steelers, and so we would. But after a while, man, you start talking to them, but they know football. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like I hated Baltimore because I hated Ray Lewis, man, because he was that good. And then
Oh yeah. Yeah.
but he was awesome, right?
I,
And I was like, dude, if there's any Ravens I want in black and gold, man, it's this dude. This dude should
yeah.
be a Steeler. That's how good he is, right?
Oh, dude, he was amazing.
Yeah, he was a
Oh,
tough man.
yeah. Yeah. Look, I don't play sports games anymore, but I remember, man, they used to get so if you beat them, they got so mad they were. They, the messages they would send is like they lucky. Listen, I don't report nothing. I'm one of those guys. I don't report or block nobody.
Yeah.
So if you say some stuff, I don't care. But yeah, the stuff that they used to say then, man, that was always hilarious. That's how I knew I won. You win when you get the hate messages.
No, that's what I love about it because you get into their head. I had
Yeah.
one that called me a name that totally just, but it threw me off, dude. I was like, what the? Like, the way he said it, you know what they call, like, so he used the N word on me,
Mm-hmm.
but he put the island in front of it.
Uh,
And I was like, what? Like, when he said that, I was
yeah.
like I paused, and then, like, he scored a touchdown on me. I was like, oh, you son of I was a little bit more saltier in my younger days, yeah.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
but, you know what I'm saying? But I was like, dude, what? I was like, what? And then he's like, you suck, you know. Of course, there's a white guy. You can tell.
Yeah, dude,
So I was like,
video games made me immune to the N word for a
Yeah,
little while. Did I have? Did I?
yeah.
Oh yeah, that's a racial slur. One of the worst things you could call my people. 'Cause you hear that all the time when you beat, especially when you win. Look again, when you winning, that was their favorite to me. To me, that was their favorite, man. Especially if they found out you're black, they thought they had you. And so for me, my mentality is like, okay, if you're going to purposely do it, then it don't hurt me. It don't affect me at all because I got to you. I got to you to the point you got to be racist towards me, right? So that's why it never bothered me too much after I kind of clicked. But man, they were they a lot of them. They should be glad these companies are have kind of toned it down now because about a decade ago it was the Wild West.
It was. I remember with them Wild Wild West days.
Yeah.
The funny thing is, though, I don't have exactly the same experience as you guys because I'm a female. So what I can tell you is that I always find funny, and it doesn't matter what game I'm playing or where I'm at. But if it's a game that we like, I like FPSs, right?
Mhm.
So those are tend to be more dominated by male gamers, right?
Mm.
So a lot of times if I'm playing and I'm not using my mic or anything, I'm playing and everything, they treat me like one of the guys and everything.
Yeah.
yeah, but you put that
And
mic
as soon
on.
as, yeah,
Yeah.
they're like, hold up, you're a girl. I'm like, yeah, I'm a girl, I'm a female. And then after that, they change that all of a sudden they calling me darling or little lady and all
Sweetheart,
whatever,
yeah. Well,
you
look
know,
at
it just
Unlimited.
changes
Unlimited
just
tried to
like
change
that.
it. Unlimited was like, hey, dude.
Yeah.
That's how much we didn't know.
That is true. That is true.
God damn, this dude is cool, man.
Yeah, man. I thought Dave was one of the boys. I'm
Yeah.
like, yo, Dave
Everybody
is spitting. I'm
Everybody.
like, my brother, man. I'm out here sounding like Denzel Washington. Oh, my brother. This like, oh, I'm a woman. Like, oh my bad.
You misgendered her, bro.
Yeah, hey man.
So
Yeah,
that's
that's how
run
this.
into the most,
Look, man, that's how this with my homegirl Diana, man. She also, we didn't meet because of video games, but when we found out we were gamers, we especially with crossplay now,
yes.
because she mostly play on PC.
Okay.
She thought that I was gonna be nice to her because she's a woman. I'm like, nope.
Oh,
I mean, now, when I say mean to her, I'm not like, oh, you bitch and this and that. It's more like I ain't saving you if we
Right.
face against each other. I ain't saving you because you're a girl like the other
Yeah.
guys are.
Yeah.
That's
They
the
hear
way
her
you
voice.
get your respect, you
Yeah,
gotta
yeah.
hold your own in a game.
Yeah, man. Because for a lot of guys, when they hear her talking, they kind of lighten up or they start giving her all the super helpful advice. I'm like,
That's
Diana,
irritating.
I'm like, she played this game more than me, guys. You better shut the hell up.
I don't even want to tell you how much free stuff I've gotten. Like, yeah, you do get free stuff. Oh shoot.
No, I remember when Alive first kicked off, right? Because what happened, dude, is like you didn't have it the way it was, right? Everybody was on mic, you heard everything.
Mhm.
Right, so it was funny. You'd be in this lobby, and I love Mech Assault. Dude. I played Mech Assault all the time, and so that made me kind of buy into Xbox Live. So I was playing it, dude, and as soon as a girl would come in there, and the way they did the gamer tags back then, you could kind of tell. But as soon as if a girl had a mic on and she said something, dude, you could see the screen. Everybody put their mics on, like it's like those old switchboards, like.
Yeah.
And it was irritating to me because, like, I'm an old school nerd, man. So I just like to play the game, but exactly like you said, they're over there trying to talk to her, mac with her, right? They're trying to help her out. Dude, it's like, dude, we're trying to play a game here, right? And then I remember I was playing with these two girls, and then they were good too, man. And they kept on killing me because I like using this one mech, and the mech they used, dude, that thing was OP. Like, they were good at it. They had skills, and they would kill me all the time.
Yeah.
And so I was getting mad because one time I spawned on the other end of the map, and they came from where they were from. And walked where I was to kill me, right? And then I was like, dude, and I was like, man, what's your problem? And I said it like this to them. I was like, dude, what's your guys' problem? Why don't you guys go play with one of your boyfriends over there? That's how I said it to him on the mic because I was ticked. right? Because they kept on killing me. They killed me like 5, 6 times in a row, and then the girl came back. She said, "Because you're the only one not hitting on us."
Yeah, yeah.
Oh
That's
wow.
exactly what she said. I'm like, oh, and then and then what was and then this other guy chimed in because everybody hears the conversation. So of course,
Mhm.
they call me, oh, what? Say you don't like girls? Are you gay?
Yeah.
Now while you're on Xbox, Sega, why aren't you playing Sega? Are you gay? That's how it was back then, right? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, oh my gosh, this is so ridiculous. But yeah, to your point, yeah, 100%. People acted different, but nowadays, right? We've gone through all this stuff, especially when they had like gamer girls became a thing
Mhm.
and stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wait, what did they have?
Well, like when in the evolution of gaming, right? Because then it's still a minority of girls who play games, but
Oh
Yeah.
it
yeah.
became culturally acceptable. Number one, it became popular. People were buying. Again, it's the only credit I give to Sony,
Yeah.
but I also with a caveat that they ruined gaming. But a lot of people found it cool, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Stuff like
Yeah.
that, and so the audience and the industry grew, and so a lot of people, and then generations, right? Like Hebot said this earlier about Nintendo. And I
Oh
think Nintendo
yeah.
was a big part of it because Nintendo was the younger generation, right? It was all the
Mhm.
kids, and then you have something like Mario that girls found cute, like the colors, it's animated, and then for that, then it became a norm.
Yeah.
So where it didn't matter if you're a boy or a girl, you just like to play video games. You're a
Exactly.
gamer.
Yeah.
That's how it was when we were coming up. I mean, no, I'm a gamer. But like we would argue about, no, you're not. Are you a gamer? Or and then we have to do our own little thing, right? Well, you're not hardcore. That's how
Right.
we explain, right? Not to get all nostalgic, but that's how it was, man. And nowadays, dude, you can't tell what anybody is.
No, I mean, some people who aren't really gamers act like they are.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know,
Oh,
a
he
lot
bought
of journalists aren't. I can tell you that.
No, no, they a lot of journalists, man. It's so to me, it's obvious, but I don't know. They seem to have a lot of people fooled.
You can tell like the way they write is that they're bitter that that's not the job they wanted. They wanted to
Yeah.
Yeah.
spot the Washington Post or
Yeah.
like the Wall Street
Mhm.
Journal. I went to 4 years of college for this, and I'm writing for IGN. Like
Yeah.
that's how I feel when they write stuff. Like they just
Yeah.
have to.
That's oh, I think years ago someone from IGN even admitted that,
Yeah,
and it blew up for a little bit, but it wasn't as a the gaming world wasn't as ubiquitous as it is now. Where if you say something like that now, it'll blow up to such extremes. Even non-gaming channels will talk about. So it kind of died off. But I remember someone from IGN a long time ago basically admitted that he's only there because that was basically the only journalism, quote unquote journalism job he could get basically.
yeah,
And I was like, yeah, I could tell by your shitty writing that
yeah.
yeah, this ain't for you, man.
So that explains everything. Yeah, it's like that short order cook, right? You're just trying to get the experience under the belt before you open up your own restaurant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I heard about in Texas, Unlimited.
What happened here?
You have your big name Texas barbecue places, and
Yeah.
people go work there, right? And to learn the craft and understand it, and
Mm-hmm.
they go off and they make their own.
Yep.
They start their own business, which I think is cool, man. The more barbecue we have, the better.
Yeah.
In my
Yeah.
opinion, the more the merrier.
Look. I kid you not, guys. I live within the range of 5 barbecue spots near me. That's how deep the competition is here. And one of them, Sega Forever, is a Hawaiian barbecue spot.
Yeah, we made our way over there.
Yeah. Yeah.
How bad it is in Hawaii, dude. We
Yeah,
invaded.
so if I drive down just West Park, you got a barbecue spot there. Go down the street to Hawaiian. Go down to the next street.
Oh,
It's
darn.
another
Is it
establishment.
LNL? Is it called
Yep.
LNL barbecue? Hawaiian barbecue? LNL?
I'll tell you next time I drive past it. I just know for sure it's a Hawaiian barbecue because it says in big bold letters.
Yeah.
And I ate there before. It actually wasn't too bad.
Yeah, if you wanna lose weight, go eat there every day.
Yeah, no, well, I
Trust
ain't
me.
going that far.
Just kidding.
But
I'm just
nah,
kidding.
it was a nice novelty meal. I'll say that. I gave him a credit. It wasn't too bad. It
No,
probably,
so, yeah, their barbecue. So everything here in Hawaii is predicated on rice, as you know.
yeah.
They have two things that are staples in Hawaii in a plate lunch. Now, a lot of them have been changing to for the taste of the people in the areas that they're in. But in Hawaii, it's still the same. Dude. You have a big scoop of rice or a huge. You have a lot of rice.
Mm-hmm.
Then you usually have one component to the rice, which is either meat or fish, and then you have a macaroni salad.
Yeah.
That's the staple too. So that's why. So it is carb heavy, man. That's why we all skinny over here. But again, if you're saying like your barbecue, there our barbecue here, like I feel bad because one of the ladies I work for, she's from Korea, so
Mhm.
they have Korean barbecue. We have Korean barbecue,
Yeah.
but the barbecue we have here is nowhere near what the barbecue they have.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
When
Yeah.
she
They
ate it,
they
she was
throw it
like,
down.
yeah. So, but I mean, we like our stuff. I would recommend loco moco. That's probably
Hmm.
the best dish we have, which is the eggs. So it has rice with the hamburger part patty, and then eggs on top, and then they smother it in gravy. That's the best.
Oh, that's
Nice.
an
Nice.
unusual
Yeah. That
dish.
sounds good.
Yeah, yeah. That's because the gravy and all of that, and then on some places here they're old school. They would do
Hmm.
it with onions, and then this one place, dude, it was amazing. They actually put corned beef hash. So you have
Oh,
rice,
Oh,
nice.
corned beef hash, hamburger on top, eggs on top of that, and then they put the gravy on top. So, and some people do it better than others. I'll be honest with you, but it's hard to mess up a local moco. If you mess up local moco, dude, you should be closed down. It's a
Yeah.
simple, yeah, it's a staple of this place. But anyway, not to get off on food, but
No, hey man, I ain't mad at talking about some food.
well, if they have
Especially
somebody,
after this week, man. Especially after this week.
oh man, Thanksgiving was nuts, dude. We had so much.
Ah, what happened?
Dude, my family like. And my mom was kind of like, "Oh no, well, some people aren't gonna come, so we'll keep it small." Then I showed up, they had pot roast, turkey,
Yeah.
oh, that was small. Gee.
because I mean, I remember one year we had like 10 turkeys,
Hmm.
and then the reason why is like my sister then wanted to make their own turkey, so everybody was like bringing the turkey, and then like so you know how we make pig here. You ever heard that we dig the ground, dig a hole in
Hmm.
the ground, cook the pig in the ground. So that year, one of the families was making pig, and they were going to put the turkeys in there. So then we put 2 turkeys in there, and then we put the turkey tail, which is really big here, put that in there, and then of course because it's Hawaii, dude, you have noodles, you have fried noodles, you have I brought sushi, because I live in town, so where I'm in town we have really good sushi spots. So
Yeah.
I brought that anyway. So we had like it was like the freaking what do they call that, man? Like a Bennington ad of turkey Thanksgiving. So when you come here, dude, you're gonna go into a coma, dude. It's bad.
Yeah. 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 That's how it was for me, man. When I got home after Thursday, I was knocked out.
Oh yeah, you
I
went
was
to your grandma's house, right?
Yeah. Oh, dude. And then I got one of them grandmas. She loves feeding. She's one of them grandmas. She don't let you. Even if it wasn't Thanksgiving and I stopped by, did you eat? And then somehow she has a plate ready for me if I say no. That's the type of grandma I got, right? So before I left, I'm like, hey grandma, can I grab a plate? She gave me 4 plates. I'm like, grandma, I can make my own, but nah. She's like, nah,
That's
no,
good.
you.
That's
Yeah, she sent me home loaded. I'm like, geez, man.
dude,
I'm a yeah. Her we gonna celebrate her birthday next week, man. She
oh
turned
how?
like 84.
Oh
Oh,
I cherish
wow.
happy
I'm
birthday.
cherishing every moment with my grandma, man.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
The blessing is that she's still sound of mind. She's still a like if she's still my grandma. She's one of them people who don't. I don't know. Maybe this is what keeps her so spry at her age is that she don't like to sit down. So I go over there. I'm like, hey, let me take care of this, and she's like, no, I got it. I'm like, grandma, chill, man. Let me take care of this. And like, no, 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 no. That's type of woman she is. I love my grandma to death, man. But yeah, she made Thanksgiving. I'm cherishing every moment with her, man, because she
Yeah.
makes every Thanksgiving just wonderful.
Yeah, that's awesome, dude. Yeah, and I know she got them stories, man.
Yeah. Oh, dude. Yeah. Sometimes I'll just ask her a question about just the past, just to know this stuff, and just to hear how fascinating it was from her time and how she came to the U.S. and all that other stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. That's
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah.
So
I miss my grandma, dude.
yeah, man.
And she did have
I
yeah, they had hard
but
life.
yeah, I'm glad, and again, I don't know, was your grandma like this, or maybe your mom or grandmother dad, where she was like one of them really, really heavy Christians?
Oh yeah, my grandmother was
Yeah,
not.
to always pray for you
Yes,
tight.
my father's mother was like that. She
Yeah, yeah,
raised
yeah.
all her kids to be devoted to God and stuff.
Hmm.
In fact, when she passed away, she died close to 90, I think. And
Yeah,
she they had a I've never seen anything like this. It was like a celebration video of her life and everything centered around her faith. It
yeah.
was beautiful. I had never seen. It was a whole video they commissioned to have made for her. Like
That's
that was really nice. Yeah. So
Mhm.
yeah, she was very much like your grandmother.
Yeah, and you know, I'm cherishing that, man. I'm
Yeah.
cherishing
Please
that
do.
'cause,
Please do.
yeah.
yeah, you know, it hurts that especially earlier this year, she had a health scare. You know, I told y'all about it when I asked
Yep.
you to pray
Right, right.
for her,
Yep.
and
Yep.
fortunately, she recovered from it. So thank you for the prayers. But yeah, so after you know, especially after that, I'm like, nah, I can't let her leave this world and me not you know cherish her as much as I can. So that's why you probably notice I talk about her more and more lately
Yeah.
because
Yep.
yeah, I've been going around there a lot.
That's awesome.
Oh,
I
that's
know
good.
she probably really appreciate that too.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah, bro. My grandmother, dude. Like I remember one time, man. You know, you just don't think. And had the Bible or Bible. She put her Bible down,
Mhm.
and I put something on top of it, dude. I got that backhand real quick.
Yeah.
I flew, man. She flew me.
Yep.
Like some of the
Uh,
stories you hear or you see it in movies now, people think it's funny. I'm
mhm.
like, nah, dude, that stuff is real.
Yeah,
Yeah, it
You never
is.
been
Yeah.
beaten in the church. You never been beaten till you've been beaten in the church. You beat
yeah.
because like you know what I mean. You in church, right? I mean, and before God, and it was like this righteous indignation that you get
Mhm.
beat down. Because you have to do something really bad to get beat down in church.
Yeah.
And of course, the generation I grew up in is like speak when you're spoken to. Children are to be seen and not heard.
Mhm.
We have get-togethers where you're there, but as soon as it gets 6 o'clock, everybody, all the kids in the house, right?
Yep.
All of that whole thing. So this is why I try and sympathize with my kids about some of their things, but it's hard for me. I just look at them I'm like, wow, dude, seriously.
Yeah.
Yeah, I sorry. Or my nieces, and they're all, they're kids, so I try and understand them. But my gosh, dude, it's crazy, dude. It's crazy.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
so I spent like, it's funny, dude. This, you talk about the food, like when I go to my dad's house, I can't eat like I can't. So like with your parents, sometimes they still think of you as that little kid.
Mhm.
They never really grow out of it. So when they talk to you, they talk to you like that.
Yep.
I was like talking to my dad, man, and my dad's just, and my whole weekend, man, my whole family was like this, dude. They were like, so I was there. I was like, oh, and I had like I forgot what dessert I ate, but I didn't eat the other dessert.
Mhm.
And then my dad, this the whole weekend, dude. He was just doing this. He was just like, "Oh, you didn't like that dessert? Why does Trump like that dessert?" Like, my dad would say something like he was saying that to all the family, dude. Like that. That was the whole weekend. But the thing I loved about it the most, though, is because at least it's real. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like that's the most thing. I like it. Actually, dude, I sat there with my family, and then I listened to them, and I was like, oh, okay, I feel you, dude. And so my family fights anyway, like any other family. Well, maybe I shouldn't say it like that. But our family have disagreements. So when it comes to stuff like how we talking about all this stuff where people are not talking to each other or people are just
Mhm.
Xing people out because of a game or whatever, right? But when at least my family, dude, at the end of the day, they'll always get together, and I think that's the most important thing.
Yeah. Yeah. That
Mhm.
is. Yeah. In my family, um, I know it's common for fans to talk about politics like that around this time of year. My family don't really do. You know, we end up arguing over the football because
No,
half the family likes the Cowboys, half the family likes the Texans, and we just end up in debate on which team is worse at this point.
yeah,
You know,
like the
so it
Cowboys.
just ended up, because one of my aunts, she's like, I'm a Texas. She lives in Dallas, right? And she's like, I don't know, but I'm a Texas fan, and so when we beat the Cowboys a couple of weeks ago, she's talking about all the shit talking she was doing with her coworkers, and then that led to the Cowboys members of the family try shit talk because Cowboys won, even though they beat a sorry ass Giants team. So that's what ends up getting us arguing is football.
No, that's what happened because my brother-in-law is a huge Bear fan, and
Hmm.
my brother and my dad and my great grandfather, but they're all Lions fans. And so yeah, you're exactly right. That's the only bliss that we had, right? Because
Yeah.
it's like marble, right? You argue over that stuff. That's like me and my sister. We're perfectly fine. She's a Raider fan. I'm
Mhm.
a Steeler fan.
Oh
But we're
wow,
sitting
yeah.
watching football. We're sitting there watching football. We have no problem. And all it takes is like one of those flashback moments.
Hmm.
Oh, remember this, the immaculate reception, and that's it. Like they'll show
Yeah.
up with Michael Harris, and then my sister would be like, and then I'm just sitting there like, don't say anything. And it never fell. She turns, she just, and I know she's staring at me. I'm just sitting trying to look away, and she's staring at me, and then she says, that pass was illegal.
Yeah.
And then I can't help myself because I'm sitting there and I'm like, see, you didn't have to say anything, but you said something. So I turn and look at her. I was like, oh, so now you're now you know all the rules of the NFL. Is that what you're trying to say? I never knew you was a referee. So we start getting into it that way. And then my
Yeah.
brothers and sisters, they like my nieces, they'll get up and walk. And she goes, "Oh, auntie, uncle, you're so irritating." But they said the word instead of irritating, here we say eras.
Mhm.
Oh, you guys so eras. And then my sister's like, "What? What you say? Come here, come here. Let me slap you in your mouth," like that. But that's the kind of stuff that I think is, yeah, that I miss. Dude, I ain't gonna lie, dude, I love it, dude. I was enjoying it this year when my mom and my sister was arguing. They was arguing about my nephew. That's why I told you, I told you, I told you. And she goes, I don't care what you said. That's my son. I'm gonna do whatever I like. So it was a beautiful Thanksgiving. Not to sorry, off topic.
Yeah.
But
Nah.
yeah,
nah,
did you have a good Thanksgiving or?
Me, yeah, it was. I had a very small dinner
Mhm.
because I barely could get in my kitchen to cook.
Oh yeah.
So what we did is my husband bought a rotisserie,
Mhm.
and we cooked two small like young chicken rotisseries, and oh my gosh, that was so good. It was so
Yeah.
good. We made two different types, one with barbecue and one with lemon pepper seasoning, and it was
Oh,
so
nice.
good. So yeah, I enjoyed it. It was small, intimate this time because we didn't want to leave the house. We was so busy
Yeah.
doing stuff. So but yeah, I enjoyed it. It was nice, and we spent a lot of time together. So
Oh, that's
yep,
good.
watching
Yeah,
movies and all that stuff. We just enjoyed
Mhm.
it.
yeah, me and my kids every year we watch that episode of WKRP. It's
Oh really?
the
Oh
turkey,
wow.
Oh, what episode?
the turkey drop episode.
Oh, okay.
That's the one where they do it when Carlton wanted to get more involved in the TV station or the radio
Yeah.
station, and then they dropped those turkeys from the from the helicopter as a
Mhm.
as a free giveaway. And it's one of the best lines. I love this line to this day, and I'll replay it all the time. Where after everything, there's a because turkeys can't fly, right?
Mhm.
Right.
So he didn't know
Well, they
that.
can just limit it.
Yeah, limited, but they're dropping them like 2,000 feet from the air.
Yeah. Oh. Okay. Yeah, they dead. Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, it's on YouTube, man. You can look it up. But, and they're reporting live, right? This is something they're trying to do to get promotions for the station, and it's hilarious, dude. But then at the end of the show, like the very last line, like he comes back and he's all tattered, his suit's all torn because he's throwing the turkeys out, and then he walks into his office with his the assistant, and then he comes back out and everybody's in the lobby looking at him, and I love this line because he says it like this: "As God as my witness, I thought turkeys could fly." That's the line at the end, and I was like, "Oh my god!" So when my kids was little and they were old enough, I would watch
Mhm.
I watch old shows, and then we watched that, and they thought it was funny, and then every year we watched it together.
Yeah.
Yeah, so just like watching what's that? It's a Wonderful Life at Christmas. We tend to watch that, and
Mhm.
the Arnold Schwarzenegger one where he's trying to get Turbo Man.
Oh yeah.
We watch those two movies most of the time. So, but yeah, other than that, dude, it's been pretty cool. But I don't know, man. Okay, sorry, but to get back on track, man, I just hope. I don't know. I don't know what they're gonna do, dude. This is getting out of control. I'm afraid by next week, man, this thing will be mainstream.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With Avowed and I don't want to see that, dude. I mean, look, again, they can fall back on their money, so thank God for that, right? But at the end of the day, man, they're fighting against so many things in the gaming industry. Bad economy, just people that want to see you destroyed, and this is something they don't need. I know it's unfair, dude. I know every Xbox guy says this. I think it's the same thing, that it's not fair, right? But Microsoft they don't play fair with Microsoft. That's just the way it is. And if you play green, you know that. You know how it is for Microsoft, dude. They don't need they can't afford mistakes like this. Sony could do whatever they want. If there was like a drug smuggling ring with PlayStation, there was coming over the border or whatever, some drug smuggling thing, nobody would care.
No,
Yeah.
it was for the purposes of making a good game. It was research.
Yeah. or it would be like it's like, oh, that was smart of Sony to do. It's sell more
Yeah.
consoles.
Yeah.
It'd be like the most sold consoles sell out every what's the guys that these guys that snipe all the consoles.
Mhm.
Secondhand sellers would buy it.
That-
Sony's
that-
defending it.
That's what kills me when Sony guys try to talk smack. I'm like, your games are like 10 times even worse than anything Microsoft has done. Like, did you guys forget the game? Well, they don't play their games, so I guess that's why they don't know.
Yeah, dude. I've seen a couple people pop off, so I just kind of say, well, at least they got something to talk about.
Yeah. They sure don't talk about their own platform.
Dude, I heard a thing from them, dude. I think the last thing I heard from them was Helldivers.
Oh
Like,
wow,
that
yeah.
was really
yeah.
big. And then
Yeah.
when Conquer came out, dude, that sucked out all the air.
That killed it.
Yeah.
Stomped on the ground and then tap danced on the
Oh,
grave. That's what it did.
I felt kind of sorry for him, man. When I saw Conquer, I'm like, oh no, why are you guys
Yeah,
doing?
it's pretty bad. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. No,
Did he
no,
tell-
no. That was a disaster. I'm glad it happened to Sony and not Microsoft. Cause I would not want to end the year hearing about that game after all that.
Yeah, Sony. I mean, Microsoft couldn't even dare to afford something like that
Yeah, yeah.
because you couldn't. I mean, even with Avowed, I mean, I think it's still going to be a great game.
Oh
At the end
yeah,
of
yeah, yeah, yeah. No,
and then
no.
people still, when the rubber meets the road,
Yeah, I think Game Pass is going to neutralize a lot of this by the time it comes out, and then there's still 3 months to go, so you could
Mhm.
there's
well,
still time to kill it, or minimize it. Again, Game Pass is a great neutralizing factor. So
It is because a person can try the
yeah.
game out without
Yeah.
committing money to it.
yeah,
Well,
Now
yeah,
the sales could drop, but yeah, you're right. That Game
yeah,
Pass can help
yeah.
it.
But
well,
but
that's
the thing about Xbox success is that let's say if a sales drop, but they played it on Avowed. Microsoft gonna count that as a win because they see a subscriber of ours just played Avowed. Check that under the engagement.
dude, I'll be turning to Aaron Greenberg on these people's sites, man, because I'd be like, I said the exact same thing because what they did, they started shifting towards Game Pass.
Yeah,
They
Yeah.
started going and trying to attack Game Pass, and then
Yeah.
I just turned into the biggest thing. I was like, yo, but that's the great thing about Game Pass. See, you can try it out. I
Yeah,
was
you can
like,
try the game out.
I'm not joking too. I was like in their comment section putting this kind of stuff, right? And then of
Yeah.
course you expose the ponies that are in there. It goes, oh, it's an X-bot. X-bot commenting, right? Because these guys are talking, but they talk more about pop culture in general.
yeah,
But then I'll tell them that too. I said the same thing about because one guy mouthed it off about the sales. I was like, oh, how do you know this? How do you know this? Microsoft doesn't give the sale numbers, and then
Yeah, they don't. Yeah, so that's how you know it, real gamers because they know that.
yeah.
And then that's what none of these guys are. Like some of these, and I love these guys on entertainment. I love these guys on pop culture, but on gaming, and it's not that they're bad on gaming. It's that they don't like
Yeah.
like if I like that's what, like again I use this only because I can't unlimited. I can't give you the in depth. I'm not gonna step to you and try and tell you about DC Comics when you're a far more bigger, not only fan but knowledgeable. You know what I'm saying? I can't, right? But these guys have no problem doing it. Again, to your point, what you said earlier, like this is what causes the people to start drifting, right? Because they want views, they want clicks, they need to talk about it because people want them to talk about it, even if they don't know. And this is where we get all this misinformation.
Yeah,
Well, Toolman said, look what Toolman said. Yeah.
What do you say?
Did you say
rotisserie? Yes, I did.
yeah.
Yeah, making him hungry. See his thing?
It's amazing how much flavor doing your chicken that way or any other meat.
Yeah.
That's my
It
go-to.
adds. Yeah.
I get two when I go to Sam's Club.
Yeah. Oh man.
Sam's Club rotisseries. Yeah.
Yeah. The other day I marinated my chicken overnight and finally cooked it. Oh my goodness, it was good.
Oh man.
Oh man, that chicken was so damn good, man.
That sounds so good.
Yeah.
Oh, Mr. Kima, who's this? Mute the biggest box hater was
Steve,
Plain
I don't know who that is.
Yeah, but
Pan Stalker.
Yeah, Stalker. I heard it's hard though. That's the only thing.
Yeah, it is hard. I had to give up. I was like, I don't have the time right now to do it. So I got to go back to it. It is hard.
Yeah. Sega Man's been playing it, man. He was like, "Oh, that game did not hold your hand at all."
Oh, it doesn't. If you like that old school style gameplay, that's how the FPSs and stuff used to be. Like it didn't. Oh, take this next step. You go down. No, don't do that.
Yeah, going like now. How
It
they
doesn't bother to tell you how to access certain things that you can do in the menu. It doesn't even really teach you that. It teaches you one thing, but it might be 3 other things you can do. You just have to figure it out on your own.
Yeah.
Like, okay.
And if I figure it out, go to YouTube.
Yep, there you go. That's your manual right there.
Yeah. So listen, something about old school gaming. I realize I don't miss when I played a game the first time in years. I'm like, oh, I don't. That's how I felt about Conquer. Because when I played Conquer on a Rare Replay and you couldn't control the camera, I'm like, oh, I don't miss this type of control.
Oh yeah.
I was getting stuck. I'm like, what? It took me a good hour to relearn how to play an old school platformer.
Oh wow.
Sometimes we waxed a little bit too nostalgic.
Yeah.
Us older guys.
Yep.
Oh, but you know what, Dea, you know what game I finally started playing? I thought of you when I played it. Was
What's that?
Octopath Traveler 1 and 2.
Oh yeah, I got to get the second one. I got the first one
Yeah,
though.
it's on Game Pass. So
Oh okay, yeah, I have to get it. I'm gonna just get it.
yeah,
I'm gonna
No,
buy
that's
it.
what I did, and it's on sale, so I bought it.
Is it? Oh okay.
Well, I bought it the first time it was on sale.
yeah,
Oh, I
yeah.
have to get
I've been look, I've been playing all these different type of games because again, now that I actually have free time to play games, I've been playing this game on Game Pass. Moving Out too. It's a nice chill game.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah,
yeah, I'm like, yo, Game Pass hitting because you know people. I feel like gamers kind of make this mistake where they hyper focus on the AAA stuff.
yeah.
Uh, but you know, like
They need
when
to do
when you
double
play
A's.
a mix,
I've had the most fun out of double A's personally.
yeah. When you play a mix of games, you know that to me that's where Game Pass really
Yeah.
hits that home run.
Yep.
I recently beat you know what game I beat that hit Game Pass recently? The South Park game because I love South Park the
Oh, you
show.
beat that? Oh
Oh man,
wow.
that game is hilarious. Oh, that
What is
game is
that
So
one?
hilarious.
is it a good game overall?
Yeah. Oh, I love it. You know, I love it even more than the first one. The Stick of
Wow.
Truth. Oh, the Fractured Butthole. That game is great. I love it. If you like South Park, you're gonna love that game.
Love that. Yeah, the humor and
Yeah,
everything. Yeah.
yeah. I beat that game and everything. Oh, that game was so good. I think it's on
That's
sale for under
good.
$10 too.
Oh dang, gee, that's affordable.
Yeah, but it's on Game Pass, so you know, Game Pass
Oh
comes
yeah,
in
so
and
you don't have to get yeah, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, it never gets enough credit, and that's the thing. And then it's the draw too, right? It's the bait to get people in because the amount of
Yeah.
people are said, "Oh, I didn't know they had this game," or "I didn't know about this game." Like Sarah talks about it all the time.
Hmm.
Um, again, for me, it's like it's unfortunate the economy was as bad as it was. I think they'd be bigger.
Yeah.
So Mr. Kima says muted a former Xbox gamer, now an Xbox hater, was caught playing.
Oh, Stalker 2.
Oh, so some pony bot or former Xbox guy was playing on Game Pass, were they? Stalker.
That's actually pretty common, Daya.
Yeah,
Where publicly they hate Xbox, but they're actually gaming on it in secret.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Again, a lot of them are fake like that, man. Some of them they realize, you know what it is, Daya? They got better views or maybe higher donations or something like that. And
Yeah.
they're starting to talk bad about Xbox,
Yeah.
and so they jumped on that bandwagon, even though they really don't. And I don't know why the ponies and pony bots don't know how to pick up on people who are that fake, but it's like as long as you say something bad about Xbox, they'll just blindly follow
They're
you.
just there.
Yeah, because that's more common than you think.
You
Yeah, I
you
think it's
you
a
can
lot of
really tell the pony bots too. They're kind of newly born pony bots because
Yeah.
they're eager to go into any podcast and stuff. They're just trashing on Xbox. You just see
Mhm.
them on every one of them. They everywhere, and stuff. That's how you can tell the newly born pony bots. After
Yeah.
a while, they start realizing these guys. Oh, they still playing Xbox. Like they realize that the so-called PlayStation dudes are actually playing Xbox games.
Yeah. And then and to me it's just common sense, right? How do you know so much about Xbox games that you don't play?
If you don't
I
play
don't,
them.
I don't know. To me, it seems a little hard to believe Xbox is dead, and you somehow know everything of what's going on. Did you know anything that's going on with PlayStation?
Hmm. That's why I don't think because of that, I was convinced that there's no way that games are not going to necessarily do well on
Mm.
Xbox because I'm like it's gonna get either engagements or sales from even the PlayStation
Yeah,
people who secretly play the Xbox games. Okay,
yeah,
so
yeah. I mean, listen, the way Xbox and this is why the measurement of success has changed from just strictly, oh, look how much we sold
right,
to look how much people are playing.
right.
Because they realize because every download from Game Pass means that a subscriber is playing that game, and that's as value as if I paid money to play that game
Hmm.
to Microsoft. You
Yep.
know,
yeah, they're getting their money.
yeah.
If they weren't, Microsoft would have killed them.
Oh yeah. No, listen, you don't buy Activision and Bethesda when you're broke. And that's the number one thing I say to people who try to tell me Xbox is dying. I'm like, look at who they purchased. And look at and then they're rumored they're going to purchase more. Come on now, you don't buy. Listen, you don't spend money when you don't have it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You just don't.
Yeah, I saw
Okay.
the list, man. They have like all the usual suspects and then some.
Yeah.
They added the Ubisoft and all those guys, right? So
Oh, they saying Xbox gonna pick up Ubisoft?
it's making the list now.
Oh, good, good.
Is
Yeah.
it? Oh,
Look, man, put Ubisoft Plus on Game Pass like they do EA Play.
Now this is all predicated on the fact of the situation going on with a lot of these companies
Yeah.
and
Oh,
what they
which 100% happening.
yeah, and I don't mean that it's not necessarily bad guys. It's what I'm talking about is as far as so when people are looking towards the future and expansion,
Hmm.
right? What are options that they have, and Microsoft is definitely one of them. I
right.
mean, with even with all this avowed drama aside, which I this is the thing I don't want. I don't want it to come back and boomerang and hit Microsoft again, right?
Yeah.
But what I am saying is that if you looked at like COD, like when I'm playing Black Ops, it was probably the best thing that Microsoft bought them because
Hmm.
they're doing stuff with COD that I don't think if it was just Activision would have been able to do, and then you would have had the same critiques and the same complaints warranted as well about because just the way that they're releasing stuff, if there's a cadence to what they're doing. There's a they're just hitting it out of the park. Everything that they do, the way they release stuff, the way that they're doing the store, and I don't and you don't have to like or participating in everything, but I like the options that they're giving them, and you can tell, man, these guys are hitting their stride. Like it just feels different, right? And again, for all the people with Avowed, I'm look, dude, bleed green here. Avowed comes out, I'm playing it day one.
Hmm.
I'm
Yeah,
not, yeah,
I'm
I'm
gonna
not.
play it. I'm gonna play it in Game Pass, and
Me
I'm
too.
going to see for myself what's actually in the game. You
Now I'll
know.
tell you guys this about myself, dude. A lot of the Xbox games, if I can't get it on physical, if I feel like I'm gonna pick it up, whatever.
Mhm.
But um, the majority of the time, I instead of buying the Xbox games, I buy the other games in the service. And when I mean buy
Okay.
the other games, I mean like I'll play a game and I like it so much, I'll just buy it right
Yeah.
then.
Yeah, that's what I do.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what
if I know I like it,
I.
I kind of want to keep it, or it's a long playing game and something like. I might just say, I'm gonna just get it. I did that with the mana games.
Hmm.
I
Yeah,
bought both of the newer man, the older manas. I'm gonna get the
Hmm.
newer one, but I wanted to do the older mana. But I was like, this is my kind of game. I like these kind of games, so I said, I'm just buy it because
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
no,
that's
I
my type
bought.
of game.
Yeah, they're on sale, so I bought them recently, especially after beating Visions Manor earlier this year.
I heard is good, so
Oh
yeah,
yeah, I had a great time with it.
yeah.
It's easily one of my top 10 favorite games of the year. That game was a
Wow,
blast. Yeah,
that's saying
yeah,
something.
and then so now when I saw the trailer, and I knew what the Benevolon was and all the other stuff and all the
Yeah,
stuff that if I didn't play Vision Man, I had no clue what the hell they're saying in the trailer. Now I'm like,
right,
ooh, I can't see what happened to other stories and other
right,
games, right?
right.
And to see what the other,
and they're
other
all good.
protagonists look like.
Yeah, they're all great games too. I
Yeah.
know for me, like there are so many games leaving out of the thing that I just focused on that this month.
Yeah, sometimes that's all I focus on is what's leaving, so I don't
Hmm.
lose it.
Yeah,
Oh,
and
that,
then
My
I've been
biggest
using
I
that
didn't
wish list
I
too.
didn't think
I have
about that.
wish list. Yeah, because they have that leaving soon. They should just make it a permanent thing on Game Pass.
I
Yeah.
agree. I don't know why. Yeah, if it's empty, that means nothing's leaving. For a
Yeah.
while.
But I just think that's a good idea. Like, look, you guys give us heads up on what's coming in. Please let us know what's going
Hmm.
out
Yeah.
because there's like so many games, right? You just lose track of them.
Yeah.
But
But I
then
mean,
one of
the
them, I was
service.
like,
You're not kidding. There's a lot of games leaving.
Yeah.
well, I looked at it and I was like, oh my gosh, dude, this kid just came in. And when I looked at when it released, that's over
Yeah.
a year ago. I was like, oh snap. So it was my bad, right? I'm thinking because some people are worried about when Game Pass, I mean, how if they start leaving sooner,
Mm.
right? And but the quickest one I seen was like 9 months, 10 months, and the way that the game was, you can kind of tell like they just wanted people to try it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I think that's why. And then right after that, Microsoft came out with that preview option, right? Like you can play it like a what do you call it? Demo, basically a
Oh
demo.
yeah.
Like you don't have to. It's not part of Game Pass. It's just part of the demo.
Right.
Yeah. So I mean, as we all know, just real quick, Two Man says J Dub got caught. So Two Man said it's
Hey,
J Dub.
J Dub.
Yeah,
Was he the one actually playing Stalker?
I think so. I think that's what he said.
Oh my gosh.
I'm
Yeah,
not
that's
surprised.
that's how it works, man. They publicly they say one thing, but they still on that Xbox. You know.
Yeah, they need that Xbox, right? You can't play nothing. Dude. I mean,
Yeah.
and then like that's what the thing that irritates me the most about these dudes is like, okay, here, man, it's on both systems, right? So of course you're gonna buy it, right, and support them. And they don't even do that, dude. And then like some of these games, that's why they keep their Xbox because they're gonna play it in Game Pass,
Hmm.
right? But Yeah, so that's the only thing. Unlimited, man. I just don't want this thing to boomerang back and hit them
Yeah.
because they have a lot more. And I'm saying that as an Xbox dude, man, a
Hmm.
consumer, but also a fan, dude. I mean, the possibilities for Game Pass and these games, we haven't even scratched the surface, in my opinion,
Yeah,
about what they could be doing, man. And Avowed aside, and all the controversy aside, and I shouldn't even have to say that because we haven't even played the game.
right.
Honestly, like I
Hmm.
said, I'm gonna play it day one, and then if it's the game that I think it is, and look, like I said, they already previewed the game, so you can't take that away from
Hmm.
the game, right? Now, the stuff at how woke it is, or how the pronouns and stuff like that, and some of the stuff you can affect it. You make your own
Yeah,
choice.
I don't think it's going to be as bad as I don't think it's because this is my experience with some of these games. When I play them, it don't be nearly as bad as they make it seem.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Then I noticed that they'll hyper focus on like one or two moments and pretend that's the whole game, and that annoys me too because I'm playing these games and I feel like I'm lied to when that happens because that I mean that but that's always been my thing. Don't lie to me.
Yeah.
That's the one thing that drives me crazy. I mean that pissed me off and Phil lied about Indiana Jones earlier this year.
Yeah.
And I
Yeah.
never, and I almost never say anything bad about the man, right? But yeah, but so that's another thing when it comes to that's why I'm so big on we got to change the discourse. We got to tone down on this on having the most extreme reaction to everything all the time,
Hmm.
because like when that guy put out that stupid ass message, you crusty old white guys and all this other stuff, and all you're gonna do is rile up people
yeah,
even if they weren't interested in the game and you have unnecessarily bad press, it's going to make it harder for the because that's one guy at a company that probably has hundreds of employees. Now the rest of the employees are going to be reflective of his comments, and I guarantee most of them don't feel the same because that's usually how it works. Where none of us feel the same way as people others do on every single topic because that's literally impossible. So now other people work at Avowed. Now because I really like to because the people that they've been having talking about it publicly. One of the women, Carrie, I forgot her last name. I think she's been doing a great job putting out all the information. Now that's making her job harder for no reason.
Right.
Uh, and what if she's doing a preview and somebody's got to bring or somebody got to bring up this nonsense. And the same way that the Bloomberg interview did with Sarah Bond early after the studio
yeah.
closes, right? And Sarah had to navigate around that. Uh,
Hmm.
that's the type of stuff that type of stuff is why. I mean, first of all, the guy's got to go for his comments alone. Because if you listen, if he changed the word white to crusty old black dudes, he would have been out there. So
He
he's got to
wouldn't.
go out there
Yeah.
immediately.
Yes. That's why
Um,
I'm saying keep it even.
And should
yeah,
be.
yeah. If he said crusty old Hawaiians, you know what I'm saying.
And people like Hawaiians. I thought there's this
Yeah,
thing.
yeah, exactly.
And you
You
can tell
know,
them, well, there's this dude. He does a podcast. Go check him out.
yeah, exactly. You got to get it. You got to get him out for that. Publicly saying that stuff has got to be a ground of termination.
Oh,
Man.
sorry,
It just has
sorry.
to. Oh, that's cool. Um, then you make it harder on the rest of the employees for no freaking reason. Then you make it harder on the game, and then fans of the game are going to have to deal with it because I already know I'm already mentally preparing now for when I play it and I get some nonsensical comments about it. It's just the can of worms is so unnecessary that action's got to be taken. I hope it does. I tend to have a more optimistic approach with stuff like this, where I think they're going to figure it out. And about by the time it comes out, let the nonsense pass, let the game, and then have people like me tell you whether it's good or not. If I had a great time with the game or not, because it looks like everything I want, just a traditional RPG. Nothing, you know what I'm saying? And that's all I want, because it
Yeah.
feels like in the RPG drama, we're not, we're a lot of these. They're trying to set themselves apart, but they don't always hit a home run, or they're copying the Souls formula, which I just can't stand them Souls like
Hmm.
games or little stuff like that. But give me a traditional fantasy RPG like this. That's all I want. A lot of people that I've communicated recently about the game, that's all they want. And just let it roll from there. Don't. It really does annoy me when things get complicated more than it needs to. And in this case, there's really no reason. You know. But yeah. I'm still optimistic. Like stuff like this don't sway me on my opinions though, because I'm still hyped for Val. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? and I'm still going to play it, and I'm gonna make my own because that's how I've
Make
always
your
been
own.
though.
Exact. That's the key.
Yeah, yeah.
We're
I'm
in a
not.
position where we can make our own decisions
Yeah,
by playing the game.
yeah. I'm not one of these people who need a streamer, YouTuber, or someone to tell me what to think. And honestly, other people's opinions don't really weigh too heavily on me unless I have a really established connection with them. Like if they or Sega Forever said, "Yo, check out this game," that's going to lead credence to me. Hell, that's why I
Right.
played Octopath Traveler on my break because because in
Right.
my back of my mind, I'm thinking, "Oh, they had tried this out. Let
Yeah.
me try it
Yeah.
out and see if I like it." And if it doesn't click for me, so be it. But
You're the reason why I bought Gotham Knights.
yeah,
Because at first I was hearing bad things about it, but when you said it was a good game, I said I need to try it. And boy, I didn't regret that purchase. It's a good game. It was underrated because of
hmm
all the controversy that was going on.
yeah, exactly.
You know how I knew it was a good game, Bia?
How's that?
Because Unlimited recommended it, I bought it, and then I started
You
playing.
bought it too, yeah.
Yeah, because he recommended it. So
Yep.
yeah.
Yep.
so I knew it was a good game because I hated the opening. Because I was
Oh
like,
yeah.
I hated it because I'm a Marvel guy. So I'm like,
Oh,
okay,
oh.
Marvel will make a game, but yeah, but it was probably one of the dude. It I would say, Unlimited, if I'm being honest, it ranked up there with some of the best Justice League.
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
it does. Yes,
Yeah.
it
I
does.
was like watching this opening thing. I was like, my gosh! And then when I watched, I was like, and I felt like you did Unlimited. I'm like, why are people saying this game's bad?
Yeah.
And like I always try and tell people, just play it for yourself, see what you think.
Yep.
Yeah, and with Gotham Knights, and shout out to the Gotham Knights community because when it happened and the reviews are bad and people are panning it, everyone who played it was saying the same thing. Hell, there's a YouTuber who's kind of getting popular in the gaming space, VG Fight School. When he had like a couple hundred subscribers, some of his first videos were about Gotham Knights, right? And I made a video responding to him and praising him at the time, and he was saying, "I'll never trust video game reviews again." I'm like, yeah, that exactly. Because they're telling you one thing, you play the game, you're having a great time. You're like, hold on, this game isn't close to broken, it's not close to horrible, it's not, you know what I'm saying? All this other stuff you're hearing and you're playing, and you're like, what experience did you have? These reviewers had that the gamers who are playing it don't, and we're loving it. You know what I'm saying? And when that happens, it kind of throws you off in the sense of, well, and then a lot of times the reverse happens too, where these reviewers are like a game, then you play it and it's terrible or it doesn't work for you, and you're like, hold on, man, you told me that this game was this game of your contender. I dropped, especially those who paid full price, and it happens to them, and they don't like it. Yeah, that's going to rub you the wrong way, and so I was really proud of Gotham Knights community how we responded to it when that game first came out. And the people, we're just telling everybody as much as we could. No, it's a good game. Give it a try. This, and that. And fortunately, a lot of people who played it also ended up agreeing.
Well, I think it's funny because I saw comments where people was like, "Oh, that's probably Marvel fans coming in there to make."
No. Unfortunately, I wish it was just Marvel fans.
No, it was because that was me writing that comment.
Yeah.
It's probably the Marvel fans now.
Yeah, I wish. Oh man, that would actually been fun if it was just Marvel fans. Because we would. I would have loved to have a Spider-Man versus Gotham Knights debate with them. That would have been hilarious.
But that's the problem, right? These guys aren't comic book guys like us. We don't have these. I'm the same way, dude. I opine for these days when we have these kind of conversations, but they're long gone. It's just like arguing with Browns fans. You can't do that anymore because there's no hardcore Brown or Steeler fans.
Yeah.
Or at least there's a newer generation of fans, like my sister who watches this. She's like a Steeler fan now. I was like, since when you like the Steelers? I've always liked the Steelers. I'm like, what? My other sister, the one younger than me. The other sister that likes the Raiders is older. No, but I did it, and one of the reasons why Unlimited I got it is because the way you look when you play it. You know what I'm saying? Like, or the way you talk about it and stuff like that. So I know you're enjoying the game, so I can trust that about that.
Oh yeah, I posted a lot of gameplay of it.
But I think that's why a lot of these guys, man, from the jump, dude, they just don't look happy when they play games.
Yeah.
I'm like, dude, why are you even playing, dude?
Yeah. There's a difference. There's a difference between someone who likes gaming and they play a game they don't like and voice their opinion than those who they clearly don't fucking like gaming. Hell, that's the problem with the gaming media. It's clearly a job to them. Like it is so obvious to me that they wake up and they're like, oh, I gotta review Space Marines. I gotta review Madden. Oh man, I don't want to do this. And then you could hear it. You could see it. You could tell and it just feels so forced and fake, and or what a lot of them do now is that they subtly put their frustrations out there, and so instead of getting a genuine sense of what the game is, it's more like they're low key bitching about their job, basically.
Right.
You know how you probably had a girl or guy in your life before, or probably do now, and they come home talk about a bad day at work, and that's how
Right.
it comes off to me with a lot of these gaming media guys now. They don't
Right.
like this stuff. They desperately wish that their job was something else. They're just kind of taking it out on video games.
You know what it is too? They probably miss those bennies, bro. When they
Oh
have,
yeah. Good point. Good point.
yeah, it's like, man, I didn't sign up for this. We don't go to conferences anymore. They don't fly us out here. We don't get our free games and our consoles. Da, da, da. And I knew they were bitter because they started saying, no, I have to buy my own games. I'm like, since when did you have to buy your own games?
Wow.
Remember when they started talking about that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I remember that. Yeah, they was whining.
Oh, that's hilarious. Oh, that's a great point.
Yeah, where's my small violin, dude? Because I have to buy all my stuff.
Yeah.
And then when you're a gamer, you shouldn't care about that.
Yeah, exactly.
So, you know what I mean? When people complain about that stuff, I'm like, dude, it's the hobby. That's how it is. You have to buy stuff. Dude, you have to support it. And that's a whole other podcast we can get into. Some of these guys nowadays, dude, I'm just like, but what did the industry do? They created a unlimited's favorite genre, free to play.
Yeah.
I heard you were saying about what's that? My daughter plays it. Genshin Impact.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that thing.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, I think I was saying if it was a traditional RPG, I would eat it up. But then I play it and see the free to play stuff. I'm like, oh.
Yeah.
No, I know that you played it because my daughter loves the game, but she'll complain about that too.
Yeah. The free to play aspects really just. Well, and 100 gigabytes for this. That's my reaction. I was a little bitter about that because it was 100 gigabytes, right? I'm like 100 gigabytes for this, man.
Well, you should put it on the cloud.
Yeah, that's right. It is. Yeah, but I mean, I like to play natively from the console most of the time. So, like the cloud stuff, I'll use, say, and I've recently started doing this because if I'm on my tablet or something, but it's not something I really do off the console.
But like that's the Microsoft I miss because that they knew that.
Yeah.
Right? Because when people already complain about the other games, which is that about how big games are getting, so they knew. Because I think it wasn't it 220 though, 220 gigs.
What game?
I think it was 220, wasn't it? 200.
What game are you referring to?
What game?
Genshin Impact.
No, it's 100.
Yeah, it's 100 gigabytes.
Oh, I thought it was more. But I know because of the video and stuff like that. But I think that's one of the reasons why it took them a while to put out an Xbox. Because I think Xbox probably told them they wanted it on the cloud.
Yeah.
Because that's a big download, dude.
Which is smart because that game's played on mobile and everything too.
Yeah, that too. Yeah. So I didn't mind waiting, but my daughter was waiting forever.
Well, she got it now.
Yeah, but she can't play it on her phone. She can't play it on her phone anymore. It's too big.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
Yeah, on her PC.
Boy, when Xbox comes out with that handheld, that's going to be very attractive for her. Then.
Man, I would love sometime this year if they just announce, oh yeah, we,
They have said they're making the handheld. They just said it's going to be a couple of years out.
Yeah, I think it will be released with the next generation consoles.
That's what I think is going to be paired with that. Yep, I agree. Yep.
Yeah, I think everything they're just going to do the whole.
I think the handheld is the new S.
Yeah.
I think handheld is going to be new S. It's going to be dockable. I know it's going to be because I think the other ones do it. You can dock the other.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
So, you can't combine it with your TV. So I'm telling you now. I think the I don't know what they're gonna call it. That's gonna be the new S. The S is gonna be like the old S is like a caterpillar, and the new S is gonna be the handheld. It's gonna be the butterfly of how it's gonna be moving forward.
Yeah. The next Xbox is gonna be the biggest generational leap in human history, according to Sarah Bond.
Yeah.
You know what's gonna be funny though? When all of this happens, these dudes like JW will be like, but they're not going to do any more consoles after this.
They still do a console even with the handheld. They're going to still do a console.
They still say that now. They're saying that now that they're not making the console anymore.
Yeah. But even if they like Microsoft, like the way that they're going, dude, they're going to have like 5 different Xbox. And then they're going to have the handheld. Right, they're on everything. This is an Xbox now, and even with all of that, dude, when they talk about the newest Xbox coming out and all of this things come out, dude, these dudes will still be in denial, man. They will.
Oh yeah, they got to. I mean, they watched Dreamcast guy, and he makes a video every day about
Oh
Xbox
God,
being there.
Xbox died like what 3 times in 1 week?
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
like okay,
Did again. Did yet again. Did
Yeah.
again. Part
yeah,
3.
it's dead again. It gives the dead. You know, like I want to read this from Two Man real quick
Yeah,
if you
yeah,
don't
yeah, yeah,
mind.
yeah.
It
Yes.
says, did you all see there has been a delay on the court order to allow purchasing games through the Xbox app on Android? Yeah,
Mm,
I heard that, but I don't know why. Like, I have to find out more why they did it
yeah.
because it doesn't make sense to me. I thought that was like they were this close to releasing it.
Oh, I did see Sarah Bond say something, and I'm paraphrasing. They literally have everything ready to go. They could damn near flip the switch basically, and they'll be
Wow.
activated. It's just whatever legal precedent is going on. And I think, you know what I think it is,
What?
because remember these storefronts used to charge like 30%
Yes.
when you bought games off the apps.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
that's why Microsoft stopped doing it. So I think whatever lawsuit was against them, I guess that was stalled. And so once that gets cleared up,
Oh.
yeah, so
Okay.
that they, because they're like, look, why are you putting our games? Because it was 30% along with the the normal pricing structure of these games.
Right.
So it's not like it was. So it's not like how how it is. Call of Duty on PlayStation. I think 70 goes to Microsoft, 20
Yeah.
goes to 30 goes to Sony.
Yeah.
Well, the way it was that let's say let's use EA since they don't own EA. Someone
Okay.
bought Madden off the app. It used to be like if Microsoft got 30 and the company EA would get 70,
Mhm.
well then Google Store or Apple Store would get 30% of Microsoft's 30%, if that
Right.
makes sense.
Right. They're taking.
Yeah, that's why they took it off for a couple years. Had that lawsuit, and I think the lawsuit's in their favor, which is why they're
is.
just waiting for the okay to say, all right, now you can sell games on the app, and boom, it'll be better for them and us.
Well, you
Well.
saw what happened to. Oh, sorry. Wait, hold on one second, guys. Hey, what's up, Sega Man?
Oh,
Oh,
Sega
Hey,
Man.
what's up, guys? What's going on?
How
hey,
you
what's up,
doing?
Sega Man?
I just wanted to drop in for a little bit and see how everybody's doing.
Oh,
You know,
we good,
Pretty
man.
good.
Good.
good,
How's your
good. You guys?
Thanksgiving?
Oh, I was good, brother. How about you, man?
Yeah, dude. I was in a coma, dude. So
Oh man, was you in a food coma, bro?
Food coma, yeah.
I paid for it the next day, dude. I paid for it the next day because
Oh
my mom
shoot.
didn't make this turkey, but they use a lot of
Yeah.
butter and this one spice, and so it's delicious when I was eating it, man. The next day, my whole body was inflamed, bro.
Oh
Oh
man,
man.
for real? Oh
Yeah.
man.
About fire, were you?
Yeah.
I was like, thank God I was off today, man. Because I took off, man.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah,
That's
but
cool.
but I still was able to play COD for like 5 hours, so that's the most important thing.
How did
Yeah.
you have like a tush cushion or something like that to get
No,
through?
so I stole my son's chair because he's with the mom. I
Yeah.
took his sort of office chair, dude. I had my
Yeah.
legs propped up and on there, and I was in pain, but I was still able to push them buttons.
Oh man.
Now that's a hardcore game right there.
Yeah, that
Heck
is
yeah.
hardcore. You know, when you think you're a hardcore gamer, remember this story.
Yeah, right.
Bro, double XP weekend, man. You can't let a moment go away. I was like, oh, I'm in there.
I know that's right, bro. Yeah, man.
Oh, we was just talking about you, bro. So Stalker, man, you like it or what's going on?
Yeah,
Oh man, you know what? Stalker is just a beautiful game, man. I
it
mean,
is
that game. I'll
gorgeous.
tell you
Yeah,
guys what. That game does not hold your feet. Hold your hand.
yeah, it doesn't.
Yeah, that's what we were saying. That you said that so it's pretty tough, right?
Yeah,
I heard it's like one shot, one kill, right? Like
Yeah.
it's easy.
yeah. It
Yeah.
doesn't. It
It's
doesn't.
realistic.
Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't hold your hand. It's It's really good. It's. I think Dea was talking about it. I think she was talking about the ones on the PC because to support them, I
You bought
actually, I
those.
think a month or two ago, I bought all three of those. Hey, Zira.
Awesome.
I bought all. Remember, I bought all three of those to support the developers. I said, let me
Right.
get all these games, and I'm gonna tell you what. When I tried those games, Dea, I'm gonna tell you what. Those games do not 100% do not hold your hand. If
No,
you if you
they're
if you
hardcore.
ain't on point, you'll die quickly.
Yeah.
You know
That's
the
what was
AI.
happening to me in there. Okay.
Yeah,
is that you have to be very good, and it's like they try to be more realistic with the stalkers. I think I told you guys that, and it has like more of a uh for FPS is more European. You know, they
Yeah.
have a different style from
Yep.
the typical FPS games. Like, it's like
Yeah.
almost like the kind of guns you would have seen during war and all this other stuff. So
Yeah.
it's very different. That's I think Metro also reminds me of that. I think
Yeah,
some of the
Metro.
former developers
Yeah.
made some of them, not
Yeah.
all of them.
Hmm.
Yeah, they made Metro, and that's why that game has a similar feel. It's a certain
Yeah.
type of feel that you get from those games.
But you get a little
But
bit more leeway with Metro though. But
That's
from
true.
in
Stalker is
comparison, yeah.
because Stalker has a hardcore PC base.
yeah.
Oh man.
So that's why it rated so high on PC.
And there, you can also, if you're a gamer, you could tell when you play those games, those ones you got the three, you can
Yeah,
tell it's PCS game by looking at it.
yeah,
You
you
can
can
tell it's a
tell.
PC
Yeah,
game. You know what I
yeah,
mean?
yeah.
And like I
I
said, those
think they
games
were
don't
happy.
hold your hand.
No, they don't. But this is why I was glad you guys got to experience that because they were excited to bring it to console. I think that was just something that was unheard of at the time when they did the first Stalker. So but I'm really glad that console, well, Xbox gamers because we know it ain't on PC. I mean
Yeah.
PlayStation.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm glad that the Xbox gamer a unique experience too because like I said, it has never come to console that you guys get to experience it and see what that's like, and that is a legacy type title.
Yeah.
Again, the way the FPSs have in the past, they have a old school elements of like, yeah, they feel that just like some people get off on those Souls games because they hard, right?
Mm-hmm.
Stalker is hard because your skill level has to come up to the point where you can defeat it. And
Yeah.
most people, if you get frustrated, you're not going to be able to get through those games. You have to be willing to understand that element of the game. It's
Yes.
not there to punish you like a Souls game is just there to punish you, right?
Yeah.
They kind of made that way. Stalker is there to say, look, we've given you all the tools you have to get past this. You have to figure out how to use your tools to get past this obstacle.
Yep.
But you
And
gotta
and
think. Oh, that sucks.
yeah, man. And you know what? There ain't no automatic reload. You better reload that
Oh,
gun quick
got to get
before
good
those
at doing that
creatures
yourself.
tear you
Do
up.
the automatic reload. Your hand
Hmm.
is, that,
Yep.
that button
Yep.
push. Yeah.
You know, as COD guys, bro, we don't like that. Right?
God is easy
Wrong with this
compared to
gun.
Stalker.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. But
What
for
you
those
guys think
people who
though?
like to treat it like for the people who like to
Yep.
really enhance their FPS skills, though, if you like that, you're gonna like Stalker.
Yeah. Yep. It's good. I like it. I'm very impressed. I love the game. Playing that, and I'm also playing the new Aliens game in there.
Mm.
It's
Oh,
like
Aliens Descent.
it's like a
Oh
point and
yeah,
click almost. It's kind of
yeah,
cool. I
yeah.
It's
like it.
RTS, right? RTS. Is it
Yeah.
like Halo Wars?
Yeah. Yeah. It's not bad either, Sega Forever. It's pretty good. Got a nice little storyline to it.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, it's nice.
I gotta get back on that. I gotta get off of COD, dude. 'Cause that's all I've been
Yeah,
playing.
you just been caught since he dropped. It's been no other game that can pull him off a caught. He
Yeah.
gets
Nope.
up a little bit, he gets right back on.
Hey, that happens, man. That happens.
Wait until a Valve comes out. He might have to get on a Valve there. You know what I'm saying?
I just think South of Midnight is my big game.
Yeah, that's what I'm
yeah.
looking for.
Yeah.
Two Man said he's playing Stalker 2 too, so he's stuck in.
Oh,
Stalker
nice,
2,
nice tool, man.
trying to work
Yeah.
it. I love to know how you're getting through it, too, man. Have
Yeah.
you found it too hard, or has it been a good, pleasant challenge for you to?
Yeah. Hey,
And
sorry to cut you off there, Dave, but I'm about to clock out Sega Forever.
Hey, before you leave,
Yeah,
before
what's
you
up?
leave, brother, you made me jealous looking at all them goddamn controllers.
Oh,
God
yeah.
damn.
Get that more controllers,
Yeah.
did he?
I said,
Yeah.
man, I got to get it with unlimited. God
Ain't
damn,
catching him. He's so far ahead.
man.
Yeah. I've
I was
been
jealous.
collecting them for like a decade now, man.
Got them nice Gears controllers, man. I'm like,
Yeah.
man, I got one
Yeah,
out of a whole bunch he got. I got
I
one.
wouldn't even begin. I'm sure you collected the COD ones too, didn't you?
No, not yet. Not
Oh,
yet. They're
I'm
pricey. Yeah, they're pricey.
They are
Yeah.
pricey. I was gonna
See
get
that's the
one,
thing
but
about buying controllers. Most of them I'll get on sale, but the ones like the you remember the Redfall ones that did a couple
yeah,
years ago.
I
Yeah.
really wish I got.
Yeah, I wait a little bit, because they're pricey, man.
You think there'll be some on sale for Cyber Monday?
If it's on
won't
sale,
be
it'd be like 15%, nothing huge.
those
Oh, nothing good, nothing huge. Okay.
ones
Yeah.
won't be because them things came as a set. I've never seen another controller come out like that. Like
What
the
controller?
whole the Redfall ones because they
Oh
came
yeah,
as a collection. That
yeah.
I really wish I had gotten those.
Oh,
I really
damn.
I'm
wanted
I'm
that.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm probably the only person on the planet who bought all 5 at once.
Yeah, people probably bought one or two or something like
Yeah,
that, but not
Yeah, man.
all of them.
yeah,
Unlimited
nah,
got them all, baby.
Yeah, he
yeah.
Got
got
them
the whole
all.
I
collection.
could I
So
couldn't help myself that time, man.
Y'all look good too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
they were
Xbox
so
and their
fun looking.
controllers. That's
Yeah.
how I ended up collecting them because they're so damn cool, and I couldn't trade them in. I'm like, no, they're
Nah, that's a
beautiful.
hard
Yeah,
thing to
to
do.
have the whole collection, that's probably going to be worth a lot because they're so rare.
Yeah.
Like I said, I don't know of another set that's like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I
me
Yeah.
either.
That's a first for them.
Yeah, that was the first time doing a complete set.
I'm telling you, if they go multiplayer on that game, if
I
they allow
know
people
that
to
would
drop
really
in,
help Redfall. It
yeah,
would.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that
people
that
Yeah.
can
would
hop
that
in
would
and
put
hop
that game
out.
on.
Yeah, agreed. Yep.
Yeah, I mean it's look and I understand all the drama now after
Well, they
playing the
still
game.
have
Mhm.
Arcane to work on it. They just don't
Yeah.
have Arcane Austin, but they still have Arcane though.
Yeah, well,
Mhm.
hopefully after Blade, then they'll
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
refocus. But that's a long ways away, though.
Yeah, it is because when they announced Blade, they were right in the concept stage of it, man.
Mm-hmm.
Like they just had concept art. That was
Yeah.
it.
You know what would be great? If they would get High Moon Studios or Shanghai,
Mm-hmm.
Shanghai, I forget the name of it, but they have those the people that worked on Black Ops. If they
Yeah.
can get a splinter group off of that and put them on Redfall, to
Oh,
touch it.
that would be great.
Because
Yeah.
if now that I'm playing zombies playing the zombies mode on Black
Mm-hmm.
Ops would
Mhm.
lend itself perfectly to Redfall.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Because
Oh, that's a
Redfall,
great point.
yeah, Redfall because of the power set of the characters, they complement each other.
They
So
really
it's
are
meant to be
cool.
played
Yeah.
with people. Yeah.
Yeah.
So then keep those controllers in the box unlimited because they
Yeah.
do.
Yeah. Oh no, I take care of my stuff,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah,
That
you could
set,
tell you do unlimited. You can
that
tell.
set is
You
the
do.
one thing that Unlimited had that I wish I had did. I wish I had did that because it's so unique.
Yeah. 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 So yeah, but yeah, you guys have a great rest of the show.
Okay.
I'm getting hungry, man. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, okay.
So,
Yeah, you got to feel
All
your
right,
belly.
brother Unlimited.
yeah. Yeah. Plus it's Saturday, so I'm gonna play some games.
Yeah, same.
I can only talk about games for so long before I get the urge to play them. You know what I'm saying?
I'm thinking
Yeah,
about COD right now, brother.
you
Yeah.
made me start thinking about Gotham Knights. I hadn't thought about that. I had stopped it for a bit, so I have to
Mhm.
pick my game back up.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Oh
Mhm.
yeah. But you guys have a great rest of your weekend. Second man is I hope you had a good Thanksgiving, man.
Thank
Yeah.
you, brother. You hope you did too, man.
All right, guys.
Take
Talk
care.
to you
All right,
later.
man. Thanks,
All right, brother.
Bye.
Yeah, sorry about the background.
Oh, it's back again.
It's every
Little
Saturday.
food truck.
Twice a day.
Yeah.
Is that the ice cream truck?
No, so Unlimited was talking about the Hawaiian barbecue place and that.
Yeah.
So these guys sell that food from the truck.
Oh, nice.
So what we call them plate lunches here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's usually salad, mac. It's usually rice, mac salad, and then a choice of meat.
Oh no, I'll be right back.
You get do you get stuff off there, brother? Stay forever.
Not anymore, bro. I had to kind of change my diet.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but every once in a while, like the other day we went. There's other places I would go to, but these guys are good, man. They actually have a storefront, and they do this extra money, and then they come up
Yeah.
here what people buy. But their food is good, man. They have like a pork cream and mushroom pork thing, or it's a cream pork thing. It's delicious, dude.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's cool.
Typical local food, man. Stuff that keeps you skinny. But no, we were just talking about the Avowed stuff, bro. I mean, I was just a little worried. I want to get everybody's opinion.
For what Dea and Sega Fever, give me up to date a little bit here. Is there some kind of a problem with it? Are they talking about it or?
Yeah, so one of the guys who worked on the game, dude, he's kind of, I don't know, man. This dude is like kind of talking about that he attacked Elon Musk.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you know what? So Elon had talked about pronouns and stuff like that. So you can tell, like the dude.
Hey, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. I have to go real quick.
Yeah. No worries. I know we've been doing it for a while. So.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
Dea.
I'm
But
so
I
sorry.
appreciate you
Taking
coming
me.
by.
Yeah, I thank you for having me, you guys, and
Hope you had a good Thanksgiving.
I did. I actually did. That was the first break I had, and I don't know how long because we've been like,
Yeah.
fixing the house and renovating the house, so it's been a
Oh,
nice.
nice, Dad. Nice.
But yeah, so but yeah, second me, I hope you had a good Thanksgiving, both of you
Thank you.
and everybody
Yeah,
in the chat. Thank you so much. It's good to see you guys again. I kind of missed everybody, so I hopped in.
yeah,
But yeah, I hope to see you guys again soon. And I don't know, when is your next well, second man, are you doing a video or anytime like
Yeah,
next
I
week?
was thinking, Dan, maybe when you have time. I like to do when you have time too. So maybe,
Oh,
when you, I know,
I'll
because I know
I'll
you're
let you know
busy.
for sure. Yes,
O-
yeah, because I'm not done. We're not done with everything yet. So
Okay.
I'll let you know. I say uh, we'll wait. We'll wait until like December sometime.
We should
'Cause
definitely have something before Christmas Day.
yeah, definitely. I want
Yeah.
to do something like that, especially with Xbox. We can talk about games
Yeah.
to get maybe for Christmas or something like that, gifting games to people, maybe even like donating some games to the chat or something. We could think of something,
Yeah.
you
We'll
know.
do that. We can do that. I
Okay.
was
All right.
thinking, Day, of donating. I want you to be on there too. And I'm thinking about donating a couple, like couple gift cards, maybe.
Oh, that's a good
Yeah.
idea. That's a good
Yeah.
idea. Yeah.
And I
So
want
yeah,
you.
we should have a
I
giveaway
want
or
you to pick
something.
them. You know what I'm saying? I want you
Oh,
to
me?
pick the people on the, our chat. Yeah, like I'll get like 2 gift cards, like maybe two $10 or something like that, and you can
Okay.
pick like whoever you want to receive them, and all I got to do is just DM me on Instagram.
Okay. Awesome. That's gonna be okay. So we'll do that on your show, and we'll announce that on your show.
But hopefully, Brother Sega Forever can come in for a little bit. I know he's busy and we have
Yeah.
different time zones, but I hope Brother Sega Forever can come in and join us.
yeah, definitely. If I can, I mean, I'll make it a point to make it.
We have
Okay.
to make a good date for everybody. That's a thing, though, so everybody can. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Everybody
it can be
could.
close to Christmas, not on Christmas, but close to it. Like, maybe the week of or something like that.
Week of? Okay,
Yeah. Yeah. I think that could
that
be
sounds
good.
good.
Yeah, I
Okay.
should be about because I'm gonna take some days off.
Oh,
Definitely.
you are? Okay. So yeah.
You mean
Well,
like the weekend of the day before Christmas, the weekend of before Christmas?
yeah.
You want to do something
Yep.
like on a weekend?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah. Yep. That sounds
that's
good.
good.
Okay. All right. You guys take care and have a good evening. Okay.
Yeah.
All
Bye,
right, Miss X
everyone.
Fox.
Yeah.
All right.
I,
Hey, brother,
yeah.
Sega Forever, man. Yeah, bro, I didn't know that was going on. I heard a little bit of something about that, man, with Valve. I heard a little something about that. He said something to Elon Musk because Elon Musk supposedly I heard plays Diablo or
Yeah.
something
So
like that.
yeah, Musk has been posting like his gameplay of Diablo. So
Yeah,
people are like, blown away about. It makes sense, dude. This dude builds rockets and stuff. So this is
yeah.
right up the wheelhouse, right? So what he said was he thinks that pronouns in games are stupid, and so this guy
Oh,
felt a certain way about it. But he wasn't directing it at the guy. It's just something he says in general, and I guess
yeah.
it's stuck in this guy's head. And so he's been.
Oh,
So this dude's been talking about stuff. Like he's been talking on his Twitter, and then I guess he's over at Blue Sky too, and then
oh,
he's been
yeah.
saying, yeah, over there, and people picked up on it, man. And it's like, I'm just like, dude, this is, Microsoft doesn't need this right now, dude. I mean, everything that's going on with companies and whatever your politics are, all that stuff aside, though. But
Uh
if
huh.
you're reading the temperature of the room, for me on this channel, I say this all the time, bro, and I see this all people doing this all the time. People are finding reasons not to buy stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Because
Yep.
they have to worry about like your food and your bills. I mean, I'm doing that right now. I've canceled some subscriptions. Because I'm like, what? Because if something like for me, like I had a leak in my bathroom,
Yeah.
and I tried to fix it myself and I couldn't. And I was like, no, it's something that I can't do. So I had to call somebody in. Dude, they did an inspection. It was the
Yeah.
pressure valve. I didn't even know about the pressure valve on the
Yeah.
outside of the house. So they had to replace that whole thing.
Oh,
And that was like $2,000, right?
damn,
So you never,
brother.
you own a house and you have a car, right? Those are the things you got to think about.
Hey, brother, take it forever. That's like me. My toilet in the bathroom keeps like trying to fill up, and I found out the flapper inside the tank was old. So I
Yeah,
went out to not Home Depot, Lowe's, and the dude he didn't want to help me at first. I was like, all right, whatever, dude. He's like, no, wait a minute, try a flapper before you buy a whole new tank
yeah,
to
get the
put on
flap.
there. Try the flapper. Here's a
Yeah,
flapper. So I bought that, and it was fine for one flush, dude. I put it on, fine for one flush, and then it started doing that again. Like it was leaking, and it kept trying to keep filling up. So now I'm going to take it apart again, maybe tomorrow when I have time, and take the flapper off and re-put it back on. and see if it does it again. Now, if it does it again, brother Sega Forever, I'm either going to have to buy a new top part of the tank and just put a new one onto that with the stuff inside there, or buy a whole new damn American Standard toilet, because it just keeps doing that, and I have to shut the valve off every time I'm done using the bathroom because it'll keep trying to fill up. And if it keeps doing that, that's money. You see what I'm saying? Because the waters keeps going.
Yep, that's your water.
So I'm like, damn, I cannot play around with that. So I said, you know what? I'm gonna try it again. I'm gonna try to use it, take the flapper off, re-put it back on, brother Sega Forever. If it does it again, then I'm gonna have to go get a top tank. I could do it myself, brother Sega, because I know how to do it. So I could do it, but I didn't want to do that. Not around the holidays. It seems like shit breaks around the holidays.
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
Every year, something breaks around December or November. It's like on time, all the time, bro.
Yeah, that's what people are dealing with it on that level, right? All it takes is one bad thing, bro, and people are like,
yeah.
I watch a lot of videos on YouTube just to keep my pulse on stuff, dude. And the stories you hear from people was like, like they go up to a guy and goes, "Oh, are you homeless? You don't look like you would be homeless."
Yeah.
Goes, they have a job, they have this and that, but something happened and they
lost
their house, or divorce, or you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, bro. Yeah.
So you factor all that kind of stuff in, man. There's people with real world issues. Like some people like, oh, it's just a toilet. No, dude, it's not just a toilet, dude. It's everything. It's the toilet, and then when you do that kind of stuff, then you find what you're hoping for. It's just like your car, right?
Yeah.
When you take it in, and then you get the calls like, okay, we found this, and we might have to do this, right?
Right.
Like that, you don't want to get that call. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because, that's going to cost you money.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So
you need that car though. You need the car to go to work. You got to do it.
So if I had to do that, or buy a game I was looking forward to, like maybe one of the Yakuza games, I'm sorry, man, I can't buy the game. I gotta pay for it.
Yeah, man.
Because I'm not just paying to repair that. I'm also making sure I have enough money to cover all my bills for the month. I have enough money to buy food. I got to think about my kids. If something comes up with my kids, I got to take my daughter to an appointment. Then they came out. The doctor came out. I was like, hey, just wanted to talk to you. She needs to get her wisdom teeth pulled. We have a payment. That's how dentists are, right? They're like, it won't be, because that means it's not covered by the insurance, but we do have a payment plan. They went straight to that. So I'm thinking, what, $2,000? So I'm looking, what is this, like $3,000, $4,000, $5,000?
Yeah.
To have this done, right? Because when they start off the conversation was, look, just wanted to talk to you, and they go straight to payment plan, right? Then I'm like, dang. So again, this is the stuff people don't think about.
When they say it's just a toilet, shit, that costs, man. And if you don't know how to do none of that shit, and you got to call a plumber, you're really gonna pay then.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. So that's what this guy did, man. It's just like he kind of spoke his piece, right? Which I guess I'd be fine with. But of all the people to talk to, he said it to Musk, right? And then what? And then people, when you get politically charged, regardless of what side of the aisle you're on, people are gonna do the research, right? They're gonna start doing the digging.
Yeah.
And so they found a comment he made where he talks about old white, because he's a white dude too, right? But he's like, he's tired of working with all these old crusty white guys. And basically he's like, he puts a premium on who he hires, and it's not white people. Basically, he's kind of in the statement. And so Elon Musk sees that, and Elon Musk, this is the thing though, right? Elon Musk takes that, his quote, what he said, put it on a tweet of his own, and sent it to Satya Nadella. He's the CEO of Microsoft, right? He's like, hey, are you okay with this? At Satya Nadella. Or something like, this is illegal, and then at Satya Nadella. Something like, either is this legal or it's illegal, and then put Satya in there. And then I was like, dude, because I knew what's going to happen, right, dude? As soon as he did that, then it goes outside of the video game. I wanted to stay in the video game, because now it's going outside.
Yeah.
So I follow for like Disney News or like the Chinese economy, or stuff like that I'm interested in, like watching videos. Now they're starting to talk about it, and I'm like, dude. And then if something happens, right, then what's the next step? Is then the mainstream media, who I can't stand mainstream media news, but they're going to get a hold of this and different because of who's involved, right? And then this whole time I'm sitting there, I was like, bro, why did you even say anything? Just if you want to show what you about your stuff, put it in your game and let people decide for themselves.
Yeah, right.
But then like Unlimited is playing Dragon Age.
Yeah,
Go
he did
hard.
some gameplay on it.
Yeah, he's posting a video because because he's a gamer, man, and he loves games. And I
Yep.
tell him all the time, though, like, look, dude, I might not like you might not agree, or I might not agree on this, whatever part of the game and stuff like that. But if you're interested, at least try it, because you never know,
Yeah.
right? Because there's a lot of people nowadays that they're just either single focused on stuff, or they use this as a way to like get more views and clicks. I'm not saying that there aren't people on there that believe in this stuff, right? But again, at the end of the day, if you're a gamer and this is your area of expertise, this is where you spend a lot of your time and your money, dude. It'd be in your best interest to kind of see for yourself. And then if it works out, or maybe if you
Yeah.
don't want to take a chance, that's your choice. But don't let other people make up your mind for you. I guess is what I'm trying to say. And then even some people, because of the stuff I've been posting, they were like, "Oh, so what? You're not gonna play it?" And I'm like, "Why wouldn't I play it?" He goes, "Well, I know that you're a right wing nut job." And I'm like, "No, dude, it's not about that, dude. This is. I mean, the most anticipated game for me, with when it comes to Xbox, right, is South of Midnight. That's the
Yeah.
game I'm waiting
Yeah.
on. That's the game I'm looking for. Like, but I'm still I want to play Avowed. Every Microsoft game they're coming out with, I want to play Indiana Jones on
South of
Xbox.
Midnight. Yeah. There's PlayStation dudes actually talking about that.
It looks amazing, dude. It looks like everything I like in the game, right?
Yeah.
Even that game that just came out, Dustborn, right?
Yeah. I think. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like $14.99. I'm thinking about buying it just so I could play it because I love indie games, dude, and I love that type of game. I might not like the messaging in the game, but from what I've seen and all the gameplay and stuff like that, dude, it looks very interesting to me. Right?
Well, brother Sega Forever, I'm like you. I support. I do like regular games. Don't get me wrong, and I support that. But I'm a big component of indie games. I like indie games. I like
Yeah,
buying indie games. I buy a lot of indie games, and I support those little developers, man. I do. I like them. I like indie games. I think they're great. They're awesome games at a budget price, which is awesome, and it helps them grow to make better games. I mean, I like the indie scene, man.
yeah.
You
So
know?
for me, Sega man, it's just like I was just trying like what I'm seeing from the game is like, well, they're trying to tell their story, so
Yeah.
it's their story, right? As long as you're not trying to like, there's this other person. I saw the game. I was thinking about playing it, but this lady came on and she just was absolutely toxic, dude. She
Are
was
you
like
serious?
attacking people. Yeah, so she let her politics kind of get in front of
Oh,
her.
damn! For real,
Yeah, I
man.
mean, look, it happens and stuff. But for me, I'm like, oh, that's you. That's your game, right? That's
Yeah.
how you feel fine. But I'm sorry, man. I can't support you.
Yeah.
Right? You saying you not only, I mean, and not only do we disagree politically, which would have been fine, right? I don't need you to, I'm still willing to play. But man, now that you're attacking, you
Yeah.
know, you're attacking people, man. That's not cool. I don't think I don't want to support people like
That
that.
ain't cool at all.
On either side, dude. On either side, right? Like if you're
Yeah.
on or the right side. Right. I'm like, look, dude, because that's what I said at the beginning of this podcast, dude. I just wish there was no politics in any of this stuff and we can get back to
Yeah.
where for
Yeah.
what it is. But it's impossible, right? Because it's so popular now. So everything has to be politicized. That's the
Mm.
unfortunate. But I mean,
Yeah.
we're
That
just
ain't,
talking about that. That's what we're talking about with Avowed, man. And I'm just a bit worried because, you know, like I said earlier, dude, there's just so much things Microsoft needs to worry about.
yeah.
We already got the short end of the stick, man. This is something we don't need. Because they have legitimately great games, the most powerful system. They have a killer service that everybody should be subscribed to, that people beg for. They have backwards compatibility with people beg for decades.
Yep.
Right?
That's right.
People used to get mad they have to buy a new console and new games. Why can't my old games play on this?
Hmm.
Right? And so all of this stuff they have, man, but it doesn't matter at the end of the day, right? Because it's Microsoft and it's Xbox, and people are just sitting there waiting for because they've been hitting it out of the park, man. In fact, when Avowed released, it has such a positive vibe.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, I was like shocked. I was like, "Oh, okay, good. That's a good sign, man." And I was all happy, and I still am. But then this stuff comes up, and I'm like, "Bro, why? We don't need this right now, dude. Seriously, as an Xbox fan and consumer, right? I
Yeah.
want to get it on both ends, dude, because I'm like, I don't want anything to jeopardize what Microsoft has built and their ecosystem because they put in so much time and money in it.
Oh yeah, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, so
I
so
took
I
a
don't
little.
know. Okay, brother.
Did you take a little bit of advantage of the Black Friday sale?
I got some stuff on the that I wish list. So when does
Oh,
it
okay.
end? It ends when
I did
December.
a little bit, brother Sega Forever. I'm going to be honest with you, brother. I honestly didn't think um, it was that great. It was okay with some stuff, but I'm like, it's all right. I didn't really buy a whole bunch of stuff. I mean, I seen some cool games. Like you can get the whole Tomb Raider collection remastered ones that were on the Sega Saturn and all that. You can get the remastered ones for like $14.99.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah.
Yeah. But I didn't see really much, brother. I didn't see much. I got some things to just to get for just to support the Black Friday sale. But honestly, brother, say forever, it wasn't nothing to really write home about. I'm just being honest. Last year it seemed a little better. This year I'm like, I don't know. And then I was checking around the stores. I'm getting like all kind of notifications, man, constantly about GameStop Black Friday, GameStop Cyber Mondays, this, that. But it just don't look that great, bro. I'm just being honest, man. These sales are not appealing, brother. I don't know what it is. I'm like, damn, this is still expensive. This doesn't seem like a sell, you
Well,
know?
I'm laughing because the meme is I saw this meme where it showed um, what is it? $4.99 regular price, $4.99
Uh-huh.
in January. Then like February, it goes down the months. $4.99
Yeah.
for that. When it came to Black Friday,
Yeah.
it shows it. It shows the price $7.99 with a line through it, and then this is on sale $4.99. I think that's what you're experiencing, my brother, man.
Oh, man.
This inflation is no joke, brother.
It's not no joke. You're right, brother Sega. Last year was terrible. The retail did terrible. And I heard a rumor that they're saying that Amazon employees might go on strike.
Oh, did they say why?
It was on the news. The news said around the holidays. They didn't even say why. I didn't get into it because you have to watch I was watching when they were saying what was coming up for the news, and they were talking about them threatening the employees to go on strike, that they're going to go on strike. So I guess they're not being treated right or whatever. But yeah, it's going around that the Amazon employees are going to go on strike, man. They said around the holidays, probably going to strike maybe before Christmas or whatever to like really hit them in the gut real hard unless they come to some kind of decision. But I heard that they were going to go on strike, man. So something's gone wrong. Something's gone wrong there.
Well, there's always been those stories about their working conditions.
Yep, that's part of it because they said that. You're right, brother. Saying here on money, they said working conditions was one of the things.
I would also hedge a bet that they probably don't have they probably don't have the amount of workers that they need, and that's probably why. So you're gonna be overworked, basically.
Yep.
Yeah, because they're like every other company right now.
Yeah.
For help, and then their labor costs are high. I mean, considering for them, right? But at the end of the day, I'm like, dude, you need workers, man. And I know you guys do this drone stuff and all this other crap. We're not there yet. I personally don't think we'll ever get to that level.
Yeah.
Because sometimes, man, they over tech stuff, right? There's sometimes it's just not needed.
Yeah. Yeah.
And at the end of the day, you need people to buy your stuff. And you need people to work to deliver that stuff,
That's right.
Look, I'm as capitalist as anybody else, dude. I just don't like the crony capitalism.
Yeah.
That's just like, dude, no, you have to, it's not just about the stocks and about your investors, man. It's about the people as well. You have to find that balance, right? Because either you're too far on one side or too far to the left. You got to find that happy medium. In my opinion, right? And that's what they're having to struggle with.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, dude, it's amazing, dude. It's just like watching all of this stuff now, and I'm like, you're conditioning people not to buy stuff. So if you are a company, man, you have to respect the consumer.
Yes,
and
you do.
On top of that, you have to meet the consumer where they're at. So you have to work with your employees.
Yeah, bro. And if they do that, maybe maybe they'll try to come to some kind of decision before. They might not. They might be like, go ahead.
And then everybody and these people put themselves on blast, because of social media. These dudes are on the internet too.
Yep.
And when they see you buying one of the most expensive yachts in the world, dude, nobody's gonna feel sorry for you.
Ain't that the truth, man?
Dude, this dude has a yacht that's like basically a building.
Yeah.
It's like an apartment building that he's just sailing on the ocean. And look, I don't be moaning for that, dude. I celebrate anybody's success, dude. As long as you do it perfectly legally and all that stuff. Right?
Yeah.
He came up with something, dude. He worked hard at it. He deserves the fruits of his labor. I don't have no problem with that. But sometimes you get to that level, you get disconnected. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
What's going on. That's what's kicking these people in the butt right now. You know,
Yeah.
not to go off, not to go off on a tangent, but I just think,
No, but you're right though. That's true though. That's absolutely true.
well, look
You
at
know what I mean?
Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh was like the steel capital of the world, dude. That's why I'm a Steeler fan, right? I
Yeah.
mean,
At
that
one
blue
time,
collar,
yeah.
hardworking, you know, they
Yeah.
pulled their players from the mills. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? That history, that toughness. You know what I'm saying? That's why
Yeah.
football back then was different. You know,
Mm-hmm.
like Green Bay had their meat packers, right?
Oh yeah.
Chicago had the meat packer. I think, but Wisconsin was the cheese factory workers. You know,
Yep. Yeah.
and of course, the game changed. You know, and of course, it's more big business now. But still, you know, that's the roots. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, definitely.
I'm like, dude, let's bring the steel back here, brother. I'm sorry, I got people attacking me now, dude. They're like, oh, you know how much we got to pay for that? Look what we're paying now, bro. Look what we're paying now. You're gonna
Yeah.
be broke. I'm broke right now. So what's the difference?
Yeah. Right.
I'm like, bro, man, we should never have done that, dude. That's one of the things I've always argued with people about, man. We shouldn't have got rid of our industry, man. And it hurt a
Mhm.
lot of people, bro. It destroyed whole cities, man. You
Yeah.
still see it to this day when you drive. Like this guy I was watching, he drives through these old ghost towns, and what is it always, man? It's either a mill, a factory, right? A
Yep.
company that was there, dude. And they're like, well, you know, things change. I'm like, yeah, whatever, bro. Look where we at now. Couldn't even get
Yeah.
toilet paper. Toilet paper came back. I think toilet paper got more expensive than cocaine per ounce,
Yeah.
man.
Right.
So, dude, so you know, miss me with all that stuff, dude. I don't know, man. Some people like they assume stuff about me, but no, bro. We need to.
Well, you know, we got
Yeah.
to get ready for the next wave, brother. Sick of forever. You know, we have a stalker that's out, but
Yeah.
we got to get ready for the next wave because you know we got to be ready when Indiana Jones comes out. They're going to be talking shit about that too. So we always got to be ready all the time. Anything that comes out for us on Ultimate Game Pass,
Yeah.
they're going to criticize, and that's coming. It's coming. They're going to make up something. It's coming, man. They try to do some of it already early, but believe me, when that game drops and we get on Pass, they're gonna be so salty, bro. It's gonna happen, and we're gonna have to come out and debunk shit with that too. You'll see. It
No,
just you just expect it, you know?
I'm ready, bro. You know why? You know I already know because I know none of these people watch the movie, right? Because
Yeah,
when I'm excited about the trailer and I'm talking about it, I know I have to say something like, "Oh man, this is like the classic
yeah,
Indiana Jones."
yeah,
Well, I don't know what that is. That sucks. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, oh,
yeah,
okay, so
yeah.
you know what I mean? So saying, why do you even worry about the game, dude? Obviously, you're not a fan, so I don't know why you play
Yep,
it. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? But you can try it out. I mean, if you get Game Pass, you can try it out. You know, I always got to throw in my Game Pass thing in there. You know what I'm saying? I was doing that now, dude, with Avowed. People was like talking about Avowed. And I was like, you know,
yeah,
it'd be great, man. If you just get Game Pass, man, then you can just try it out. I'm,
yeah.
I'm channeling my inner Aaron Greenberg, but at the end of the day, bro, that's what I'm already ready for these guys because a lot of these dudes, man, they're not they don't know anything about the franchise. You know, I'm talking about the
Nope.
haters. Guys like us are naturally excited too. Maybe it might be a bad game. I highly doubt it though.
I doubt it too. And well, you know what? They've been getting, you know, with another big problem that I'm seeing, brother Sega Forever, out here in the gaming streets is that there's people regretting buying that PS5 Pro.
Yeah.
They're saying it does 8K and it's getting debunked. You know, like even with their own company that they love forever, digital fuckery. You know, or you know, they're even debunking it. Oh well, it's Gran Turismo or whatever game's not doing true 8K. It's actually dipping and dropping. Like, and then people are regretting now that they bought that machine. It's actually worse. Like this dude, he did a comparison. He said, okay, I'm going to play Spider-Man on the PlayStation 5 Pro, and I'm going to play it also on the regular PS5. Now, he didn't know which one it was. He had to look at the screen,
Oh,
play
serious?
each one, and guess it. So he guessed the first one. He said, all right, I'm going to guess that the first monitor that I played on was the PS5 Pro. And guess what? It wasn't. It was the regular PS5.
See.
It was he got it wrong. He thought it was the PS5 Pro, and here it was the regular PS5. He didn't even he didn't even know. He did it was so what they're saying is there's no difference. So why buy a PlayStation 5 Pro? So a lot of people are actually regretting buying that thing that they're saying out here in these gaming streets. What's up, Mr. Kima? they're actually saying that. And I seen a video that also on Island Gaming. That dude's cool. I like watching his
Yeah,
stuff,
I
and
like
he
it.
always debunks them. And there was a similar video of that too that was on there. I'm like, wow, this is crazy, man. You know, they hyped up this thing. They think it was the end all be all of game systems, and here a lot of people are like, man, they're regretting it. And then the price on top of it, you know, and then it's underperforming, brother. Sega Forever, it's underperforming, bro, for $700.
Yes.
Really?
Talk about hubris, right? Those guys talk.
Yeah, man.
That's how disconnected they are. That's they because they believe their own hype too. That's it.
Yeah. They spend $700 on something that's underperforming, bruh. It's not even doing what it's supposed to do. It's not. The Xbox Series X is still number one. I don't care what they say. I don't
Yeah.
care if it has a little bit more power or not. The Xbox Series X definitely does not underperform like the PS5s. It doesn't. They underperform, dude, and it's not worth your money. That's just my opinion. People want to buy it, that's fine, but for $700, you should expect more. Put it that way.
Well, you know what? If they buy it, I'm fine with you. Look, hey, whoever's out there, you want to spend your money, you love Sony that much, that's great. But don't be coming around here talking trash, because you're gonna get put
Yeah.
in place. Because we don't stand for that, dude. Microsoft
Yeah.
made a determination that they're gonna be the most powerful console, and once they
Yeah.
said that, there's never ever gonna be a time where they're never not the most powerful console. So when you see they come out with the X, and then Sony waited, so
Uh-huh.
this should have been tip number one for you
Yeah.
guys, the first red flag. And then they
Yeah.
released this thing the way that they did. It tells you, man, it's not going to perform at that optimum level. Because if anything performed at that optimum level, Microsoft would have put it out.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Because they're not messing around anymore, dude. This is what they've been doing ever since the first Xbox One. After
Yeah.
Xbox One, that 2013 launch, and Phil
Mhm.
took over, dude, and Aaron was there, and he said that we'll never not be the most powerful
Yeah.
console. So if
Yeah.
somebody's telling you the most powerful console, and Xbox doesn't come out with it, there's got to be reasons why,
Yeah.
right?
And we're
And then,
going to see
yeah. Oh, sorry. Go
we're
ahead,
going
bro.
You're right, brother Sigafur. We're going to see because after Christmas, when the numbers come out, we're going to see because I already predicted that the Series S this holiday is going to do very well. I think it's going to sell like hotcakes again. I think it's going to sell again. I think the Series X is going to do really remarkable also. And I honestly do not think, and I'm going to be truthful. I think that the regular vanilla PlayStation 5 will sell. I believe it might sell if it comes in at a good price. But that Pro is not going to sell. It's too expensive. The way the economy is, nobody can afford $700 to get these kids a PS5 Pro because there's kids out there that are going to want it. And I'm telling you right now, these parents out here are going to be like, no way, $700, no. That's your whole Christmas just about you and your brother. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
$700. Come on, Sega Forever. They're not
No,
they're not going to buy those, man. You'll get a couple kids that might get one, but they're not going to buy those in droves. They're not. They're going to sit on the shelves, bro. It's too
you know,
expensive.
100% what you're talking about earlier. Exactly what you talked about earlier too, man. It's not just that. And a PlayStation, that's $700 is ridiculous. But then
Yeah,
like you just said, like you're looking at Black Friday deals, and it doesn't seem
yeah,
like Black Friday,
yeah,
right? It seems like a weekend in March. You know what I'm saying? It's like,
yeah,
they
yeah,
just have something to just reduce the price. There's no
yeah,
sales, reduce price. Yeah.
yeah.
So yeah, you got to factor that in as well, right? Because people got to buy multiple stuff and big ticket items. Unless you have the money, man, that's going to get put to the side.
Oh, I know. Like, I think it's going to do well. I don't know. Maybe Nintendo Switch, they have these different types of bundles because I've been looking. I've been looking at Sam's Club. I get that in the mail, and I always look at the TVs and I look at the electronics and I look at the game bundles and different things they have, and they're kind of a little pricey. The Switch, but it comes with these bundles. Then I seen the PlayStation 5 Pro in there, and I think the regular one. Now I believe is a lot of these companies what they said if you turn in your PS4 like GameStop and all that, I think you will get like a couple $100 if you really want that PS5 or something like that. Even if you want the Pro and they have it, and you turn in your PS4, you might be able to get the Pro. You're still going to pay more than getting the regular PS5. So I think the regular PS5s are going to sell a little better than I think it's going to sell way better than the Pro. I'll say that. the PS5. If it comes in at a good selling point, though, that's a thing. These PS5s, I think they'll sell more. But I think that Series X and S, I think they're going to really sell very well this holiday season, man.
What's their big game for the holidays? Did they even have any?
Nope,
No, right? I've never seen anything. Like at least
nope.
Xbox, we know we're getting Indiana Jones.
Yeah, yeah,
So
that's yeah.
and
Well,
then
you seen the Verizon? Did you see the Verizon deal
I think you were
down
talking.
here? Remember I showed you? Yeah, you get all that. You get a $50 gift card. You get the Series S. You get a headset. You get all that for just signing up with Verizon. You know, there's a lot of people going to do that. Watch Verizon; they're going to do it. People that are with Xfinity down here, I guarantee you, when they see that they can get an Xbox, they're going to definitely switch over, bro. I see that happening. I do. I see it happening. I see it happening. I think it's going to do very well. I think it's going to do very well.
Yeah.
That's a good strategy, bro. That's them Series S's are going to go with Verizon. Watch, they're going to go $50 gift card. Really? Come on, bro. $50 gift card. Two? Yeah, it's going to go, man.
I think one of the saving graces for Sony might be COD.
Yeah, you're right. Because I will admit this, brother Sega Forever, because I'm not biased at all. I'm an Xbox dude in and out. I bleed green. And I have that green shield, like Captain America for Xbox. But bro, you're right. COD is keeping them alive. There's still a lot of them playing COD on there, and that's fine. I don't care. Play COD. You just remember you're giving us that money, though.
Yeah, dude, that's what got me, man. These people were talking online of how that benefits Sony and then how it's hurting Microsoft. And I looked at their, and it's kind of like when they started doing that new math. These
Yeah.
kids are bringing that new math from school, and you'd be like, "What the hell is this?" So I'm like looking at that, and in my mind, I'm like, "Bro,
Yeah.
this you guys understand that all that money is going to Microsoft. You're actually
Yep.
giving money to Microsoft because they own
Yep.
it. And Microsoft is not going to cry about that.
Nope.
And anybody knows my feelings about that. But what I will say, man, is when I play Call of Duty Black Ops 6, man, I'm like, damn, this game is really good. And
That
so when
game
I
is
look at it, yeah.
That game
So,
is awesome.
so I know that I know it's a popular game, but then I'm like listening to these guys, I'm like, bro, but you don't understand. Like Microsoft gets 80% or 70%. I think it's 80%, 80-20. Could be wrong. But you know what I'm saying? That's crazy to me.
Well,
I
hey,
mean,
check this out, Sega Forever. Check this out. Let me tell you what happened real quick. I collect systems, and I had a PS5. No, not a PS5. I had a PS4, and I had a problem with it. The old one. I bought that because it was cheaper. I had a problem with it, and so brother Heatbot said, "Sega man, what's it doing?" I said, "Well, I'm playing the disc of a game I got in there. Like it was I forgot the game, Killzone or something. I got it for like $3 at a flea market, and it kept popping out. It kept popping out, and it kept popping out. So I said, well, let me go to the library and let me get what game did I get? There was a game that I got out of the library that was a PS4 game. I think it was what was it? Oh, for Horizon Forbidden West or something like that. So I put that in. It started playing a little bit. Oh, all right, let me see. All of a sudden it popped out and it made this noise. So he's like, "You got to take that back. It's the disk drive. It's not the games. You got to take that back." So I took it back to the place I got it from, and I got another one, and I got the Slim. Okay, I got the Slim because they said the Slim's better and there's no problems. But let me tell you what I did. When I fired that up at home, there was other people's profiles on that PS4. So check this out. I went into their profiles to see what they played, and there was like 4 different profiles on this PS4 Slim. So whoever owned that, it kept getting traded in, I guess, or it was 4 people in one house. And every game that they had on there behind their little icon, Fortnite, right? Fortnite, NBA 2K, and there was another game, and that's all they played. There was no Spider-Man, there was no God of War. It was Fortnite, NBA 2K, and I think there was a COD, I think. But that's it. Their regular in-house games, whoever owned that PS4, they didn't even play those in-house games like Spider-Man, God of War, Last of Us, none of that was on there. It was mostly Fortnite, NBA 2K, and I think there was one that said that whoever owned it, they were playing COD on there. That was it, Sega Forever. No other games they played.
Not surprised.
Yep.
Not surprised at all.
And I'm not lying about that. Bro, you lying, Sega Man. No, I'm not. I looked in there and seen it, and that's what mostly they played. Fortnite and NBA 2K. That's all they played on there, man.
I mean, to me, it's believable, right? Because their sales of games and consoles don't coincide well,
Yeah.
right, at all. And I think that's something that again, I think that's why Microsoft shifted, right, our engagement and ecosystem. But let me read Mr. Kima says Musk is a hardcore Xbox gamer. Oh yeah, Mr. Kima, I saw his Diablo
Oh, yeah.
videos.
Yeah.
I mean, you know what it is, and the way he plays is pretty hardcore. And I think since he makes rockets, it's probably for somebody like me, it'd be tiring the way he plays. But for him, it's probably a break considering all the stuff that he does. But yeah, I saw his runs, man. They're pretty amazing.
Yeah.
Anthony Chipmunk, welcome, brothers. At Xbox All In and Sega Man, cheers.
What's
Cheers
up, brother Anthony? Happy holidays.
Happy holidays, bro. Hope you had a good Thanksgiving. If you celebrate. Sometimes I forget that we have an international audience as well.
Yep.
But hey, look, in America, dude, a lot of it has to do with to celebrate the season. But anything we can do to eat more.
Yeah,
You
right.
know what I'm saying? Especially when, in fact, I got custard pie. I said that. I just thought about dessert, and I'm gonna get a piece of custard pie and eat that.
Yeah.
I haven't even had breakfast. But it says Microsoft gets 80% cut of every PlayStation card game sold. Wow, dude. Money, money, money.
Yeah. That's what they don't understand. See, and then when you tell them that,
Yeah.
okay, you tell them that, they put up a brick wall like they didn't hear what you said. And I'm like, I know you heard me. You know, you get caught, but we still get that money. You know, we still get that money that comes back to Xbox to bring more games and developers and more things to us, more IP. And they act like they don't hear that. Well, Xbox didn't sell this many consoles. Like they go back to the same stuff over and over again, man. And they want our games. Our games are on their minds all the time. That's not me. Damage control. It's the truth, because if you listen to Porter Rock and all them and their podcasts, is all they ever do, Sega Forever, is always talk about Xbox games. They never talk about PlayStation games at all. If you're such a PlayStation fanboy and you love PlayStation and the PlayStation is end all be all, why aren't you talking about their games? Oh, that's right, they don't have any. So you got to keep talking about Xbox games, how bad they are, or they're coming over to PlayStation and it's going to be better. Like that's all they do, Sega Forever. They never talk about PlayStation. It's always Xbox on the mind with them, man.
Yeah, it's a disease, dude.
Yeah.
Bro. Oh.
All the time. I'm like, damn, you guys love PlayStation so much. Do you guys even talk about anything about PlayStation at all? Death Stranding did better on Xbox than it did on PlayStation.
Oh my gosh, the amount of people that is playing that game.
Yeah.
And it's across the board. Some people are like, this thing's weird.
Yeah, and I'm playing it. I bought it. Sega Forever. I bought it. I did. I bought it. Yep, I bought it. Huh?
Do you like it?
It's very Sega Forever. Listen, man, you're gonna laugh when I tell you.
Mm-hmm.
You get achievement if you take a piss and grow a mushroom. It's crazy. You take a piss on the ground, it grows a fungus, and you get an achievement for that. Your first pee or something, it says. I'm like, what the fuck is this? This is crazy. You carry a little baby around, this little baby. You know, it's very, very, very weird. It's like one of them science fiction, very off the wall, offbeat games. And I'll tell you what, Sega Forever, I kind of like it because it's a very weird, like, science fiction game. Because I like science fiction games, period. I like science fiction games, shooter games and stuff like that. It's very weird, brother. It's very weird. It's very Japanese. You like Hiro Kojima? It's very weird, bro. It's very, very weird.
Kojima's kind of in his own category because he's so Western influenced.
Yeah.
But he's still got that Japanese weirdness.
Yes. Yes. It's like you're watching, I'm going to be honest with you, Sega Forever. It's like you're watching a Japanese sci-fi movie in a way. I know you're playing the game, but it's kind of like would be a weird depiction of like a Japanese kind of like sci-fi-ish type of walking simulator movie or something. It's very weird, bro. It's
Yeah,
very weird.
it's funny.
It's got a long story to it.
Mhm.
I listened to the story, you know, something with why the baby's there, like weird stuff, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Kojima is like, if you look at his Metal Gear Solid,
Yeah.
some of the characters though, they're kind of
Mhm.
out there, but it was still, he knows how to tell a story.
Yeah.
I know he gets a lot of hate nowadays, but one thing I'll never hate on that guy is
Nope.
he knows how to tell a story, he knows how to make characters, and he knows how to build a world. I might not like the world that he's building, but I never take that away from him. That dude's got skills.
Yeah. I think Hiro Kojima, you know what I think, Sega Forever, brother? This is just a little tinfoil hat I'm gonna put on. I think with him coming over there, I think all them good Japanese developers that are on other systems are going to see that and they're going to start following suit and come over like he did and start putting more of their games on the Xbox. Like you got Square Enix, it's full force with them now almost. You know, different things like that, man. I think that's going to happen. You know how they have the ones that kind of stay on PlayStation? But I think, I'm not saying all the way, but if they see that Hiro Kojima's over there, the Japanese developers, and he's very respected. So, yeah, I think you might see more of them come over to Xbox, man, for people that want to get deep into like those kind of games and different things like that. Because we have proven that we play and like Japanese games, dude. And we buy them more than they do. I believe we buy more Japanese X games on the Xbox than they do on the PlayStation, man.
Yeah. I think they're also looking at the sales of the X.
Yes.
What Series
Yes.
S? Because they got
Yes.
to keep their consumers where they are.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
believe you're right on that. Yeah. We buy more. I guarantee you, brother, say forever, that we bought Death Stranding more than and supported it more than they did on the fucking PlayStation. Guarantee you. If that goes on the Game Pass, it's a wrap. Some
Oh,
people were saying that it's going to go on Game Pass.
it'd be good for PC.
Death Stranding, yeah, oh yeah, heck yeah,
That's the thing they're
PC,
looking at because we have a PC component now
yeah,
with Xbox,
yep,
as Data always talks about.
oh yeah,
I'm not gonna lie, I said this, dude. I was like playing War Tide or no Dark Tide.
yeah,
I noticed now that when I play, it's like for several months it's been like this. I get into more games now.
yeah.
Like it's not as good as COD. The game kicks off right away because it's COD.
Yeah, yeah.
You're not in a lobby for a long time.
And that's good that you're enjoying COD. I want to actually reinstall it because I had the mother games I had to put on there. I beat the campaign. I forgot the other game I installed. COD has a big it's a big memory. So I'm fitting to get a 1 terabyte, bro. If you go on Best Buy right now, you can get a 1 terabyte, not the Seagate. What's the other one called?
The
Cat.
W.
Yeah, the one that's just it does the same thing. It's just
Mhm.
cheaper. They got a 1 terabyte you can get right now for $99 on Best
Oh,
Buy.
wow.
Yeah, and I got it. I actually ordered it.
I bought the,
And huh?
sorry, I bought the Stargate, not Stargate, Starfield.
Yeah.
That special edition was on sale,
Oh yeah,
so I bought it.
nice.
And all I did was put all the Bethesda games on there because I think
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh man, nice.
Because it looks like a Starfield. It has the logo and everything.
Yeah,
The special edition one.
yeah.
So every time I look at it, I know that it's all Bethesda games are on there. I put all the Bethesda games on there.
Did
So if
you?
I have a
Nice,
Bethesda game, yeah, I just plug it in and play it off of that.
nice, bro. Nice.
But like Unlimited, man, he's been talking highly about the cloud.
Has he?
Yeah, the service.
Hey, I'm
Yeah,
gonna tell you what, brother Sega Forever, it's awesome, bro. Look, if I don't have the room, like, because I still play on my old Xboxes. It depends on where I'm at. If I'm in my game room, I'll play on the Series X. If I'm upstairs, I play on the One X, and I also have an Xbox One S
Yeah.
in the bedroom, the One S. in the bedroom. And if I don't have the room, man, I'll just play whatever I want to play on the cloud, and it works. It works and looks good still, even on the cloud.
That's why I'm so excited about them. Hey, what's up, Daniel? What's up, my brother? Sorry, I meant to shut you up.
Hey, Daniel.
But what I was doing, so I'm just like you, brother. I have an S, X, one
Yeah.
S, one X.
Yeah. Yep.
So the one S,
Yeah.
is down here. So my daughter was using that one. So
Yeah.
then I bought her the Series S.
Yep.
But I still keep the S plugged into the TV down here in the living room.
Yeah.
Because I can play all my indie games on there.
Yep.
Because you still get the disk space, indies don't take up, and then I got an external drive for that.
Yep.
So I just put all the smaller games on there, and it's perfect. It's perfect for that console, right? It doesn't take much to run them.
Yeah.
And I'm talking about like the old 360 games and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Now
Mm-hmm.
on
Yeah.
the X, you get the benefit of the up boost and stuff like that, right? But there's sometimes it's just convenient. And I have one, but sometimes you just want to play the game, right? I don't want to wait and download. And I'm fine, dude. I mean, you get a little bit of a resolution, right? Xbox is doing this for. I'm not gonna lie. And so I'm like, I mean, this is like the avatars, right? Or the stuff that they had, like the old games on the Xbox One and 360 era.
Yeah.
So I have no problem with doing that, bro. And I'm like, oh, good, I can save on space. So instead of having to swap in and out with my X,
Brother Sega Forever, let me ask you a question. When they made the Series X and the Series S, you know how you can buy the little cards, the velocity cards you could put in there so you can get more room for when you download the bigger games that are enhanced and stuff, S and X enhanced, right? Stuff like that.
Right.
Why didn't they on the back of those put 2 of those ports? Why did they just put 1?
I don't know.
You see what I'm saying? Where you could put like let's say you buy a 1 terabyte right now. Let's say you went and bought a 1 terabyte Seagate, put it back there, and you say, oh shit, let me go out and get another 500 more gigs or another 1 terabyte and then make it 2, and you could put that in the back. Why didn't they put, it would have been nice if they would have put 2 ports back there for those cards. Why 1? I just never understood why 1 when to me, they should have did 2.
Well,
because the games are big.
Yeah. Well, that's always been a problem. That's why they could have had the cloud up and running.
Yeah.
Right, but now they have to go out and rely on people like us or explain it to their consumers.
Yeah.
Because it's not been good for me at all. And I'm not hating on them. I know it's because of where I live.
Right.
But the radius of that hasn't been good overall.
Yeah. Yeah.
And depending on where you live, right? So, and some of that can't be helped because there's no, the U.S. is a big country. Not every place has the infrastructure.
Yeah.
But the way that they're getting now, it's just like with Netflix. Dude, I remember when streaming first started on Netflix, it wasn't perfect.
Yeah.
It was just amazing that they could do it. So they kind of got that pass, but over time, dude, they improved on it. So
yeah,
Microsoft can do that because that's one of the things, right? Is those hard drives are so expensive.
Oh yeah.
For them to put into the machine. So I'm pretty sure it had to do with cost when it came to the connection or the way, or maybe something with the design. Because they have the one that's in the front that I use from time to time, but you might want to use that for other stuff,
Yeah.
But to be honest with you, brother, I would have to probably say because of cost of design. Because
I guess it would have been more. So if they were to put another port on there, it probably would took up another $100 for the system. I would think, huh?
Probably
or something like that. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, and the S would have also went up in price too if they would have put 2 ports on the back of that. Also, I guess so.
See, this is why I hate Sony guys too.
Yeah,
because Microsoft became a victim of that, right? Because Sony can do no wrong, but if Microsoft tries to do something, so they always got to keep that in the back of their mind. So because of what happened with the Xbox One and the cost, right? Even though Sony had that, and this is why I'm so happy Sony's charging them $700 because they deserve to be charged $700 for all the whining they did about the cost of a console, right? So Microsoft always has to take that in mind. Ever since the Xbox One, bro, they have to keep that in mind.
Yeah.
And so that's why I think moving forward, that's what they do. They don't take that chance.
Yeah.
I'm not saying they don't have solutions, just cloud wasn't ready. But I've been using cloud for some of the games, and it's awesome. Like, it'll work, right? Even for me, so you don't have to waste the time of downloading it.
Yep.
So that's
so I'm wondering, moving forward,
Mhm.
I'm going to be honest. I'm not ready, and I don't think they should. I'm not ready for the newer Xbox. I know when a newer Xbox comes out, it's going to destroy the PS5 Pro, and it's going to also destroy the PS6 if that comes out because they said that like they said from the beginning with the One X when it was born that they're not gonna go be behind a power narrative ever again after the One X. So I think the new Xbox, that's going to be a phenomenal piece of machine, gaming machine, man. When that comes out, Sarah Bond already talked about it months ago, last year, I think, talking about how it's going to be leaps and bounds that you've never seen before. You know what I mean? But I just want to keep this X for a little while longer because I don't believe we've seen what it can really do yet. All it can do, I'm not in no hurry, is what I'm saying. You know,
Well, they're saying that it's a PC hybrid.
were you serious?
Yeah. So that's the
Wow.
review we've been reading. Now take this all as conjecture. So I mean, but they make convincing arguments about it.
Yeah.
Well, to me, all within the realm of possibilities. It's just that okay, is that really what Microsoft is doing?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it would make sense to me because you just saw their commercial. This is an Xbox. This is an Xbox. This is an
Yep.
Xbox.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
I mean, they're into the power management.
Yep.
They're into the environmental stuff.
Yeah.
So a hybrid would make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
They're pushing hard on PC.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be
I'm
surprised.
in. I'm all in.
Yeah,
I'm all in.
I'm like you, brother. I don't think they need to rush at all. I mean, I haven't just. And look, dude, I'm trying to keep in mind that I'm talking from my perspective because I haven't even scratched the surface on most of my games. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah.
So, and the games right now, dude. I mean, aside from what we see with Indiana Jones,
Mm-hmm.
but I think that's more the narrative.
Yeah.
Direction. They're gonna excel at that because if anybody playing, what's the name of their game? Machine Heads. I love the games too. Wolfenstein.
Yeah. Yeah.
One thing that I loved about Wolfenstein the most was the narrative driven story that goes in hand with the actual gameplay, right? It's
Yeah.
just not a cutscene; it's just for the sake of a cutscene, right? It sets up a lot of the stuff going on in the story mode, especially. So that's why I'm high on Indiana Jones because from the trailer alone, it seems like they capture the magic of what the character of Indiana Jones is.
Yeah.
And I know they have the pedigree when it comes to the actual gameplay because I played the Wolfenstein games, and
Yeah.
it seems like it'd be a one for one, in my opinion. So the only thing I'm looking at them doing is expanding on that with the actual game itself, taking it in
Mm-hmm.
new directions, maybe some new tech.
Mhm.
And again, guys, not talking about graphics and stuff like that. They'll probably be good, but I'm talking more on the gameplay, the experience, the interactivity. That's what I'm
Yeah.
talking. It's funny, Sega man. There's this game that was on Xbox. It's from China. And when I looked at it, I thought it was a dating game, but I thought it was in the line of a soap opera.
What is it? What is it?
So I played it. So it is an interactive kind of dating sim. Um, but I thought it'd be more dramatic. Like some of the movies we do here, where there's a detective, like that one story with the girl,
Yeah.
and dies, and then trying
Yeah.
to figure out what it was. I thought it was more suspense. That's a better word, suspenseful.
Yeah.
It looks like it's a straight up dating sim or whatever.
I think I have that. Is it called the dating game?
Yeah,
Or
something
something?
like that. Yeah,
I
it's
like
free.
those.
Yeah,
I
it's
like
in
those
game.
games. Yeah.
But I was thinking more in the drama aspect, not the actual dating type of game. So I was like,
Yeah.
shit.
I buy a
So,
lot of those Sega Forever. I buy a lot of those the ones where there's real people in it and you have to make the decisions
yeah.
and
Well,
different things. I buy those all the time, man. They're fun games. I like those. I think those are cool. It kind of reminds you of like a up to dated like what's it called? Night Trap, like with the real people in
oh,
it.
yeah,
Different things like that. You know what I mean?
that's what I was about to say. We're both Sega guys, right? You're Sega man, I'm
Yeah,
Sega.
that's
And
right.
that's a throwback to the Sega CD days, man.
Oh
That's
yeah.
that's when I got on it. I remember my friend too. This was on PlayStation though, but he bought oh man, because he played this game on Nintendo, dude. It was this Wing Commander. And then he bought it for PlayStation, and on PlayStation they did FMV on that whole thing. And
Yep.
Mark Hamill is actually the actor.
Yep.
He played the role, and I mean I've been in love with those games for the longest time. So.
I have Wing Commander for Sega CD. Mark Hamill, man.
Yeah. Oh, so it was on Sega CD too. I didn't know.
Yep, I have it. Yep.
Yeah, dude, that was And then one of the girls in there, my friend told me, was a porn star, and I had no idea, right? You know, and I was like, oh, okay. Because she said it like, oh, what's she doing in there? She normally made
Was it?
porn.
Yeah. What's her name did one? I think Samantha Fox. One of them did something.
Yeah, like
He
Dana
was a
Plato.
porn star.
It piqued my interest, but I remember when Dana Plato, who was on Different Strokes, right? She was in Night Trap, and I was like,
Yeah, dude. She's on night. She's on Night Trap. Yeah, she's on Night Trap, man. And I have that game too. And it's sad to when I
yeah,
play it, put it in there. I see her. I'm like, man, it's just sad because she couldn't get no work anywhere. She tried to get work anywhere she could.
no, you
And
get, you get
they put her to work. You know,
yeah, and then
she
you
was a
hear the,
bad drug addict, man. She was a bad drug addict, bro.
yeah,
She's
she was
bad. It's a shame. It's a shame, man.
pretty much, yeah, even all of them actually had some kind of
Well, the only
problem.
one left now is
Todd Bridges,
Todd Bridges. The other
yeah.
ones are all dead. They're all dead.
Todd Bridges went to jail for a while, right? I think he
Yep.
turned his life around.
He turned his life around completely, bro. He doesn't do none of that anymore. He doesn't do drugs, nothing. He doesn't do none of that stuff anymore.
Oh, that's great.
He tried to help out Corey Haim when Corey Haim did the show with Corey Feldman. Corey Feldman called Todd Bridges because I watched the whole show. I watched the whole show. Called Todd Bridges and said, "Hey, can you come over here and try to help Corey out, man? He doesn't listen to me. He doesn't. I have him living with me. He's giving me trouble with me and my wife, and he won't listen to me. Will you try? Will you try and talk to him?" So you can hear Todd Bridges talking to him, and he's even giving Todd Bridges a hard time. You know, Todd Bridges, look, man, I'm just trying to help you because you're going down the wrong path there, man. I'm just trying to help you. I don't want nothing to happen to you. And he didn't listen to Todd Bridges either, man. And the dude ended up dying, bro. He didn't want to listen to nobody. He's,
You know, they just can't recapture, man. Because I remember growing up, dude, the two Corys, bro,
yeah,
they were on Tiger Beat and all those magazines.
yeah, license to drive.
Yeah, License to Drive.
Yeah,
They were huge. They were huge, man. I remember he was in Lucas, right? Lucas or
yeah,
Luca
I
was the
think so.
movie.
Yeah,
And
Lost
he,
Boys.
yeah, but he did one movie, and he was really young, and
Yeah,
he had such a impact
yeah, yeah,
um, that it just blew him up from that, and then he started doing all the other stuff, man. But
yeah.
yeah,
They were great together. License to Drive was a funny fucking movie. That was a awesome movie, man. And it was sad to see what happened to Corey Haim, bro. It really was. You know, he didn't want it. He didn't want to. Sega Forever thing is he didn't want to, man. Corey Feldman trying to help. He didn't want no help, bro. He just kept trying to put a band-aid on it. Oh, I'm okay. I'm just gonna get into my art. You know, I like doing art, it'll take my mind. Like he just in that whole show, he just he wasn't he just couldn't do it, man. He let the drugs just took over and it killed him, bro. They
well,
tried to help him, but he didn't want to listen, man.
I
You
mean,
know?
I just remember him, man. I just remember this about him, dude. And during that time, it's like
Yeah.
that dude was like one of the most. Yeah, how can I put this, man? Like as far as the teen idols of the time,
Mm-hmm.
he was one of the top guys, and I'm talking about how the girls, based
Oh
on
yeah.
look.
Back in the day in the 80s. Yeah, bro. Yeah.
Right. But all of that thing, dude, that dude dominated like everything, man. It's just like when you saw like when my kids were like listening to Justin Bieber, when Bieber came out.
Yeah.
I
Mm-hmm.
mean, when he was younger, right? And then when he got all weird, I was like, nah.
Yeah.
But my kids had moved on to something else by then. But I
Hey,
mean, because
hey, brother Sick Ever, look what happened to tragic death, River Phoenix, bro.
yeah,
You know?
yeah, dude.
Sad death, man. Man, it was bad, bro. They have actually showed his picture of him in the coffin. Man, it was bad, really bad. I mean, man, you know,
He was supposed to be. They pinned him to be the new Indiana Jones, bro.
yeah,
The young
yeah,
Indiana Jones, right?
yeah,
So, I mean that one where he played a younger version of
yep,
him. But
yep,
I don't know, man. There's some kind of something with that Indiana. Every time they try and do a younger version, man, those guys go nuts.
yeah, yeah,
You know,
man,
the other
yeah,
dude was that other guy. I can't think of his name right now. But his one is just do it. But he was from
yeah,
Transformers. That actor from Transformers.
yeah,
Played the main kid, but
yeah, man.
no, I mean it's unfortunate dude, that it have to turn out like that for a lot of these guys, man. But man, that's why Hollywood is that machine, dude. It'll just take
It-
you in and chew you out, man.
and Corey Haim, if believe it or not, Sega Forever, you probably know this because you're a Sega head like me.
Mhm.
He's also in a Sega CD game.
Oh, is that
It's a stop motion one. I think I have it. I got to look in my archives. I think I have it. He's in it. You have to solve like he's young too. He's wearing these glasses like he looks like a little professor dude, and you got to solve things or something like that. But he is in a VMU game. He's in a Sega CD game. I think it's called might be called Wirehead
I can
or
look it up.
or something like that. He is in one, and I think that game is expensive too. I think I have Wirehead. I do have Wirehead. He might not be in Wirehead, but he's definitely
Is that him? Double switch.
yeah. Double Switch. He's in Double Switch. That's Corey Haim.
Oh my gosh, yeah, there's the picture of him.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
So if you have it, if anybody has that game, I think I have it. I think it's worth a couple bones. You know what I mean? It's worth some money. You know, because he's in that. He's in that Double Switch, man. I think I have that, brother. Sega Forever. Now I got to go home and look. I think I have it, bro, because he's in that. He's in that game. It's not bad. It's okay. It's not bad. You know.
Hold on, let me try and share this, dude. I'll try and pop it up on there, brother.
Yeah. It wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't bad. Oh yeah, put on screen. Yeah.
Yeah, that's about as big as I can make it.
Yep.
Yeah, guys, if you guys don't know who Corey Haim is, man, this dude was like the teen heartthrob
Yeah.
of his era, man. So
Well, we were in the Sega CD, and I have a 3DO. Now the 3DO did VMU games way better. The picture was way better because that machine, the 3DO machine was more powerful than the Sega CD. It actually did the VMU movies games better. They were more clear. It was a better picture. It wasn't all grainy. But Sega CD started it. They started it, and then 3DO started doing it. Plus, that thing was overpriced. Remember, back in the day, that thing was the price of a PS5 Pro. Back in the day, that 3DO, that guy from Electronics Arts that made the system. You know what I mean? That thing was like $600, and it didn't sell. It bombed. Nobody was going to pay $600. There was a few people that bought it, but it was rich people. The 3DO.
right.
Now you can get that. If you can find a working one, you could probably get one for about $100 if you can find one that works.
Yeah, dude, man. The money, that's understandable, brother, because this stuff is like our history. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And here's Wing Commander, dude. Look how young he was, man. So this dude, this right here, right? And then if you look at these are all. One thing that shocked me a lot about it is like John Spencer right here, right? This guy went out to he did even better shows. This dude right here, man. I think it's Jason Bernard is his name. Is that it? Jason Bernard? Yeah, but I remember from so many TV shows growing up. And both of these guys actually, but especially Jason Bernard, dude.
Yeah.
And of course Mark Hamill. But they put a lot of it was actually really pretty well done, if I have to say, as far as the story.
Oh yeah, what?
Yeah, I played the game, but I'm not really good at those type of games, bro, if I'm being honest. Yeah, but sorry that you were going down memory lane, and I was like, oh, dude, let's look that up.
Well, Sega Forever back in those days, man. When we were younger, bro, we always concentrated on the Sega Genesis or the Sega CD when all these other systems were coming out around that time.
Yeah.
They were just either too expensive or you couldn't get one. Like the TurboGrafx 16 back in the day, that system was phenomenal. It was not a 16-bit system. It wasn't. It was I think it was an 8-bit, but the way they made it look, the graphics were phenomenal. It looked like a 16-bit system, but it wasn't.
Yeah.
And that thing was expensive. I mean, the games were expensive. Like today, if you want some of those games today, brother, Sega Forever, those games are like $100 a piece. It depends on what you get, or even more. Like there's this one game called Air Zonk or something. It's like $500 for that game for the the TurboGrafx 16. I'm like, God damn. Like some of those games are like $300, $200, $180. I mean, they're expensive, man.
Oh yeah, dude.
I'm like, wow, like Bunk and Bunk Revenge, those games are like $150 some places, bro.
Yeah, those games are classic, dude. I love
Yeah.
Bunk.
Awesome games, Bunk Revenge. You remember that?
Yeah. That's why I'm like, what did they had wow, what's the name of that game? Toki?
What is it?
What is that game? Toki? Um,
Toki?
can't think of the name of the. Let me look.
I tell you one game they had on there that was really good. It was called Legendary Axe.
Oh yeah, Legendary Axe, man. That's classic.
Legendary
friend-
Axe 2 was phenomenal. You know?
Yeah, my friend had that. He had the
Yeah.
game.
Yeah. Yeah. Those now, if you want them shmup games on there, okay, they were known for their shmup games. Their shmup games, those shoot 'em up games were the best. They were. I mean, Thunder Force for Sega Genesis was probably one of the best shoot 'em ups ever made. Thunder Force, 2, 3, and then Lightning Force on the Genesis was phenomenal, and they were good. They were really good. Now those are high in price now, but the TurboGrafx 16, bro, had a lot of shoot 'em up games on there, and those games are expensive. Sega Forever, they're expensive as hell. They're like 190, some are $200, and that's just the case. That's just the card. That's it. Not no case or nothing. Just the card. That's it. Those games are expensive. Splatterhouse is expensive on there.
Yeah, I love Splatterhouse. It's like one of my
Yeah.
favorite.
Yeah.
I wish they would bring those games back.
It would be nice if Splatterhouse is back. It's on Antstream.
Yeah, I mean, but like a newer version for the current.
Oh
console.
yeah. Yeah, that'd be nice. Well, you remember on a 360, if you bought that, because I have the Splatterhouse game on 360, if you beat certain parts of that game, you can unlock all the Splatterhouses 1, 2, 3, and 3.
Oh, nice! I didn't know that.
Yeah, so if you play the one on 360 and beat it, there's certain things you have to do in the game, Brother Sega Forever. There's 360 version of the new Splatterhouse, because that was the last Splatterhouse that actually came out. It was on the 360. And if you beat certain parts of the game, bro, you can unlock the old school games on there and play it on there. On the 360, man. Yeah. Yeah. That's like him. Did you hear about those games are real expensive now? Deadpool. I found the Deadpool game for Xbox One, bro, at the the goddamn Goodwill for $4, and that game's gone for like over $150 now on eBay.
Oh man,
The Red Pool games, for some reason, the ones on the 360 and the ones on the Xbox One, they're really expensive now. I don't know if they stopped making them or something, but they're expensive now. They became gems. The Deadpool games, bro. And I have them both, one for 360 and the one for Xbox One. And I got them dirt cheap.
doesn't Activision own those games?
I think so. They're dirt cheap, man. But if you go look it up on YouTube, like if you put in why is Deadpool so expensive on Xbox, and you see all these guys do videos on it and telling you about it, dude, they're like over 100, like 150 bucks, maybe $160 for the one on Xbox One. For some reason, I don't know if it's because they stopped making them or it had to do something with the game, but they became gems. Now they're expensive now. For some reason, I forgot what the guy said. I wish I could tell you, but they became expensive. So now they're collectible. The Deadpool's on Xbox now.
You know, they probably tied into production.
Yeah,
Like how many copies they made.
yeah,
You know how they sold. Like, you know, so a lot of these, like most companies, right, they have a large stock, and sometimes they get rid of this stuff. You know,
Yeah.
sell well, and
Yeah.
you know, it's kind of like what happened with comic books. One of the reasons why a lot of comic books were worth so much money is not just because of their age and you know they're classic and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But, you know, when the war is going on, you know, that's a lot of the drives and stuff like paper drives, and you know, when they were trying to get materials and stuff like that, dude, a lot of the parents get kids comic books. So you don't have a wide circulation because Superman's always been a popular character. So people wonder why it's so much, because you can't find the original. You can't find a lot of the original comics,
Oh yeah, yeah.
and that's even before like time and all that kind of stuff. Because as you get older, the stuff is not maintaining, right? It's gonna eventually you're gonna have to like that's why you have to seal them away and put them in like a climate control room, right? Because it's gonna eventually you just leave it out, right? That thing's gonna disintegrate, basically.
I
But
can believe. I tell you what, brother. I can believe that, man. Comic books. It depends on what you have, like you said. I
yeah,
had a friend that was deep into collecting comic books, and he had these ones. They were old. Uh, one was called Foxy Grandpa, real old, super old comic books that they actually look like books,
right.
and he sold them for about 1,500 a piece. Because he was into comic books and stuff like that. He sold them for a lot of money, man. You know, I'm
Look what
like,
Mr.
wow, man.
Look what Mr. Kima wrote. He wrote, "Atomic Robot Kid for the TurboGrafx 16 was better than the Saga. Genesis version Atomic Kid Robo Kid for the TurboGrafx 16 was better than the Sega Genesis version. Oh,
Oh, really?
better than the Sega.
Is that what they're saying?
I think that's what Mr. Kima thinks.
What did he say? Atomic Robot?
Yeah, Atomic Robot Kid.
Yeah, I
Atomic.
remember that. I remember that, Mr. Keem. I actually have that game. It's a really weird like game that's on the Sega Genesis. I have that game. Yeah, I have that. See,
You know,
he knows. He knows, brother.
yeah, Mr. Kima. One of the things about the TurboGrafx, it's like their games are built for the TurboGrafx. Like to take advantage. Like how everybody complains now about developers not taking full advantage of the consoles that we currently have. Um, but that's why Microsoft goes through the painstaking thing of making their own studios, so that they have studios that'll take advantage of the system as is required. So it's not required by Microsoft for them to do that, but if that's what you want to do, they have it there in place for you. Because the Genesis was an awesome console, man.
Yeah.
And when the Nintendo, what do you call it, Super Nintendo came, right? Then that went to that. Then that became the kind of the thing, right? As far as, but that's why when people talk, I remember these fondly because I had an NES, but when Genesis came on, dude, Genesis was just to me far superior in every way from the game. It was an attitude era kind of thing, I have to say, right? But they were just doing stuff, man. That the sound quality and all that stuff, and then eventually that pushed Nintendo to come up with the Super Nintendo. That was a classic battle, man.
What was?
Sega Nintendo, but it wasn't toxic like how battles are now.
No, no.
They both fed off each other. They pushed each other.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah. They did. They did.
yeah. The only thing that I think but Nintendo did hold their ground on was the disc. Sega went disc mode, and Nintendo refused, and they said no, we're going to keep cartridges, and that's why you're paying more for your Nintendo cartridges back then. Everybody was going to disc. Right. But yeah, man. Yeah, see, man, I'm gonna have to bounce. I'm glad you came, brother, man. I haven't talked to you in a long time.
Huh?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to go.
Oh,
But
no problem, bro. No problem.
I know I started this so early in the morning, but I was hoping you'd be able to come in.
I'm glad I can come in. I always want to join you. I know it's hard sometimes because I know your time difference are different. But when I seen you on there, I'm like I was out shopping, with the missus, and I'm like when I get back, I'm gonna see if I can jump on for a little while with my brother Sega Forever. So yeah, I'm glad I can come in and rock out with you, man.
Yeah, dude. And again, this is the Wrecking Crew podcast, so I always
That's right.
I shoot
That's
you.
right.
I shoot you the link on the. I have you on Instagram, so I'll shoot it to you there.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, dude. I mean, I always appreciate it if you can make time to come on.
Anytime, bro. You know that.
We had Brother Hebot on earlier.
Yep. Was he there?
Yeah, he was right from the jump. He came in.
Damn. Nice.
Because we talked the other day, and he wanted to do a podcast, and I was like, yeah, but we couldn't connect on the time. So I did the
Yeah.
podcast to him, messaged him, and everything, and he was able to jump in. He didn't get to stay long. He was
Yeah,
there
that's my boy.
for a while, but he dropped, and then he never came back, which probably means
Oh,
off
yeah.
his phone.
He's
Or
probably doing stuff, bro. You know?
yeah, yeah. But and then Unlimited came in, and then Dea jumped in,
Nice.
and then finally you came. So I'm like, yeah, thanks for being. Yeah. It's just
Yeah,
good to
man.
talk
Well,
stuff.
thanks for having me, man.
Yeah, no problem. No problem, man. Thank you for being here again. Zoe says, good show. Thanks, Zoe. But look at Zoe, but Second Man still lying on the Switch too.
Oh, man. Oh,
You
come on, Zobi. Give me a break.
should see what Zoe said to Unlimited.
What'd he say?
I forget. I gotta find this, man.
What's up, Zobi, man? Hope you had a happy Thanksgiving, Zobi, and I hope you have a happy holiday, brother.
Oh, man, I can't find it now. It's like comments, dude. I know.
Yeah.
Oh, here. I'll show it. You see what he wrote?
Oh, man.
Yeah, that. Unlimited, dude. He wasn't having it, man. Unlimited commenting.
Oh, man. Zobi, you something else, bro. You something else, man. You always lighting fire up under people, bro.
Oh, yeah, dude.
Zobi's all right, though, man. I hope he had a happy holiday and him and his family, and they have a good Christmas, man, and Thanksgiving, bro. You know? Yeah. Yeah,
And so,
man.
he got his happy holiday Sega Man.
Yeah, he's Zobi's cool, man. Yep.
Yeah. I told Zoe, man, I listened to him a long time, man. He's been doing this for a while.
What
I think
happened?
Oh, Zobi? I follow
Yeah,
him for
what
a
were you
long
saying about Zobi?
Yeah, I followed him for the longest time, man. And one of the
Yeah.
things that got me into watching the shows and stuff is he go on podcasts, man, and he just blow everything up. And,
Yeah.
And back then, right? I mean, I know he trolls, but back then, dude, it's like, you hold people accountable and stuff for things. So
Yeah.
I like even on the PlayStation side, dude, you tell you guys, he'd be fighting the whole room of PlayStation dudes, man, on the podcast. He'd be fighting everybody. Sometimes it'd be like 7, 8 dudes deep, man. He's scrapping.
Yeah.
Yeah, one
Yeah.
on one by one. I'm like, yeah, I can respect that, dude. Not that he's just not because they're PlayStation guys, but respect the fact that like even here, man,
Yeah.
we talk about stuff, and that's what I'm about now, brother. I'm like, dude, don't tell me what I want to hear. Tell me the truth.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I've always kind of been that way, but especially now, this current world that we live in, dude. I just give me a straight scoop, man. Don't dance around it. Don't just tell me. You know what I mean? So I always appreciate
Man,
it.
I hear you.
Man.
Yeah, I hear you, bro. Straight up, man.
Yeah, and it's interesting, man, because coming up, dude. I mean, look, dude. I think the saving grace for Xbox is that they have the money, they have the backing of Microsoft. But I want to see them, man. I want to see them succeed, dude. We're on the precipice of greatness, and I think, I want to be there for them, man. I want to be there when it happens because we've been rocking out with them for so long. I think they've earned it personally. That's my personal opinion. I think they've earned it. But then sometimes they do stuff, right, that we don't agree with. But for the most part, I'm like, bro, I love the games. I love the service, dude. I'm playing COD nonstop. I need to get off that game because it's causing me not to play games. Like I haven't even downloaded Stalker, bro.
Yeah, once you get the time, brother, Sega Forever, it's a pretty decent game. Like I said, it's very open world. You can do a lot of side missions. You don't have to do the main missions. I did a couple of side missions. It's okay, But like I said, when you're in that world, the thing is, it gets dark real quick, and that's when those monsters and beasts and all that come out. And like I said, the game won't hold your hand for you. It's tough. You have to build your character up a little bit, but it's a pretty decent game. Now, it's one you can always go back to. Like if you have a problem with it and you're like fed up, you're like I don't know, I can't get off this part with this beast or monster or whatever. You can always go back to it and go play something else and always go back to it. So it's actually a pretty good game. I'm at the end of RoboCop. I even got RoboCop. My brother, Tuckmaster gifted me that a few months
nice.
ago.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, so I'm beating now. I think I'm at the end where I'm beating the evil drone or whatever. I don't know, but I got frustrated with it because I'm like, damn, I had trying to figure it out and I couldn't figure it out. So I started playing other games. So I'll go back to that. So that's what's good about it. You can always go back to the games too, but you'll like it. I think you'll like Stalker, man. It definitely reminds you of Metro. It's
Yeah,
like Metro in a way. Metro's a little easier for you, but this Stalker is it's a little harder, bro. Metro's good, but Stalker's a little harder, man. A little
yeah.
harder, yeah.
I heard what I think it was you were talking about it before too, and then they had
Yeah.
time.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I've seen people talk about it, and so I could tell by the people that like it, the type of game that it is. So yeah,
Yes,
um,
it's not bad. I think you'll like it. I think that you'll like it. I think once you download it, you start playing it and stuff. I think you'll like it, bro. Sega Forever. You just have to when you download it, you'll see. Or if you don't want to, you can play it on the cloud.
yeah, I'll check it out. It might. I'll see how it plays for me because like you're saying,
Yeah.
I heard the graphics are pretty amazing. So it might not work well for
Oh,
me.
they're phenomenal. If you want to see the graphical heap of it, Brother Sega Forever, yes, you want to download it. But if you just want to pick up and play just to see how it feels and download it later, you can also do that too. You know?
Yeah, dude, I'll definitely check it out. Because
Yeah, man.
yeah, I gotta get off of COD, dude. I've been playing that way too much. I mean, I'm not complaining, dude. I love it, but I'm like, yeah, I got other games sitting here that I gotta play. I bought games for Black Friday as well, dude.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, they had
What'd
like a
you
couple.
get? What'd you get?
They had a couple Data East games that were on sale.
Uh huh.
So I picked a couple of them up, and it was interesting because I guess what's happening with a lot of these companies is they're taking their old titles and they're contracting it out to a developer,
Yeah.
and the developers is going through the painstaking things of redoing the game, still keeping the core of the game,
Yeah.
and but upgrading the graphics, the colors, and all that stuff. And one of the games I remember playing before back in the day, man, and I can't think of it off the top of my head right now, but it was on sale on there. I think it was like $14.99
Oh, really?
or something like that. Yeah. So the problem with the Black Friday thing is that it's just a bunch of stuff in there, right? And you gotta
Yeah.
kind of call through it. Um,
Yeah.
But kind of like with the movies, for some reason, when I click on movies, Black Friday
Yeah.
movies, like they threw the anime in there, and I'm like, oh, where'd you guys put the anime in this? Because now it's like like 10 pages or something like that. So
Oh, really?
yeah. So I've been using the wish list. So
Yeah.
I pick up the stuff that I know that I like.
Yeah.
Like I picked up this. Well, it's actually in Game Pass, and so I tried it before it left, right? And then I try as many games as I can, and I tried it, and I ended up liking it, and I never thought I would. I just thought it was going to be like a kind of a throwback to the 8-bit soccer games.
Yeah.
That you play, and I like those type of games. But man, this thing was like, dude, it was like a full involved story, man, with some RPG stuff, and I'm like, dang, dude, this is like an actual game, and it was only like $4.99, so I bought it.
Oh, that ain't bad.
Yeah, and there's a couple
There's a
games
few,
like $1.99.
there's a few more I want Sega Forever, but I had to wait because my kids is Christmas, and I'm like, well, I got 2 more days, so let me wait. Like we went out today, bought more stuff for them, and I had to wait. I'm like, because I'm last. I'm like, I got to make sure my kids are straight for Christmas and stuff like that before I buy myself anything else. I'm like, let me wait. I know there's 2 more days. I think it's today, tomorrow, and I think the last day is Monday, if I'm right, or is it Sunday? I think it might be Sunday because December 1st is Monday. I think it's tomorrow. I think tomorrow's the last day
Mhm.
for the Black Friday sale.
I
I
think it's the
think
second, isn't it? Oh, is it
that's
tomorrow? The last day? Oh, yeah, because it's Black Friday's done, right?
yep.
It's weird though. Microsoft's been doing that. They've been having sales, and then they do Black Friday, and then they'll probably do a Cyber Monday.
Yeah, I think what's going to happen is they're going to linger on, maybe keep that sale going, but change it to Cyber Monday. That's
Oh,
what I think they're going to do. Just change the name, move the Black Friday, and just put Cyber Monday under it. Keep it. You're right. You're right, Sega Forever. That's what they're probably going to do. They might add some more games to that also. So yeah, that's what they're probably going to do.
I mean,
Probably technically you got 2 days.
they constantly have offerings, man, all the time.
Yeah.
That's why sometimes when they have these sales, I'm like, oh, I look at the game, I'm like, oh yeah, I own it. because I bought it already.
Yeah.
Which is fine. I'm just saying, But yeah, let me wrap
Yep.
it up real quick, dude, and let me
All right,
shout
brother.
out let me shout out the chat real quick, man, because we did
Oh,
have
go ahead. Go ahead.
thank you guys for being here. Man, as always, thank you for being here. Faded Blaze stopped in, man. Always good to see Faded. Fonte, man, thanks for stopping in as well. Avante, dude, if you get a chance, man, did you hear what happened to New Jeans? It's this K-pop group, man. They actually they're gonna leave the company. Anyway, Avante, you know what I'm talking about. That's a Zobi, man, thanks for being there, bro, and giving us the smoke sometimes, and also the great commentary. Toolman 55, bro. Again, you talked about the rotisserie. We started talking about Thanksgiving. They're saying, man, and they had rotisserie chicken because they're working on their house. And then
Yeah.
Toolman said, "Did you say rotisserie?" And that made me hungry when he said. So I started talking about the chicken from Sam's Club. Yeah, Mr. Kima, thank you, bro. Thanks for everything you do on Twitter, bro, for keeping it 100.
Yeah. Mr. Kima's awesome, bro.
Yeah, I do appreciate it, man. I learn a lot from you from the stuff you post up there. That's why I was trying to share your stuff, dude.
Yeah, Mr.
Anthony
Kima's a cool
Chipman, bro.
brother, man.
Oh yeah, he is.
Yeah, I
Anthony
haven't shot
Chipman, cheers,
myself
brother.
out, brother. Well, hey, I want to thank everybody. Anthony. Oh, you done? Sega Forever?
Oh, and then last but not least, Daniel Berry Sports. Appreciate it,
Oh,
bro.
nice. Hey, Daniel, thanks for coming, brother. And on that note, man, I want to thank Brother Sega Forever. I love doing the Wrecking Crew podcast with my Hawaiian brother Sega Forever, man. Anytime I can come and support, I will definitely be there. I love chopping up game with my brother Sega Forever. Big shouts out to the chat. You guys really rock, and thank you for all your support. No matter if you're with Unlimited Productions, me or Brother Sega Forever, when we do our podcasts, man, we really, really, really appreciate your support. And like I said, I talked to Sega Forever and Dea. They want to do a special Christmas podcast before Christmas, and I think I'm gonna give away 2 gift cards. No, I don't have a lot of money, guys, because Christmas is a little rough right now. But I think I'm gonna give out like 2 $10 gift cards or something. Maybe it'll help you get something, or something like that. Put towards something that you want to buy on Xbox. You know what I mean? I'm gonna give out probably like 2 of them. You know what I mean? I'm pretty sure you can use $10 somewhere. You know what I
Oh,
mean? So, you know, I just want to do that to give back to the Xbox gaming community because I respect them for supporting me, Brother Sega Forever, and being part of the true Xbox gaming podcasters like me and yourself. He bought Unlimited Productions, 100, 108 Dragons, all those great guys out there. Allen Gaming, all the Welsh, not Welsh Gamer, but the Gaming Guru. I don't really see him much, but I know he does an Xbox podcast. So all the true Xbox podcasts out there. Big shots out to you guys. This is Sega Man.
oh, Mr. Kim says thanks. Oh, we lost Sega Man. Yeah, no problem, Mr. Kim. Thanks for being Sega Man. I think you dropped. No worries, brother. We're just gonna wrap it up too. But yeah, appreciate you being here, taking the time out to be here, and let me know, man, when that podcast kicks off. I'll make it a point to show up. Because you guys have always supported me. I want to support you guys back. Really appreciate it. But yeah, guys. Hope you guys had a happy Thanksgiving, and we out.